streaming. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Whatever, Brenna. And what are you? Why are you rolling your eyes at me? Are you MAGA? On any movies? No, I mostly do commercials and stuff and short form stuff, unfortunately. Thank you, Race Banner. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry I missed the first one. Thank you. Thank you for the teddy bear. About time I did my hair. You must have missed the last week or so where literally I've gotten hundreds of messages asking me about my hair routine. It's been a little ridiculous. Yes, MAGA. Oh. Does my existence trigger you? Rolling your eyes. Rolling your eyes at what? My existence? Me just sitting here? Thank you, Race Banner. Let me message some of my mods. Para el desmadre, so ready. So ready. I'll probably do what I usually do, which is like let you guys hear the audio. Just cause yeah, it's just safer than showing the screen. Maybe I'll show the screen. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta think about it. How's everyone feeling tonight? I'm excited. Oh, thank you, Race Banner. But I'm very biased. I'm just I'm very biased. When I say I'm the world's freest shill, I mean it. I am biased for my own beliefs. Although my beliefs are very heavily based on wanting to know what the facts are. But then I also have beliefs about what's important. You know what I mean? She's unfit 10 million? That's the best you got? Okay. You heard your boy speak lately? America's a business. Right. You want a guy who's exploiting 99.9% of people just to enrich himself and the 1%. Yeah. Cool. That's good for you. I don't believe that. I disagree with you. I think that's a stupid idea. But if you want that, if you want to be exploited, I mean, you know, go right ahead, buddy. I know that that's what you're voting for. You're voting for your own exploitation. Not straight ticket? What do you mean, Rice Banner? Communism? No, 10 million, but thanks for clearly revealing who you listen to. The communism line is really fucking interesting. You don't know what communism is, obviously. Kamala is the farthest fucking thing from a communist, unfortunately. You know, I mean, unfortunately. I don't want communism, but price controls? You mean anti-price gouging? Right, but I bet you also complain, you whine a lot about inflation, right? 10 million? I bet you bitch a lot about it, don't you? You vote for a person, not a ticket? Okay. That's fine, Race Banner. I mean, I don't vote for the Democratic Party because I like the party specifically. You know what I mean? I consider myself independent because I'm more liberal than the Democratic Party in this country, but I would never vote for a Republican in this country, at least not in its current state. But I haven't always voted Democrat either. And I also, to be clear, I vote Working Families Party, technically, whenever that's the option. Seamus, Trump says that he would empower Bibi to finish the job. So, okay. To explain what comment? You're going to write yourself in? Nice, Steve. Okay, Seamus. So, well, if you hand the election to Trump, you will be responsible when he lets Bibi finish the job. You will be responsible. Congratulations. For the record, I actually know Palestinians. Sorry, pals. Shit, this is gonna get me filtered. I actually know people from Pal, and they support Kamala. Just so you fucking know. They would absolutely want you to vote for Kamala. I mean, first, I will be responsible for stopping Trump from finishing the job. Yes, thank you. I will be protecting them from that. Oh, you know dozens of pals in this country? Okay. Yep. Yvonne. Yeah. Nope. Everyone. So 10 million. Everyone does. That means you complain about inflation. Oh, okay. Okay. So you're going to complain about inflation, but you're also going to complain about anti-price gouging legislation. Got it. Right, Seamus, but I mean, you're literally being terrible. You want to hand the election to the guy who will finish the job just so you can act morally superior. But you're the one who wants to allow that to happen just to prove a point. You know how like incredibly cruel that is? You just want to prove a point. You don't actually want to save any lives. Because unfortunately, and listen, and I've bitched about Democrats. And by the way, I'm saying this as someone who like has supported PAL because I come from a country that actually recognizes PAL statehood, Spain. That's where I was born and raised. And I like have been a lot more fucking aware of what's going on in that part of the world than most of y'all for most of my life. And you want to like you don't care that all of them will be wiped off just so you can basically punish people for being imperfect. Okay. High screen burn. Handing the election to him by participating in a first past the post system that unfortunately results in a two-party system as a result, and not understanding the system that you are participating in. I mean, but you do understand it. You understand that not helping Kamala to win, either by voting third party or whatever. I assume you're trying to vote third party. Um, you understand that it's going to hand the election to him. So, John. I do demand better, Seamus. I do. And I'm demanding better from you. Okay, Seamus. So you wanna punish them for being immoral, and as a result, you want more pals to die, just to prove your point. Thank you. Correct. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so then why are you mad? The onus is not on you, except I bet you're the kind of person who says that you're complicit in her actions if she wins. And also, like, I don't think you understand what democracy is. Okay. If the onus isn't on you, then why are you in here talking about voting one way or another? If the onus isn't on you, then it's not on me. Why do you give a fuck how I vote or how other people vote? Hi, Thank you for the roses, Josh. Sorry I didn't see those earlier. I am right now. Get lit. But I also have ABC pulled up because they're the ones who's like hosting it. Correct, Steve. My opinion on it. I'm not well versed on it to have an opinion on it. 90 minutes, Bobby. You just can't wait. Oh, buddy. So excited. If anyone has threads, can you see someone's saying that my a video I just posted on threads is like not has no audio. It has audio on my end. Can someone see if anyone has threads on their phone and wants to check? You don't have to. Oh. Did I pass your test? No? I told the truth. I said I'm not well versed enough on it to have an opinion. So the test was to see if I'd lie, and I didn't lie, so I didn't pass it. Cool. Thanks. You can go now. Oh, I should probably put a little sign up here. You're watching the debate? Yay! Are you also going to watch us? This? You going to stay in here so we can talk about it? Ay, ay, ay. Learn more about U.S. elections. Great. I just got flagged. Great, great, great. Let me see. Wait, what is this? Yeah, let's do this. Hell yeah, user. Is there a left? I mean, there is a left. The U.S. doesn't define what right and left is. And why? Because we keep, letting right wingers fucking gerrymander. I mean, letting. They keep gerrymandering. They keep doing things to make democracy, to make things less and less democratic in this country. It should be Perez Brenna H. Dank. Thanks. Thanks for checking. No, Tristan. Trip absolutely needs to not win. Ew, you're a fucking Trumper this whole time, Tristan? This I, I feel like you've been in here before when we've been debating. The answer? I mean, that's not my answer, radical, but unfortunately, when the Democratic Party attempts to appeal to more moderate voters, and the right keeps going more and more to the right, because it's not just parties, right? Like right wing voters in this country have gotten more and more boldly fascist, frankly. And unfortunately, when the Democratic Party attempts to appeal to moderates or like maybe conservatives who don't agree with that shift to the right, that fascist shift to the right, it starts, adopting more just moderate things, which, yeah, it's the shift of the Overton window. Am I gonna live stream it? I'm going to at least live stream the audio. TikTok really does not like it when I show the screen, when I show the video. I'll try. I'll probably try, but it might get my live flagged, and I might have to like restart the whole thing. I do try to be radical. You know. Thankfully, CNN isn't fucking moderating this debate. Thankfully. They fucking bungled that. What's in the cup? Tea. Chai tea with oat milk and a spoonful of sugar. No, John, it doesn't. I think you gotta give credit where credit is due, right? And I think, you know, uh, Republicans. I think I would much rather Republicans do what Cheney did, which is say fuck the party. Like I'm not gonna move towards fascism with the party. I'm gonna endorse the candidate who's not fucking trying to destroy democracy. I think that deserves praise. I think it's a psychological fact that positive reinforcement works better than any other sort of reinforcement and stuff. So like punish it doesn't work. It works better than punishment. It works better than yeah, whatever. Um, no, Josh, I haven't heard from him since we exchanged a couple of messages, and he accused me of lying and then couldn't tell me what I lied about. Fucking weirdo. I've gotten a lot of stories about him sent my way. That guy lies a lot. Let me just say. If the rumors are true, if what everyone is saying to me is true, that guy lies a lot. I do still believe he was doxxed and threatened. Because that lady who painted her countertop, her granite countertop white, she got death threats. So I fully fucking believe that he got threats. I don't know if anyone showed up to his house. That I doubt. I don't think any fucking Americans would have bothered crossing the fucking crossing into Canada and show up in his house. Like what? You really think he's that important? No. He's not worth the jail sentence to anyone. No audio on my threads. Is there no audio on it? H Dank? Were you able to audio is fine on my Threads account. Threads being the like new Twitter. I'm like new on there. Jesus. People Mag just came out with an article talking about audios. Not on Threads. Okay. Um so I think so I don't know if it's so if you click on it
YouTube, I love
it should
destroying MAGA in Red
work. Yeah, Steve. So, H Dank, are you doing this? Are you like this is the thread and then you go boop.
Got my battle paint on to live stream the presidential debate tonight.
Okay. Thank you. That'd be annoying. That's so annoying. I'm seeing what he means like on other
The presidential debate tonight.
videos like this, but I think when it's an attachment, this is like a quoted thread in another thread. When you click on that, like that's where the audio is. You know what I mean? That's so annoying. Yeah, when it's like a linked video. When it's a linked video, there's a little audio thing in the corner, but otherwise, it's not. Sorry, I'm just texting my mod. One of my mods. What was it? You hear that audio of Monica? Damn. So when you just tap on the video and it goes full screen, it doesn't play audio on mine. I know that there's basically I upload the video. Uh-oh, Steve, that's not good. Why not just install an app that like limits the amount of time you can spend on the apps? Damn. That's so annoying. Cassavetes? It's Cassavetes, right? Right? Yeah. Okay. For a second, I was like, I saw my life flash before my eyes. Screen burn. You're a redditor. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. I'm a little nervous about um doing the showing the screen. I guess I'll move the camera. I'll move the camera so it's like on my TV in the background. It won't you won't be able to see very well, but thanks for the follow, Hublai Khan. Khan. Don't need to. Yeah, sort of Tristan. People start following me because of the Be Better stuff, but I don't know. Most of my stuff is actually just political, so I don't know if they're really here for the right reasons. I posted an actually political thing yesterday. No one saw that, so I don't know if that's the algo being like no politics or the algo being like no, these people don't watch this kind of stuff. I don't know what it is, but thank you, Dolly. It's my war paint, battle paint. Yeah, exactly, Screamer. Hi, Ender. I'm good. We're about to watch the debate. Corey Feldman music videos. Ugh. I know you can't really see it that well there. But that way it's just a little bit more. Just casually back there. I don't know. Is that stupid? But then also the chat thing is over here. So actually I have a better way of doing this. Hold on. Guys, please like and share the live. Let's get it going before the debate starts. Please. Thanks for the follow, Steve. All right. Let's do this. Hold on. Nope. Um, okay. Let me open this up. Um, Hi. Who you got? What? Who am I betting on? God, Kamala. Well, I'm hoping for Kamala. I'm gonna bet on her. I'm gonna bet on her. You got your bingo? What's your bingo card? Oh my God, let's play bingo. Holy shit, I want bingo. That's perfect. Let's play bingo. I'm trying to set it up so I can kind of have it on screen ish in the background here. A little better than this. I don't know. A, B, C. Come on.
Tonight. I mean, his support has always been.
Okay. Unfortunately, here's the irony thing. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Who, Kamala? Why wouldn't she? Thank you, Kurt. Okay, this is how we're gonna do it. Sorry, I would do it more elegantly, but I want to. It's if I do it the proper way, it will definitely get flagged by TikTok. Ooh, okay.
Presidential debate just moments away. We have the entire news division keeping an eye on everything. We are going to be fact checking on our live blog. It's all going to be happening right here. The debate now just 10 seconds away, and we will be back with our
These
post-game
guys?
show as soon as it's over. We are going to toss it right now to David Muir and Lindsay Day.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election. Their first face-to-face meeting.
Thank you for the roses, Josh.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied.
Please like and share the live.
Including right here in Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Josh.
Still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is ABC. They're hosting it. Like they're the ones actually hosting the whole thing. I also have MSNBC on in the background. I will mute MSNBC during the actual thing so we can hear the just straight from ABC.
presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis. Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
Sorry,
And
how long
I'm
have you been in
Lindsay
here?
Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Oh my God.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a
Fucking
spirited
hell.
and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of
This
all, I
live
have
stream's
no
a
sales
couple
tax. That's an
seconds
incorrect statement. She knows
behind.
that.
Sorry, guys.
We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in
Tariffs?
billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never
Consumers
took the tariff
pay
off
for
because it was
tariffs.
so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%
but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden
We fact checked that the other day.
and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security
We
during
fact
this
checked
debate,
that. That's
but
not actually
I would like
happening.
to let
The
Vice
whole
President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst
seem like it,
attack on
Eleanor.
our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number
Raise
one, I
banner.
have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows
Traditionally,
better than anyone, I have
presidents were
nothing to do
called
with
President
Project 2025.
last name for the rest of their
That's
lives.
out there. I
President
haven't read
Clinton
it.
is still
I don't
referred to
wanna
as
read it
President Clinton.
purposely. I'm not going to read
President
it.
Obama is
This
still
was a
referred to
group
as
of people
President
that got
Obama.
together. They came up with some ideas. I guess
Traditionally.
some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before.
No,
We
what?
had the greatest
No, you
economy.
didn't.
We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not
so
since
happy.
1917, where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We
I
did a
agree, Eleanor.
phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things,
No, they don't.
but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. I went to the Wharton School of Finance,
Did you hear that?
and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able
She's
to go
recovering.
and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll
He
try to
hasn't.
lower taxes.
He hasn't
She
actually
doesn't
put out
have
a plan.
Take a
By the
look
way,
at her plan.
he hasn't
doesn't
put
have a
one
plan.
out. He hasn't put one
President,
out.
I
She
do want to
has.
drill down on something you both brought up. The vice
Fucking
president brought up your
ridiculous.
tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have,
What?
and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the
He
only
doesn't know
president
how shit
ever.
works.
China
Cool.
was paying us hundreds of
You don't know how
billions
anything
of
works.
dollars, and so were other countries. And if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or
You
anything
certainly
else.
have seen a worse
The people
period of
of our
time
country are absolutely dying with
than
what
the
they've
period
done.
in which you were
They've destroyed the
convicted
economy. And all
37
you have to
times.
do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris,
Jesus
I do want to
Christ.
ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. When a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century.
I know, Jill.
Which means
I don't know
focusing
why.
on the
This is
details
on
of what that
abc.com.
requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing.
Trying to catch up
Focusing
on
on what we
commercial
need
break.
to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump elect.
Oh,
First of
she
all, they
just
bought their
stole.
chips from
That was
Taiwan.
masterful,
We hardly
yo.
make chips anymore because of
That was masterful.
philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because
We'll
she
talk
has
about it
no
in a second.
policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago
She
and
put
4
out a
years
policy.
ago
He
is
did
out
not.
the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump. Thank you. Lindsay.
I want to turn to the
I didn't
issue
expect
of
him to drop
abortion. President Trump, you
Marxism
often
so
tell
early.
that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have.
No, they don't. Fact check him. Fact check him.
Previous governor of West Virginia.
Fact check him.
The current governor is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In
Nope.
other words, we'll execute the baby.
Nope.
And that's why I did that, because
Lies.
that predominates. Because they're
Lies.
radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which
Fucking
I think was a
nuts.
horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential
He's
pick
panicking.
says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion. because the
Jesus
baby is
fucking
born
Christ. The
is
fact that you
okay.
Republicans
And that's
believe
not
this
okay
shit
with me.
is fucking
Against the vote.
embarrassing for you
But
guys.
What I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength
Fucking nuts.
of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn
He's
our
not
country
finishing
apart
a sentence.
for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the
No,
states
they
where the people
didn't.
could
Stop
vote. And that's
lying.
what happened.
What the fuck is
Now,
wrong with you, you
Ohio,
fucking
the vote
liar,
was
dude?
somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is
lies.
voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court
took
had
courage
great
to do
courage
it.
in
You
doing it. And I
fucking
give tremendous credit to those 6
Pathetic
justices.
little
There is
boy.
no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Thank you.
Vice President, I want to get your response
Thank
to
you.
President Trump.
Thank
Well,
you
as
for
I said,
fact
you're gonna hear
checking.
a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should
They're
not be
fact-checking
telling
a
a woman
little,
what
the bare
to do
minimum.
with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you. you, Vice President Harris.
They're
Well,
not
there she goes
fully
again.
fact-checking.
It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban. and
He
there's no
lied.
reason to sign a ban
A lot of people
because
didn't
we've
support
gotten
the
what
states
everybody
things.
wanted.
Number one,
Democrats,
they didn't fact-check that.
Republicans, and everybody else.
Nope.
And
Democrats did
every
not want it up
legal
to states.
scholar wanted
Nope.
it to be
Every
brought
legal
back into
scholar
the
did
states,
not
and
want
the
it
states
brought
are
back to the
voting.
states. They
And
did
it may
not.
take
That's a
little
lie.
time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart.
He's repeating the
and
same.
they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting.
He memorized
What
this.
she says is an absolute lie.
He
And
memorized
as far
part
as
of
the
this.
Abortion ban, no,
He's repeating it
I'm not
almost
in
word
favor
for
of
word in
abortion
parts.
ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban?
Also,
if
by the
you
way,
don't want
Texas
it?
is trying to make it so it's not up to the states. Texas wants to enforce its state laws in other states.
It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he
Flailing.
spends all his time on the beach.
Flailing.
But look,
Flailing.
her boss went out.
He
and
spends
said,
all his
we'll do
time
it again. We'll do it a different way. And he
on the
went out,
beach.
got
Woo.
rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got
Thank you, Sarah.
taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would
Texas
have
is
been.
not
Part of the
voting.
reason they lost.
Thank you,
to
Murray.
the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if you did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me. But I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it. Just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did
gonna say it
something
again.
that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America
Yes.
is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans.
It's an important
Couples
topic,
who
Steve. Just because you don't
pray
give a shit about it doesn't mean that any of
and
us, like the
dream
rest of us, don't.
having a family are being denied
my most important
IVF
issue.
treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working one or two jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through
Trump is repeating himself. She's
is
not.
unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President
Fuck
Harris,
yeah.
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another
No,
lie.
no,
I
it's
have
not.
been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader.
The idea.
In fact,
A leader.
when
How?
they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been
A
a leader
leader?
on it. They
Vo-
know that, and everybody else knows it.
What?
I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF.
What?
And the other thing, you should ask,
You just repeated that.
will she allow abortion in
This
the
is him
8th month,
stuck.
9th month, 7th
He's trying to
month?
figure out what to say.
Okay, would you
He's trying
do
to figure
that?
out what to say.
Why don't you ask her that
Why
question?
don't you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question? Would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question,
you
would you
could,
veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably
It's not
after
true.
birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans. Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped
Talk
significantly.
about the border bill.
But
Talk
my
about the
question
border
to you
bill.
tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns,
Good
drugs,
angle.
and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the
angle.
most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more
want you.
border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families
Yeah, there's
watching
like a
tonight
20-second
who have
delay
been
mark.
personally affected
But yes.
by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand.
Good job.
But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you,
That's
the one thing
happening.
you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them
She
in
is.
and paying
She's
them
doing
to be there.
so fucking well.
And
She's
then
so smart. She
showing
knew
them
he would
in a
get stuck
different
on
light.
this.
So
He's gonna get
she
stuck
can't
on
talk
this.
about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
What?
They're eating the pets
Oh my
of
God.
the people that live there. And this
She's
is what's
laughing.
happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying
she
this
got him.
country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a
It's nuts.
chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of
Yes!
being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this.
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
I see people on television.
say my
Yeah.
dog was taken and used for food. So maybe
Oh, okay.
he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Oh my
Again,
God.
Springfield City
I
Manager
saw it
says
on
there's no
TV.
evidence of that. Vice
I'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you do.
You talk about extreme. of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired
you are.
most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far.
Any Republican?
In fact,
We changed
I got
the
more
line.
votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Oh my God.
Let me
Fact check him.
continue on immigration.
Fact check
That's what
him.
you wanted to talk about
Fact
earlier,
check
so
him.
let's get back to your
Fact check him.
deportation,
He did not, guys. He did not. He
proposal
lost both
that the vice
popular
president
votes he
has
ran in.
reacted to
Fuck
as
it. He
well.
did not.
President Trump, you call this the
He
largest
lost.
domestic
He's lying
deportation
again.
operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if
But
things
we
get
all
out
know
of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah. It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists.
You're a criminal.
Common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and
actually
they've
not
given
true.
them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up. And
Actually,
through
crime
the
is
roof,
down. Crime is
despite
down in
their
this country.
fraudulent
It's up
statements that
elsewhere.
they made.
In some places
Crime in
elsewhere.
this country
It's
is
down here.
through the roof, and we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump,
Migrants
as you know, the
commit
FBI
crime at
says
lower
overall
rates than American
violent crime
citizens.
is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for
Yep. Fucking crazy.
national security
Nailed it.
crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden.
Trump just said that he would imprison his
political
enemies, and it would be a, quote, bloodbath.
A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot
She
from him. But I
has,
was
Ray
given a
Spanner.
fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I've built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now.
Oh.
If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Does that count as let me finish?
She went
Does
out.
that sound familiar? Oh.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think
That's
of.
what let me finish.
Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do
we already
this.
got radical,
She wants
but
to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion.
Jesus.
So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar.
Go back to windmills? Go back
to
to
get
solar?
some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar. But they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil. These are not things for the environment.
Thank you.
You remembered halfway through that he's a big fan of solar.
Power, which of course we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis.
Big fan of
Mr.
solar.
President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did?
All right, I want everyone to write down their top 3 favorite moments. By the end of this, I'm going to ask everyone what your favorite moments are, okay?
Later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
one
ask
of those, one of those people
That
going to
lie
be
again.
prosecuted. One of the people that burned down
do.
Minneapolis going to be prosecuted.
No, I have Border
or
Scary.
in Seattle,
Border
they
Scary
went
on
into
my bingo.
Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be
She
prosecuted?
already got.
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there
Very simple
anything you
question.
regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it.
Why are you
And again,
lying?
It wasn't
Fact check
done
him.
by me. It was done by others.
Fact check him.
I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or
Nope.
soldiers.
Nope.
They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me.
Nope.
It was just 2 weeks
Nope.
ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy
Nope.
Pelosi and the mayor of
Hi, Cynthia.
Washington did their jobs. I wasn't
He's lying
responsible
again.
for security.
Fact check him.
Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
Nah, Cynthia, get the
I
fuck
was at
out of
the
here with
Capitol
that.
on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob
He's
to attack
fucking losing it.
our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that
Nice.
was a
We're not
bridge too
we're not
far
going
for
back.
you,
Should have
well,
been in
there
here.
is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach
Such
that
a
is about
biased network.
attacking
Are you
the
kidding me?
foundations of our
ABC?
democracy because you don't like the
Thank you, Cynthia.
outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham,
Moderators are
Sean
team
Hannity,
facts,
Jesse,
La
all
Hertz.
of
They're
these
not team
people,
Kamala.
They covered it. If they
It's
go
not their
an
fault
extra
that Trump
sentence,
keeps
they will
fucking
see it was
lying, and they have
perfect.
to keep
It was
fact
debunked
checking
in
him.
almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this: you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so
No,
ridiculous.
Cynthia.
Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because
Get
they
outta
have
here,
the right
Hertz.
to do it. They don't need bills.
Get
They
outta
have
here
the
with
right
that.
to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do
Unlike
want to
J6.
focus on
Oh,
this next issue.
oh, now you
because
want
it
to
really
defend
brings us,
J6.
This into focus. Truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide.
Oh.
In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite
He
make
lied
it,
already.
Came up
He
a
said that he
little
got
bit
more
short.
votes than anyone in history.
Are you now acknowledging
I
that you
said
lost
that?
in
No,
2020?
I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it
He's
back
gonna
to
get
the
me
legislatures
banned.
for approval.
He's gonna get me banned on
I got
TikTok.
almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about it. An election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. We need, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in,
God, but
they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They
the
don't
shit
even
he
know
says
what country
would
they're
get
in
me banned.
practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases.
He's
in front of
walking
many
back.
judges, many of them
No
were
judge
blocked
looked at
abortion,
it.
and said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread
standing.
fraud.
That's the other thing.
Exactly. You didn't
They
have
said
standing.
we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system
That means no
where
proof.
a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special
Don't
on
have
it.
standing. You have
I'll
nothing
show
on it.
you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts
Miguel, this
and
is
statistics.
for the
But
debate,
you know
and
what?
this
That
includes
doesn't
things for
matter,
Kamala.
because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden.
Wait, did he
and
just say
yourself.
fake news?
But I do want to
Did
ask
he
you
just
about
say it?
something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Yeah.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that.
Yes!
And clearly he is
Oh,
having a
she's
very
gonna get under
difficult
his
time
skin.
processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with
Literally,
military
at the
leaders,
UN.
some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you
That was so
did in
good.
fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just tell you about world leaders. Victor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person.
A strong man.
Smart.
That's
Prime
not.
Minister of Hungary.
A strong
He said,
man is
why
a
is
term.
the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need
I
Trump
can't wait to
back
see
as
how
president.
fucking
They were afraid of him.
furiously
China was
he
afraid, and I
tweets
don't like to
tonight.
use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that, but he let the Russians Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline.
How did
in
he
the world.
let
Look,
Russia build a...
Victor Orban said
Oh
it.
my
He said
God!
the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes.
Yeah,
What you did,
no
you
votes.
talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time
I
is
think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still
This might
being
get me
held,
flagged.
Americans
Guys,
among
please
them.
like and share the
Vice
live
President Harris in
to try to
December
counteract
said,
anything,
quote,
getting
"Israel has a
any of
right
the
to
flags
defend
that are going to be
itself,"
sent
but
up.
you added, quote, "It matters
you.
how," saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate.
Me?
How would
Kamala.
you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply
Kamala.
attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent
How it does so
Palestinians have
matters.
been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have
Emotional
security,
arguments, Miguel?
self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
Why are you making shit up?
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu
She's not speaking,
and also
she's
Hamas
not giving
in order to get
emotional
the
arguments.
hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well.
What
it would have
name
never, and there was
an
no
emotional
threat of it
argument
either, by
she's
the way,
making?
For 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people.
Avoid
when you
the
add it
answer.
up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very
He wouldn't
important
meet
speech.
with her.
She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted
What?
to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for
Cynthia, get the
Hamas
fuck out of
or
here with that.
Hezbollah
That's some
or any of the
bullshit, dude.
28 different
Come on.
spheres of terror, and they are spheres
Other
of
countries
terror,
have
horrible
female
terror.
leaders and have
They had
no
money.
fucking
It was a
issue
big
with
story, and
international
you covered
politics.
it very well, actually.
Get the fuck out
They
of here
had
with
no
that bullshit.
money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
That's not how that works.
Says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to
Cynthia,
again
I'm not gonna let you
divide
push
and distract
sexist bullshit
from
in
the
here.
reality, which
I'm not
is
gonna let
it
you do
is
that.
very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last
How
month
is
for the year,
Biden in any
168
way
different
Kamala's
countries sending people
fault,
into our
Miguel
country.
Angel?
Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it.
Yeah.
Because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe?
What?
Because they're weak and they're ineffective.
What?
And Biden, by the way, gets
President
paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
Jesus
We'll be right back with
Christ.
much more of this historic
How can
ABC
anyone
News
vote for
presidential
him?
debate from the National Constitution
Jesus.
Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Oh my god. Fucking nuts. Yeah, all of a sudden he's saying Putin is behind Kamala. Isn't his whole thing that he loves Putin, Putin loves him, they get along great, and like nothing would have happened if he was the president because like Russia, because Putin and he are buddies?
Look at all these people. Who do you think they see?
Jesus. Jesus. He endorsed Kamala just to fuck with the whole fucking thing. Yeah, of course. All right, this is where our bingo's at. Technically, I'm not sure. I feel like we did technically hit Law and Order. What do you guys think? I feel like we did. And then another debatable one is media slander. We might have hit that. Also, chaos ensues. Did he say that near the beginning? I feel like he might have actually literally said that at the beginning, but I'm not sure. What are you fucking talking about, Michael? What do you mean he evaporated 200 of Putin's troops? What are you fucking talking about? You're not feeling long. Okay, that's fair. That's what you thought, friend? What, the chaos ensues? Did he say chaos ensues? He said it at the beginning, right? I know, Rex. I know. Well, he keeps fucking avoiding it. He keeps, like, floundering. He's panicking. It's so funny. It's so funny. We love it. All right. So far, favorite moments. Trump insisting that immigrants were eating pets. Because he saw a guy on TV. After being fact-checked, he insisted that he saw a guy on TV. I'm gonna fucking... Jesus. I know. Oh my God. Masterful. He got fired by 81... Did she say 81 million people? He got fired by 81 million people? Yeah, I need the top ones because I'm absolutely gonna. I gotta make a fucking TikTok. That one was true. Your friend's sister lives there, and her neighbor's friend saw it. Okay. Okay. 85. No, I think it was like a 1 million. I know, and she's so fucking masterful. Hi, Animal Crackers. She's baiting him so well. She's baiting him so well. God, she's doing so well. God. Cope? Jesus, Sean. You watching your dude? He's fucking floundering up there. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, oh my God, she keeps baiting him. It is so funny, so good. Great fucking job, Kamala. Oh my God. No, it's a break. It's a break. We're on a commercial break. So hold on, wait. Do we agree that chaos ensues was said earlier? Yeah, okay. I feel like he said that, like, oh, she's elected, chaos ensues. When he was talking about, like, I forget what, because he keeps fucking, like, jumping from subject to subject. Okay, yeah. I feel like I feel like I heard him say chaos ensues, but I might be wrong. That's why I'm asking. China scary? I don't know. Technically, so this is one thing I wanted to know. I wrote it down. So earlier when I said masterful, like the first sort of thing that she did that was absolutely masterful was when talking, like at the beginning, talking about, remember when she said like, oh, he thanked President Xi in a tweet. It's live? Not on here. She, not on ABC News. What the fuck? It's on MSNBC, but not their fucking live stream online. There we go.
President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend
their
Ukraine
online
from
thing
Russia,
is a little
from
behind.
Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look,
oh, so close to fake news.
250 billion or more. Because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are.
So close.
They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak
people. Didn't he say before? Didn't he used to say that they didn't pay? That they weren't paying their share or some shit?
250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with
I wish World War III was on
and we
here.
have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he
Like
our
one of the
president?
dogs
But we have a president
Mr.
that's being
President,
that doesn't know he's
eaten.
alive.
your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interests for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris.
Oh
I want to
my
get your thoughts
God.
on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Thank you, Rex, for the
Well, first of
chain
all,
bracelet.
it's important to remind the
Thank you,
former
thank you for
president,
the
you're not
roses.
running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it
Nailed
up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what
Nailed
happened
it.
here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days
There it is.
before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky.
not
I
dissing
shared
Biden.
with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something
Trump
you said
is
earlier. And
talking.
please, I'll
Trump
give you a
is
minute here.
talking. He doesn't understand
Putin
the
would be
rules.
sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got
Pretty
nuclear
full.
weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk
We
about.
could cross
Nobody likes
off
to talk about
Kamala
it.
laughs,
But just so
I
you
feel like
understand,
this
they
means
sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days
fall.
later, he went in and he started the war, because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started.
Which one?
She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later.
Vice
And
President?
that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is, it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strong men instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at
Stop
stake
spreading
here.
misinformation.
The President of the United States is commander in
Or I will
chief.
boot you.
And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President,
this is
do
gonna
you
get him.
believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got
Bring up
to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So,
I think I can look like
if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish,
That's
They
literally what you
blew it.
fucking.
The agreement said you
Yeah.
have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move
And
on.
these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and
Jesus.
politics in this country.
Most of the
Mr. President,
pullout
you recently
is
said of Vice
fucking
President Harris, quote,
orchestrated
I didn't
by him.
know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I don't
asking.
know.
Wants
I don't
to
know. I mean,
be?
all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use
He was
race to
referring to
divide
a
the American
statement.
people.
A statement that she
You
put
know,
out.
I do believe
I
that the
thought the
vast
same for a
majority of
second.
us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do. I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice
You know
President
what?
Harris, thank you.
She
Lindsay?
masterfully
President Trump, this is now
answered
your
that.
third time.
She didn't give him a soundbite
This is the
where
most
she's talking
divisive
about her
presidency
race.
in the history of our country.
Because
There's never
Fox
been
News
anything
would have
like
used
it.
that and
They're
said she's
destroying our
running
country,
based on her race,
and
based
they
on
come up
identity
with
politics.
things
She
like
didn't do that.
what she
She
just
addressed
said.
his
Going back many years, well, a lot
racism.
of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central
Well
Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger.
What?
But they're destroying our economy. They
What?
have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every
That's
single
how you
policy.
respond
And remember this.
to accusations
She
of
is
your
Biden.
racism?
You know, she's trying to get away from Biden.
Pivot.
I don't know the gentleman, she says.
Pivot.
She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had.
Pivot.
A horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad that
Pivot.
she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is
Pivot.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond.
Oh, I'm a
briefly.
racist? But
Clearly,
inflation.
I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism
Yes.
about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that
Fully.
most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay,
That's
good
what her
God.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
gonna
just need to
move on.
respond
Vice
You
President
they
Harris.
turned
what
his
he
mic
said.
back up.
This is now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long
They
vowed
turned
to
his mic
repeal
back up, and they
replace
won't
the
let her
Affordable
fucking
Care Act,
respond. That's some
also known
bullshit,
as
yo.
Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say
Correct.
you're going to keep
Triple E.
Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month you said, quote,
The
"We're
federal
working on
government
it."
cannot
So tonight,
defund
9 years after you
local
first
police,
started
a
running,
city's
do you have
police,
a
a
plan,
state's police.
and
The
can you
federal
tell us what it
government
is?
only
Obamacare
controls
was lousy
federal
healthcare.
fucking funding.
Always was. It's not very good
Which, by the
today.
way, isn't even up to the
And what I
president.
said, that if we come up with something,
not up to
and
the
we are
president.
working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats
What's he
came up,
gonna say?
they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just
He already
explain.
hit that.
I had a choice
Oh!
to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost
So you haven't.
our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if
Neither is Kamala.
we come up with something, I would only change
And you
it
were
if we come up
president,
with
and you
something
didn't
that's
have a
better
plan.
and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have
Concepts
to do
of a
that.
plan.
And you'll be hearing
That's
about
another
it in the
favorite.
not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand.
And
When Donald
Trump
was
can't
president,
legally own
60
them as a
times
felon.
He tried to get rid of the
by the way.
Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I
That's
was a senator
fucking
at the time.
clever.
When I will never forget the
Concepts
early
on a
morning
plane.
hours
Yeah,
when
right? See?
it was up for a vote in the United States
Fuck
Senate.
yeah.
And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Fastest
President
prologue
Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
She
lot
made
of...
a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare. Much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance.
It's not her job to
That's another thing
improve
she doesn't
private
want to do.
medical
People are paying
insurance.
privately for insurance.
That's what a private
that have
company
worked
does.
hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be
Yeah,
in
right, Bluey?
government
They turn off
insurance where
his
you
fucking
wait
mic.
6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to
hence
have clean
private.
air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate
What
change
the fuck
an
is the government going to do
existential
about
threat.
private
The question to you
insurance?
both tonight
You
is
fu-
what
like-
would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said
They
that
have
climate
tea.
change is a hoax.
They have.
And what we know is that it is very real.
Trump
you ask anyone
fucking
who lives in a state who has
lost it.
experienced these
Lost
extreme
it.
weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost
Why does he keep
10,000
talking about himself?
manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going.
Oh my God,
all
he's slurring
leaving.
again.
They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they
China?
think they're going to sell their
China
cars
scary?
into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're
China's
not going to
scary.
let that. We'll put tariffs
China's
on those
scary.
cars so they can't come into our country, because they will
Does this
kill
count?
the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or
We
any
already
other
did
place.
tariffs.
What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible.
Yeah.
We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden
Yeah.
doesn't go after people because
Okay, this
supposedly
counts.
China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, They get all this money from Ukraine. They get all
and
this
2A,
money
I
from
forgot.
all these
2A.
different countries.
We hit it.
And then
We
you
hit
wonder,
2A.
why is he so loyal to this one, that
That's a
one,
bingo!
Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get
We got a
$3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's
I think.
wife? Why did he get?
Yeah.
Why did she pay him
Yeah.
$3.5 million? This is
We
a
got a
crooked
bingo.
administration,
Yay.
and they're
Whoops.
selling our
Here.
country down the tubes.
President Trump,
I want to fill the board, though.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night
Ah!
at ABC's presidential debate from Philadelphia.
Bingo! I didn't cross off
The ABC News presidential debate will continue.
Trump
after
superlative because I feel like he hasn't said like a bigly thing. You know what I mean? He's done his like bullshit of like the biggest ever, the best ever, greatest ever, that kind of shit. But yeah. God, she did so fucking well, so well, so well. I could have sworn he said chaos at the beginning, early on, but she's fucking wiping the floor with... He's wiping the floor with himself. All she had to do was fucking stay the course, avoid the problematic sound bites. Oh, and what I was saying earlier is, like early on when I was like, oh, she fucking nailed that, was she said the thing about he thanked President Xi on Twitter and she quoted his tweet. She did that specifically with regards to COVID, and she said he thanked the guy when he knows that they were like not being transparent with us. Basically, she kneecapped him. She made it so that he couldn't pull out the China virus, quote unquote, line. Because that's what he loves to fucking fling. So by saying you, which by the way, fucking racist as fuck line to say that, but by saying that, by like kind of getting that in early, he couldn't turn it into like a China scary, like China virus, you know, racist line. He had to basically fucking, it was so good. And that was like in one of the first answers, I think. That was like the first answer, the first question. Oh my God. So well done. So well done. The mods are off. The mods, I like that they fact check a couple of the big ones, but I feel there's a lot that they didn't fact check. Now I understand, right? There's limited amount of time, so they can't like, hi Pico, hi hello Pico. His supporters won't see that. No, but she has, like I said, she has masterfully avoided the sound bites that would have been really good for Fox. I haven't heard any specifically that will be, you know, yeah, they let him finish and then they don't let her like rebut. They turn his mic up. He starts talking and they turn his mic up and they let him say even when it's not his turn. And then they cut her off and they didn't let her respond.
Hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? Oh, I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff. Yes, and save big time too. The right.
Believe Arthur Fleck to be some kind of martyr. Well, he's not.
You don't think this is me?
Yeah, that's true, Sarah. When's that?
Why is America
Rex?
accepted the wait for payday? When life doesn't wait for... Why is America accepted the wait for payday? When life doesn't
Yeah,
wait
right,
for you
Blue?
to get paid.
Well, but the thing is, I know, and he like,
Introducing My Pay from Chime.
he contradicted himself
Revolutionary new
multiple
way of
times.
getting
He said,
paid.
oh,
And
if
you
he
want.
was
Get up
in...
to $500.
He said, he was like, oh, if I was in power, like, I would have negotiated and, like, made sure that they didn't invade. And, like, they would have respected me. Oh, and she's such a bad negotiator. And da-da-da. Firstly, she didn't meet with Putin. Like, we said that. Like, she specifically, you know, he was fact-checked on that. But here's the thing. Like, they can take whatever he says, but, like, seriously, like, 75% of what comes out of his mouth is either nonsense or lies. And, yeah, Fox is going to run with a lot of it because they do. We know that. Who wants to watch the Fox News coverage after this? I kind of want to see what they say about it. Okay, it's back. It's coming back. Come on.
This Tuesday, the
No.
views on them in studio.
Stop advertising. It's back on fucking MSNBC.
Introducing
I believe.
My
Oh, no.
Pay from Chime.
Never mind.
A revolutionary new way of
Wait, now it's back. Come on. It's back on.
I'd do anything for you.
Come on.
People believe our
Should I just turn the fucking MSNBC one on?
You're Joker.
We all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations,
Okay.
the dreams, the hopes,
Good night,
the
Rex.
ambition of the American
This is a
people,
MacBook.
which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy,
right.
investing in small
Do you want to hear it from the beginning? Let's hear it from the beginning.
Here Again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome
Sorry.
back tonight. The time has
We're gonna
come
hear
for
the whole
closing
thing from
statements,
beginning.
and Vice President Harris.
There's a little bit of a delay, but
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan,
yeah, closing statements.
understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things.
Right, 'cause she has
Why
plans.
hasn't she done it?
'Cause she's
been
not
there
president.
for 3.5 years.
She's not president.
They've had 3.5 years to
She's not
fix
president.
the border. They've
She's
had
not
three
president.
and a half years to create jobs and
You
all
had
the
4.
things we talked about. Why
You had
hasn't
4
she done
as
it?
president.
She should
She's
leave
not president.
right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You
Call
believe
her a
in
Marxist.
things
Call her a
like
communist.
we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year
Tried
they were
what?
back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation.
Why didn't you?
We're a nation that's
You
in
were president.
serious decline.
She wasn't.
We're being laughed at all over the world.
You got
All
laughed
over
at the
world,
UN,
they
the
laugh. I know
first
the
and
leaders very
only
well. They're
US
coming
president
to see
ever.
Me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what
Yeah, you were
happened
laughed
to us
at the
as a
UN.
nation. We're not a
Yeah.
leader.
Correct,
We
you
don't
are
have any
not.
idea what's going on.
Correct, you do
we
not.
have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on.
There were wars
with
going on under
Russia
your
and Ukraine.
administration.
We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away
From what?
to the Taliban.
What?
She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have
You
done
just
to
said
our
that you
country, and
gave
maybe
the
toughest
Taliban
of all is
the deal.
allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the
You're a
worst
criminal.
vice president in
You're
the
a felon.
history of our country.
You're a felon.
President Trump,
37
thank
times
you.
over.
And that is our ABC News presidential
His closing statement was just insults.
National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank
Kamala
you for
by
watching
a
here in the
fucking
U.S. and all over
landslide
the world,
won.
and from all of us here at
What?
ABC News.
So pathetic. Nothing. He's got concept. He said nothing in his closing statement except try to like insult her. Pathetic. Oh my god.
We are here live
How embarrassing.
on ABC with our post-debate comments. I'm Martha Raddatz. It was a lively
Oh
debate from the
my
economy
god.
to abortion to Afghanistan. They
Yeah,
had
well,
it
she
all,
just
and
spoke
it was
about
historic.
policy.
John Carl.
She spoke about policy. She spoke about her plan. Oh, she was so good. She fucking nailed it. She fucking nailed it. He lied so many fucking times. Oh my god, that was so good.
Trump repeatedly coming back to the same lines over and over again.
Crushed it. All right, I want to pause and I want to film a TikTok really quickly.
And that being the explanation for America having high crime rates. He said strange things like all Democrats wanted Roe versus Wade overturned. He said that it is legal to kill children in the United States.
It's not. Yeah.
He insisted that he saw something on television about eating dogs. That was one of the weirdest moments of
Yeah.
the debate.
All right. I want to.
On television.
God, do you want to hop up and host this fucking debate for a second? Let's get some discussion going. I'm gonna film a TikTok real quick and post while we're here, but I need some people to hop up and talk while I do that.
Told her that Donald Trump is a disgrace. She said to him that you are a disgrace.
Can we do this?
She described him as
Anyone down?
and unable to understand
Yeah.
that he lost the election.
Yay,
She
thank
said
you.
he was fired by 81 million
Oh wait, I
people,
don't have.
and he's having a very difficult time processing.
Hi.
She
How
said
you
he
feeling?
handed $400 million on a silver
Good.
platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times. She said people leave his rallies early.
He's so full of it, for
exhausted
sure.
and bored.
Ugh.
And talking about the Russia-Ukraine war, she said Putin would be sitting in
Amazing.
Kyiv
Amazing.
if he were president.
Amazing.
But his
All right.
allies
Anyone else?
said,
Well, sorry.
Poland, and why don't you tell
I
me
know. Yeah.
1,000
But I'm so glad she didn't give them the sound bites. Sorry, I want to bring someone else up so you guys can have a discussion. I'm just gonna film something really quick. I don't want to cut the live since we've got a good crowd here. If anyone wants to come up and start this discussion off,
starker contrast in presentation from 2 candidates
come up, come up.
in any debate, in any type of contest, in any political.
You guys can request to join.
That's because there hasn't been one. Now, I think that
Request to join if you guys want to share your thoughts on that.
maximum
Please.
humility is required of us, particularly in the next 57
I
days.
know.
We do not know the outcome of the election.
Well, even if you want to agree, I want to hear people's favorite moments and stuff. Remember?
Be over because she didn't just prevail in every exchange.
I'm gonna post a really quick one. It's gonna be a little silly, but yeah. What was your favorite moment?
She turned into questions about herself, about a campaign,
The entire fucking time.
not even about Donald Trump, but about the country. The whole beginning was.
Ugh.
I don't know if he noticed.
So funny.
His synapses did not seem to be.
Ugh, she baited him so well, so well.
Suggested she do use this as an opportunity to say what your report. She did, and about the first
Yeah.
8 minutes, it was all out there.
For sure.
You know,
For sure. But she would have been, then Fox News would have treated her like she was being immature, whatever. No, she did it so perfectly. She like, ugh, so good.
that was somewhere in there. You know,
Yeah, oh my God. Going back on Solar, he remembered he liked Solar halfway through the sentence, or 3/4 of the way through the sentence.
the Trump campaign is going to plan CC.
The baiting was so good.
You know, they're dark and they're dirty and they're hanging. What do you mean?
Anyone want to come up, please, guys? I just gotta film something really quick, and I want to leave the live running, but I want to give God someone to talk to. Anyone want to come up, share thoughts?
This did not win Trump.
Request to join. The button, it's like at the bottom. It says like multi-guest, and then it'll let you. Come on, there's 67 people in here. We usually have so many people like requesting to join in. You'll talk to God, all right? From comments. No one wants to hop up on voice. Come on. Come on. Anyone want to come up?
To those voters, if she got 10,000 of them to focus on the threat to Poland that Vladimir Putin represents, she may have won the presidential election
Any other favorite moments? I'm about to film a TikTok. Give me your best ones. Hi, Cole World. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Cole.
It's Donald Trump.
Hi, Cole. Hi. Oh my God. Thank you.
Trying to turn away as the adult in the room.
Yeah, what was your favorite moment?
Crosses to do what every presidential candidate before her has done in that situation, which is to extend her hand to the other candidate, and Donald Trump runs away from it until he can't.
Ooh, that's a good one. At the beginning, right? At the very beginning. That's a good one.
Two things I would point out quickly about it.
Yes.
The person who was president of the United States on January 6th say to the American people,
Yes.
I wasn't responsible for security.
Yes.
President of the United States.
Yes. It was at the beginning. Sorry, I was like adjusting the camera as that was happening. Oh, so many good. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, he wasn't. You're right.
The Democrats and everyone.
Yeah. I bet we can pull it up. All right. Anyone else want to hop up? I will. I mean, you can accept people coming up, right, God? Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. I'm going to go film. Sorry. All right. You guys give them stuff to talk about. Give them hell, guys. Wait, any final good moments I should mention in my TikTok? Funny ones? I'm mostly mentioning funny ones. When was that? Yeah, when was it? Someone said piece of shit.
Was the moment when Vice President Harris was very smart about saying she's not the only person. This was an answer about immigration. David Muir asked about illegal border crossings. We knew that question was coming, that they were going to talk about that, talking about it reaching a record high numbers.
What was she talking about?
She's not the only person on this stage who's prosecuted transnational gangs trafficking drugs and human beings. She talks about that bill that was on the table.
I'll just.
Donald Trump called Republicans and said, "Don't vote for because he wanted
Yeah.
the issue, but he didn't want. He didn't want to solve
what we all wanted her to say."
And then she did.
All right. Anyone else? Any last best moments that I can include? It's a good one. These are all great ones. My favorite is the dog one, and then the concepts of a plan one, and then those are my two favorites. That's what I'm gonna say. That was so funny. Okay, yeah. I saw it on TV. I saw a guy on TV say it. All right, that's what I'm gonna make my TikTok about. Basically, it's gonna be quick. It's not gonna be a very like super. Which one? Oh yeah, he always says that. I'm not gonna fucking.
That ended Donald Trump's being firmly affixed to the cracker.
Yeah.
He literally after that could not stop interrupting. He could not.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys cook. Sound good?
Where he went on about immigration.
In Russia issue, or kind of things got cleared up on there.
What part of cleared? What do you mean cleared up?
So, I think the war needs to be ended, and obviously Trump wants to do that while Kamala wants to continue to fight that war.
That's not what she said. No, I don't. She didn't say that she wanted to continue it.
Well, what exactly does she want to do then?
Obviously, they both want to end it, but they don't want it to end. She doesn't want it to end with Russia taking over, obviously.
Well, Russia's not going to completely take over the country, and that's not what Trump wants to happen either.
So you said completely, as if you're acknowledging that they want to take over at least part of it. Is that what you get at?
Yeah, they want to take. Putin feels like the part of Ukraine has been taken from him, which is like some key oil ports and some other important areas that have been taken from Putin by Ukraine. That's what he wants back.
But they weren't taken. I don't know what gave you that idea from Russia at all.
Yeah, yes, they were. That's why the war is being fought.
Is it? Because I haven't heard that anywhere else. I mean, other than from Putin.
Why else do you think the war is being fought?
Because Putin's pretty greedy, and he's sort of a dictator who just
So you
hungry.
believe that if Putin takes over Ukraine, he's going to continue to take over other countries, and it's going to be the same situation like with Hitler. That's what you believe?
No, I think mostly he just wants Ukraine and whatever he can get to make money for Russia and itself. I think that's pretty obvious.
Which is partly true, but a lot of people put it the way that...
I'm not a lot of people, though.
Okay. Well, this is what a lot of the Democratic Party is saying, and that Kamala is continuing to fund this war and fight this war.
It's Kamala, and she's not continuing to fight. She's not the president. She hasn't been the president, so that point is kind of moot and senseless.
And if she does become president, her policies are to continue to fund the war and to continue to fight the war, not meet with Putin and solve the war. Like
when
with
did
Trump.
She say that, though? When was it
said that in the debate?
That she wants
She
to
didn't say
continue
that in the debate.
war.
Well, she never said how she wanted to solve the war.
Okay, so saying that she never said it and then saying that she wants to keep going on a war is two different things. So if your stance is she didn't make it clear on how she wants to end it, then that's what you need to say. Not that she wants to continue it, because that's false information.
Excuse me on that.
Okay.
Exactly.
It doesn't need to be exactly, but brings me back to my point. She doesn't have a plan to finish that up because she doesn't have a contact with Putin, and she can't even talk with Putin to discuss to end that war.
And what gives you the impression that she can't talk to Putin?
She never has.
And neither did Trump until he was president.
Yes, he did. Trump had meetings with Putin
after he was president.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
He continued to talk to Putin, and he has a contact with Putin. And so I know that he said that he'd end the war, and I think that might not be immediate, as some people think, or what he's saying, but I do believe that he's going to do a better job at it than Kamala and Biden. Kamala.
End it how? Did he say how he was going to end it? Because I didn't hear that.
He said that he was going to call Putin and discuss
and talk firmly.
Arrangement with Putin and Zelensky.
But here's my thing. Even he did not come up with a clear plan. All he said was, I'm going to make a call to one and to the other and get it done. That doesn't tell the American people a plan. That just says you're going to pick up the phone and have a conversation.
It's a very vague, you can't go into full detail because of time, but what he said was kind of that he's going to make arrangements to settle.
Right.
He said he was going to have Mexico pay for the border wall, just saying things like he always does. Right.
Okay, well, I believe this a little bit more than the border wall because he does already have a contact with Putin, and he's already spoken to him before. That's why I believe that more than the Mexican wall, make Mexico pay for the wall.
And let's be clear, he had a contact with Putin in a presidential role. She has not been in a presidential role. She's been in a VP role. Putin's not going to sit and talk to the vice president. He's going to sit and talk to the president. So when she is president, she will have that open line of availability to communicate.
I can see that, but
but I think it's not unfair to hammer her for not having a plan when we just watched this man fumble on giving us a basic even concept for healthcare. I'm looking at plans. That's not a plan. You're at the debate here to give us a stance.
Well, his point was...
And he was president before and done nothing about any of that. Healthcare or nothing else. He didn't have a plan for healthcare.
He said that we were going to stick with Obamacare, which is Obama's plan.
No, he said before he got to be president and after that he was going to do away with Obamacare, which he didn't do. Well, and that he was going to replace Obamacare, which he also didn't do.
It's not that easy. He has to go through Congress and formulate a plan that really makes sense.
But it's really easy for him to just say things and then not do them, yeah? Isn't that what we've been seeing him doing for a long time now, is saying things and then not doing anything?
And to be very genuine, Carson, he had House and Senate for the first 2 years of his term. You should have been easily able to pass us a bill.
Well, do y'all think that Obamacare is the best?
No,
No,
no.
that's not the best.
I work in healthcare. It's not the
Let
best
me
option.
bring it back to why hasn't Biden or Harris reformulated that and made a better option?
I think the bigger issue that we should talk about is how Trump is asking to be put back into a presidential position when the first 2 years of his office, when he said he was going to dismantle Obamacare and give us a new plan, and he had the House and the Senate, why he didn't give us a plan?
Yeah, I mean,
Now,
that's the point
now
right
that
there.
Biden is in control, does he have control of House and Senate where he could easily do that without getting pushed back?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So that's a no. Yeah.
But
He never put forth a plan. He didn't have a plan.
What did Kamala say
Kamala.
about Sorry, that's my bad. What did she say about a healthcare plan? I didn't catch that.
She is, it sounds, from what I took away from it, and God can maybe, like, if you took something different, let me know. But I took it as she was going to keep Obamacare and strengthen it. So obviously,
Yeah,
there's
kind of
some tweaks made to it.
try to improve on what was already there,
Okay.
which may not be. It's not the best, admittedly, but it's better than the zero Trump plan.
Yeah, and I mean, again, time is a big thing on the debate, and I'm sure somewhere, someplace, he has a better plan written out or something like that, or maybe that was not yet to come out, but
He's been having rallies since he was president. I would have thought he would have mentioned something about his health care plan by now. I've heard nothing. Have you heard anything?
In Trump's defense, if he doesn't have all the details for that plan locked in, that's okay, fine, understandable. But you should at least have a blueprint of something you're looking to do. And all we got was, well, I'm looking at things and details are to come. That's not to get, we have 57, 51 odd days, and you don't even give us a blueprint. Not even like, here's my idea.
And how did Kamala say she was gonna improve Obamacare? Did she say that in the debate at all?
No, because to your credit, as you said, there's not enough time in a debate to get into specifics.
You can't really bash Trump for not.
Well, no, I can, because if you don't give me anything, that's not a good look. Nothing.
Kamala didn't either, so.
Well, she said she was going to improve on Obamacare. They've made it going to improve. That's better than I'm looking at what to do.
He said he was looking at ways to replace Obamacare, so it's pretty much the same thing.
He was looking at ways to replace Obamacare when he was president and done nothing. Correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And the Biden-Harris administration didn't improve Obamacare during their...
She hasn't been president.
Well, I'm saying Biden-Harris together haven't improved Obamacare.
See, you're doing that thing that Fox News does and saying that it was that she had some sort of power over things whenever she was just vice president. She hasn't been president yet. So that's kind of, fallacious. It doesn't make any sense. Presidents don't pass laws or do things like vice presidents. They don't do things like that.
Yeah.
It's not in their job description.
Y'all want to?
You know that, right?
Move on from healthcare, go to a different topic.
No, that's still healthcare. She couldn't do anything. I mean, if you want to talk about what Biden done for the healthcare and Obamacare or whatever, that's a whole different subject. That's a different person, obviously.
Yeah, but again, she never discussed her plans to improve Obamacare in the debate. So, I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
She never discussed her plans to improve Obamacare in the debate. So.
No, not yet. But
yeah, so I don't
also
think
she's
them in that topic. That's why I kind of want to move on from it.
Okay, but also she has just now become the presidential nominee not too long ago, so I'm pretty sure it came along unexpectedly.
Yeah.
So not really time. I mean, I don't have a plan to improve Obamacare, but if, like, say tomorrow, if somebody was to say, hey, you're elected you're going to be running for president, it would take me a minute to come up with a plan.
Exactly. I mean, same for Trump.
How can you say the same for Trump whenever he was already president? Why wasn't he working on that then? It's a big issue.
He said he was, but he just couldn't elaborate on it in a debate setting.
No, we're saying
he was. I'm saying that he was president and it was part of his job, and he's had all this time, and even after he was president, and knowing he was going to run for president again, to come up with a plan and put it out there, he's done none of that.
It's just hard for me to have faith that he's going to have a plan when you sat in the Oval Office for 4 years and had 2 years of basically you could have passed whatever you wanted with a House and Senate backing, and you didn't. So I'm sorry, I can't give faith to him that all of a sudden you're going to come up with a plan. You already had this opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point.
Yeah. But what did you like about that debate, or what did you think?
Trying to think of some other topics. I mean, I listened to it. I'm just trying to see if I can bring anything to light. Some other topics that I can trying to remember some stuff.
Yeah.
What do y'all?
I know we got into the conversation of women's rights, which really angered me personally. I don't like the lie of women are staying pregnant for 9 months and then deciding to terminate a pregnancy at 9 months. That's so just not true, and it's insensitive, and it's actually very ignorant to say. Or to outline that they have the baby and they put the baby to decide what to do with it. In what state are they doing that?
Yeah,
none of them.
I didn't like how he brought that up either, to be honest.
It's like he doesn't realize how long a human is pregnant for.
Yeah, because that, like,
I mean, is that the guy you want for president?
Well, other policy, I mean, that I kind of disagree on a little bit, but other economy policies kind of sway me towards Trump.
Such as what? What other economy policies? Like what?
I just think that Kamala's plan is a little vague, just to give money to people who are having children, or give money to people who are getting their first home, when really you need to solve the root of the problem.
And what do you think the root of the problem is? And what's wrong with helping people out? Don't you like to help people? I like to help people.
I agree with that, but again, I feel like that's kind of just like a Band-Aid, you know? Giving people money to kind of... I think it's a good thing, and it definitely sounds like a great thing, but you have to think about it long term. Is that a good thing?
Yeah, but like a Band-Aid, it serves its purpose in the time until something better comes along, yeah?
Yes, but I mean, should we really be thinking about a Band-Aid in our economy right now, or should we...
Isn't a Band-Aid better than nothing?
Well, Trump had mentioned tariffs from other goods coming into our country, which would increase more production in our like auto.
It doesn't, though. It doesn't increase production in our country. In fact, we're producing more now in our country than what we have been in a long time.
I think that would very well increase production in our own country. It would prevent as much goods coming in from other countries because of the higher tariffs.
Well, what do you think? And the facts don't line up.
Where are you getting those facts from?
From researchers that research such things as, you know, production in America versus tariffs and what tariffs do. Like I said, all the studies and all the people who study such things says we are producing more stuff now than what we ever have before. I mean, unless you want to argue with people who are experts in their field, which to me is just silly. You can do that if you want to. You're free to do so.
Mm-hmm.
But tariffs only make stuff more expensive for us. That's all it does.
Good point.
And I'm not an
So
expert in tariffs, but so this is just a general question. Don't we, the taxpayers, suffer from a higher tariff?
yes,
But
I know the right side, the right wing, and Trump and them says no, the country that's producing those products pay those, but that's not how it works.
in
It's just
the
not.
longer run, it'll strengthen our inner economy. And
No, it doesn't.
tell me
But
why it wouldn't. Think about it.
because it just makes products and things more expensive for us, which means that means we pay more for products that we're getting from elsewhere, which means we have less money to invest in products of our own. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer.
So what you're saying is people who are already complaining that eggs and groceries and everything is too high are supporting something that is going to make it even higher?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. Tariffs don't work the way that right-wing politicians claim that they work, and it's a pretty easy Google search, and people study these things for years and years and years. It's should be common knowledge. I know it's not, but it should be. It's kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah. I mean, I think to be fair, I think they both were vague in a few things. I can see where a Trump supporter would say she said things but didn't outline a plan. I can see where he kind of was asked a question but then would dance off into three other subjects. But my kind of overall takeaway from Trump, Carson, is that, like, in his eyes, America is a fail. I didn't hear him say one positive thing about this country in that entire debate. Not the people in it and not the country itself. We're a fail, we're going down, it was just like this overall sense of like, well, do you even like us at this point? Because you haven't said anything nice.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of just doing that to bash the Biden-Harris administration. I think it's a little aggressive and a little too much.
Right, but
kind of childish.
I can agree
but for me as an independent voter, that doesn't sway me his way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense. Do y'all want to get to the not abortion, immigration?
Yeah,
sure.
I think that's a good topic to cover. So, I noticed that Trump kind of the bill that he vetoed about adding more border patrol people and more security at the border. He kind of ignored that question almost, and that kind of made me a little mad because I don't understand why he would do that.
Because if he can give off the perception that there's a problem at the border, then that can get him more votes. That's why he done it. Nothing more. That's why he blocked that bill. Obviously, it should be pretty obvious to everybody why he done that.
I mean, are y'all aware of the border problem now, and does it kind of concern you that so many illegal immigrants are coming into the country now and messing up our big cities like New York, raising the crime rates, things like that?
All the studies show that that's not happening, so that's all a load of BS.
I've been looking into a lot what's happening in New York, where they're busting a lot of illegal immigrants there, and it's not good what's going on in New York with small crime, and I mean small crime turns into bigger crime, and big businesses are leaving New York, and it's causing big problems. And it only gets worse.
Well, I mean, the border is an issue. I don't think that that's the question. I think how he views it may be a little exaggerated, but my concern is all I ever hear him talk about is the southern border. Like the northern border isn't an issue. And it's just...
Or people flying in.
Right, or people who are here on expired visas. Like, we're not hearing that conversation. It's just criminalizing and demonizing people that are coming in through the southern border. And that's a problem for me, because why are you only focusing on that? When it's known that there's a high DRUG trade coming in through the northern border.
It's just fear tactics. That's all he's got.
I think more of the criminals and terrorists are coming in from the southern border rather than from Canada.
So are we going to criminalize an entire group of people and focus on one border?
No, but I mean, I don't like how Kamala said that being an illegal immigrant is not a crime.
Well, I think because it's
Being
not.
an immigrant is not a crime.
It's not a crime to be an immigrant, and to
Being an
claim
illegal
that,
immigrant is a crime. Yeah.
right, but I think the definitions of illegal is different, because to even claim asylum in this country, what is the first thing you have to do?
Not sure.
You have to be on American soil. And then once you're on American soil, how long do you have to claim asylum?
Again, not sure.
365 days. And then from that point, you are given a conditional asylum, and you may not see a judge for 5 to 7 years. So that border bill would have helped, because it would have given us more agents, it would have given us more judges, it would have cut down the time for us to get these people processed. So what is illegal? Because you guys are calling something illegal when these people, they're following the rules of asylum here. So again, it's criminalizing people. And then my frustration is that Trump voters, don't understand the basic asylum rules, but you're quick to call them illegal. I'm not going to say that everybody that crosses the southern border is an angel, because not everyone crossing the southern border is an angel. But you have to understand basic rules of what it is to get into this country before you make an assumption and calling somebody illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Or just assuming that they're some sort of horrible person. That's kind of racist. Don't do it.
Yeah, no, I never have. But it's just concerning that there definitely are criminals and a lot of drug traffic coming from. I'm sure there are good people just looking for work and a better life that are coming in.
I would say the majority of them are good people just looking for work and a better life. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I don't see the problem. It seems like Cole has brought up, sorry, I don't get to see your whole name on there, has brought up some good points and asked some questions, and you don't know like the basics of entering the country, but you're against it altogether. And that don't make sense to me. If you don't know how it works, then how are you so staunchly against it and think that it's such a big problem?
Because of what I've seen happening in bigger cities.
Right. Well, I think in bigger cities, what we forget is domestic crime is a huge issue. So we want to quickly point out, oh, but they're illegal, or they're quote unquote illegal. But when I'm watching the news, I'm seeing a lot of domestic crime.
Yeah, all the studies have shown that it's legal American citizens that do most of the crime, and the legal or illegals that come across the borders they're not that high up. It's a very small percentage of them who are doing the crimes and breaking the law. I mean, these studies have been done.
Well, I feel like bringing these immigrants to like cities like New York and putting them in camps, and then basically letting
what camps are you talking about? Because I'd like to look into that. I've not heard of that.
There's big tent camps that they put up, like asylum camps that they put up in Central. And they're closing now, and then it just leaves these immigrants on the street. And then what option do they have other than committing crime to kind of
right
have their livelihood? That's where I see the problem.
Right. So so now you're seeing the issue that we're having with the Republican Party of, why did you shoot down a bill that could help solve these issues and put political party over America? If that is such an issue, that bill should have passed with no issues.
What was that bill? If you could.
I believe, what was the S? Well, I can look it up.
Snap! I'm Forgetting
because
the
I'm
name
not
of it
near my
right now.
computer to have the number, but it was a bill. It was the most
Bipartisan
recent
border
bill.
bill.
Yeah, it was the one I believe that happened in May where they separated Israel and Ukraine out of it, so it was just the border bill. So remember that Ukraine and Israel's passed. The border did not, and that was the one that they reportedly shut down. But my issue is, why didn't that one pass if there's such an issue at the border that is so concerning, that is making this country fall apart? Why did the Republican Party withhold passing that bill?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the name of it is the bipartisan border bill.
Like I said,
remember the
I'm
number.
not sure why Trump didn't kind of answer that question. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But again, what do we do about all these immigrants coming in that are now on the streets of New York with nothing left to do besides committing crime?
Do the best we can to make them legal immigrants and give them jobs and things.
I usually am not live. Can I interject for a second?
Absolutely.
Sure, go ahead.
I was gonna say, hey guys. So my father, growing up, he started out with HVAC and construction, and he actually had one worker that was from Guatemala that came over from Guatemala. He crossed the border himself illegally, came to the country. I wouldn't say that my father necessarily had the correct paperwork, but eventually his son wound up coming, making that dangerous pass from Guatemala to come. And to this day, he was able to get his green card, you name it, spoke English throughout, my parents' family's business, you name it. And there's a lot of people that are willing to go through those challenges. And to be honest, I think that they know more than some of us do when it comes down to the facts of going through, when you do the test, when it comes down for a green card and whatnot. But in general, there are a lot of people that are willing to go through the hoops and hurdles.
Oh yeah, I agree. Our process is just too slow. It's just too slow.
I was gonna say this is probably like 15 years ago. I'm 30 now, and when his workers were coming over, they were probably at the age of like, can you imagine being 12 or 13 years old and having to pay the cartel and going through, border patrol and trying to cross the border? His original worker was completely legal, paperwork wise, but unfortunately his son, tried to go through the cartel, had to pass through Guatemala, and God knows what he went through, whether it was swamps or the cartel or, just dealing with anyone with firearms, you name it. He got caught. As a family, we had to bail him out with a family business. Taught him English, got him his green card. To this day, he still lives in the States. I'm not saying that's not necessarily the route that most people should go through, but I will say that most of these people that are employed without green cards and without visas, they're working very hard to be able to do so. And if there is a way to be able to siphon out, or I guess filter out, people that are willing to do the work to do so, I'm all for it. I mean, I studied in Australia to do my master's, and I was on visa. I understand visa systems. You have to pay the money, you have to do it, you have to apply sometimes outside of the country. You have to be able to do it in a timely manner. It's not just a matter of just showing up and being like, hey, I'm here, kind of thing. But I do recognize that a lot of my dad's workers were some of the hardest workers that I've ever met in my life, and they also were willing to go through every single obstacle to make sure that they were legal in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I've worked with a lot of people from across the border, and they've always been hard workers and are willing to do everything it takes to do the right thing.
And it's usually family oriented. I was gonna say like
Yeah,
his
they're
dad
very.
I was gonna say his dad had twins, and we used to send them Christmas gifts. You know, we used to send them teddy bears and stuff to Guatemala that were, you know, pink and a blue bear, one female, one male, and eventually the son, when he was older, he came over and he tried to cross over the border, which again, I'm not promoting people to just, you know,
No,
cross over the
it's
border.
very dangerous and it's hard to do.
And it also costs a lot
Taylor
of
Swift
money.
just
And
endorsed
yep.
Kamala. Sorry.
All the
Oh, okay,
sweeties
cool.
tonight.
I was gonna say I'm an independent here, so I'm neutral.
I'm
I'm
like
very
you,
I think
neutral.
I think what a lot of right-wing
Sorry, I'm
people
almost
do,
done.
and
I'm just
maybe
editing that
left
video.
also, is like they fail to recognize that people that are crossing the border are just people. They're not that country's government. They're just
Of
other people who are
course.
trying to live their lives and do the best they can for themselves and their families.
Of
Nothing
course,
more.
and when we heard that his son got caught by Border Patrol, and I'm telling you, this is like 10 or 12 years ago. This is beyond the scope of now, which it was probably a bit more lax beyond the, you know, building the wall and everything else, the extremities. We went through a lot as a business as well as also a family, because it wasn't just being business, they were family. You know, they stayed in our house always. My dad was like he had one employee, if anything, you know, kind of thing. And it was very loyal. That's what I like, you know, he had his sons, he had everyone else kind of just following suit. And I get so annoyed because, you know, I did my master's in Australia and I had to go through the full legal system of visas and paying for it. And when my visa ran out, you know, there were stipulations where sometimes you had to be out of the country, where you had to leave and apply from a different country and so on and so forth. I don't think people realize how intricate and complicated sometimes these things are.
Exactly. Even for us, if I wanted to move to a different country, there's all kinds of hoops to jump
And it's
through.
very costly.
It's
And
not
sometimes
easy and it's expensive.
there's an age stipulation sometimes. There's a work stipulation. They say you
An
have to have
education
like
stipulation.
Yep. There has to be like an English stipulation sometimes, depending, you know, sometimes coming from an English speaking country, you are in a bit of an advancement because English tends to be the, you know, universal language, so to say, which it shouldn't be. I hate saying that. You know,
Yeah,
I
it
come
should
from
definitely
America.
shouldn't be.
I'm very privileged to come from America, but I will say that learning any other foreign language, I look at myself and I kick myself in the butt because I'm like, this is fucking hard. Excuse my French, but it's hard.
It's not easy.
No, it's absolutely not easy. And that's coming from our perspective. You can imagine coming from the other perspective.
I did hear that they said like English is it's such a hard language to learn.
Absolutely.
Because of, like, our words that sound the same but are spelled differently for different meanings. It's not an easy language.
In English, we're not taught like preterite, imperfect preterite, you name it. Like my parents have been recently separated, divorced within the past few years, but my father has dated a Colombian, and I took Spanish in college. I also took Spanish in high school, but that shit goes out the window if you're not practicing it, especially if you're also studying it online. And I'll be honest, it is one of the hardest things to learn the grammar when you are trying to, what is imperfect preterite? What is, you know, just
conjunction? What is?
I'm like, me gusta?
What's your function? We had we as American-born citizens had to learn the conjunction function song.
Exactly. I was just like, I'm a pet sitter on the side, so like I'm watching my my dad's girlfriend's cats. I'm like, ¿Quieres abrazarme? Like, do you want to cuddle? You know, like besos. I know basic, but it doesn't make sense half the time. Like I'm going on Google Translate, but I really give pride and as well as stamina for anyone that is willing to stay put.
Yeah.
And like I said, my father's employees back in the day, like we helped them get their green card and go through the tests. And I'll be honest, I don't know if I would have passed the test myself.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, just to be fair and just to like sum up how I felt about it, it's okay to say that there's an issue at the border. Again, I don't think any of us can argue that there's an issue at the border.
No, there definitely is.
I just don't
There
want
definitely is.
people to take this tactic of fear mongering and demonizing to prove that there's a point at the border, an issue at the border. That's where you lose me. Like we need to have a genuine conversation and not demonize people for trying to
Absolutely.
come and seek a better life.
I agree. 100%.
So I'm tired of seeing like arbors made out of wood that have like hand painted signs of like, you know, I'm 30 years old. I've seen plenty of political signs throughout my days where it's literally just like a sign in the front lawn, you name it. But I feel like throughout the years it's gotten more extreme. And I don't understand why. I mean, I do, but it shouldn't reach that point of where it becomes hatred, where we are driving down the road and we see something and we automatically just hate something. I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think we kind of need to understand how difficult the process of she had mentioned filtering out the bad people from a lot of the good people who do come in just to work. And that's probably part of the reason why the process is taking so long.
I'm sorry, Carson. I wanted to hear you, but you sound kind of muffled, so I kind of
I couldn't understand that either.
Yeah, if you could get
I'm
a
sorry.
little closer to your mic or something.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I had mentioned that we kind of need to understand how difficult the process of filtering out she had mentioned the good people from the bad people, the good people that just want to work, you know, from a lot of the bad people.
But I don't think that a political stand should negotiate good from bad, because I'll be honest, you know, I got a lot of heads on my employment say where I sometimes use pet sitting, and a lot of my pet clients, their owners are very extreme one way. And if I was to voice my opinion, it would probably make them hate me. It's kind of like the original elections from what I remember of, what was it, 2020? Because I originally, like I said, I was living overseas. I was in Australia when Trump and Hillary Clinton were first going at it. That was kind of my outlet, so to say. And when I first went overseas, a lot of people were like, why? How? You know, and we've come full circle. We've been, you know, a few years down the path, and a lot of people worldwide have been like, oh, you know, they side with one person or the other.
Thanks for coming.
And I hate that. I hate being one-sided completely. Because I see the values in both, but at the same time, I don't like seeing families being divided, relationships being divided, and people being scared to even voice their opinion. So typically, you know, being a pet sitter and along with my other financial endeavors, I say I'm an independent. I'm not going to say anything. I've seen too many issues and relationships being lost, and I won't comment, but I will let you comment and I will hear you out. But not a lot of people are willing to do that. A lot of people are willing to just completely be combative, as well as, I guess, initially write you off. And I hate that. I hate that we've come that far.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And that's why I don't think another 4 years of Trump will help.
They
I think we'll get deeper into an issue.
Sorry, Gladiolus. I'm sorry. I'm like listening in. Thank you so much for your patience. I just wanted to get a post up really quickly. That's how, it's mostly what I do on here.
I'll say we've all got side stuff going on the sidelines. All good.
Sorry. Well, technically it's not the side, right? It's this app. I was just posting a TikTok.
Is it you? Is it you, Cole World, that's commenting?
Huh?
So Gladiolus.
Was it you, Cole World, that was commenting?
Commenting where?
About that you're in. I guess you said the last comment that you said you're independent. Someone say. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
I don't consider myself a Republican or a Democrat. I feel like if it was anybody else other than Trump on the Republican side, I'd be more open to hear. I just can't do Trump. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like connected to a party, if that makes sense.
I agree with you. I mean, I was grown up in a family where essentially, I'm not sure if you know with history, the Republican and Democrat Party switched at one point where it was like one was more labor and one was the other. My father actually was the person that was like, you have to vote Democrat or else you can't be in this family kind of thing.
Yeah.
And even when I lived overseas, used to try to fill out my mail ballots and I'd be like, yeah, no way, Jose. I used to come home and try to, rectify that kind of shit. But obviously, come full circle, here we are. And now I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, eh.
Yeah.
But, which I'm sure you are at the same time. Mm-hmm. I said to my mother, I'm like, I'll be honest, I was more of a Kennedy supporter because I'm an environmentalist at the same time. So I was like, okay, Kennedy would have been maybe an out. And it kind of seems full circle because back when we were dealing with the Trump and Hillary elections, they were like, oh, well, if you vote for the independent candidate, it's a vote for the Republican, so on and so forth, because the electoral votes, it's not going to be good. But at the same time, you need to vote true to your heart because at the same time, you can't be pressured to do any of this shit. It's so annoying. I said to my mom today, I said, I don't even want to vote anymore. I said, this is so annoying. But
my
we're
family
here.
is flipped from yours because my family is old school Republicans. Like, my
well,
dad loved Bush. Outside of 9/11. But my dad was
I'm sure you know that there was a flip with that within the Labor Party, within the Republicans and white collar, blue collar. There was one moment in time where it was like the Republicans and Democrats just switched.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, no,
on some things. Sorry, I'm just gonna just. They switched on some things specifically.
Sorry, Brenna.
No, it's all good. I'm sorry. I'm like listening. I was just trying to wrap up while listening and trying to find a good spot.
I was gonna say I usually don't join lives, but for some reason, like I'm just feeling it today. I guess.
There you go.
No, we love it.
Coming out to
okay.
And you're doing a fine job.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to be with people that support me. Thank you. Or even if you don't support me, just to have constructive conversation, which is nice.
That's what we try to do here, somewhat. We do try to fact check though, and I'm sorry, I missed it. Did you say which way you're leaning? I know you said that you liked Kennedy, you liked RFK Jr. because you're an environmentalist, which I'd love to come back to. But
now my family has been Democrat for several years, but I know that there was a switch. I don't know how many years ago, where that they said that Republicans were more Labor Party than Democrats, vice versa.
Well,
my family.
That was a long, long time ago.
Yeah. I was gonna say my father has always said, the Democrats now are more the Labor Party. They're more the blue collar kind of people, and that was like probably in the 1800s, correct?
In the 1800s,
early 1900s,
even sooner
but
than that?
No, you're saying
it's more complicated than that, and
hold on.
Where,
You're saying
where
that
it's
you're
not
saying
really a
that
party
Democrats
switch.
You're saying that Democrats were only pro labor in the 1800s? Is that what you're saying, or you're saying that?
I'm unsure. I said there was a switch.
Democrats
time.
are more pro labor now.
Yes.
And
but there was definitely a switch at some point.
People call it a switch, but it's a little bit more complicated, or quite a bit more complicated
Because
than that.
the Republicans claim themselves as more, I guess. Again, I'm not 100%.
Yeah,
I'm not. Yes, I'm not looking this up right now. I'm just saying it as part of myself. But I know that my family growing up, especially from my father's side, was poor, very blue collar. And there was some point where blue collar and white collar switched.
So, well, okay, so, yes. So Sublation put it, Love Sublation put it perfectly. There's two different things, right? Policy-wise...
Thank you for supporting me. Thank you, by the way.
So policy-wise, the Democrats are more pro-labor, right? So their policies are more beneficial. I mean, for a long time. For a very long time. What has happened, though, is that the constituency has shifted a little bit, somewhat, right? In that there are a lot of people who consider themselves, and are, of course, working class, blue collar workers who vote Republican. But that doesn't mean, that's not because Republican policy is more blue collar. It's not like inherently more blue collar. Does that make sense?
And that's why I claim myself as an independent. But unfortunately, coming from my parents, I've watched my parents kind of shift ideals throughout their, I guess, ideologies throughout the years. But yeah, that's kind of why I have the same mindset. That's why I call myself an independent, because I understand that it's like a wave.
I mean,
especially through Congress.
Okay, but we're talking like a long time ago. There was some, and I don't think it's even. I mean, there was more of a shift on things. Like the biggest shift, in my opinion, is on abortion rights, right? Because the Republican Party, the Republican Party likes to say that it's the party of like individual liberty, and it used to be. And then, right around the kind of 1960s in general, it started realizing it was hemorrhaging voters because it is not good. Basically, the Republican Party, most of its policies historically and for a long time, are harmful to the vast majority of Americans. And so slowly but surely it was losing voters because people do not want to vote often, usually, in an ideal world when they're educated and understand, what's going on, don't want to vote against their own self-interests. So they
also going through the wars at the time where there's also female voters that probably are not necessarily out there.
We're talking 1960s.
Vice versa?
We're talking 1960s.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
All good. So the Republican Party realized that there was actually a huge chunk of non-voters in the United States, which were evangelical Christians. At the time, the Democratic Party was actually like more anti-abortion because the Democratic Party was supported by Catholics. It had a lot of, this is like, we're talking like era of Kennedy, like JFK.
And this is just the U.S.?
Yeah, this is the U.S. specifically, as opposed to what?
I was just curious about in general because in the mix, I'm sure we have Canadians and whatnot.
No, we're talking about the United States.
Chat.
The United States.
Okay,
we're
cool.
Talking about
cool.
No,
Thank
we're talking about United States politics. And the Democrats and Republicans are American parties. So they basically, the Republican Party, the GOP, was like, we don't have enough voters, but there are huge swaths of evangelical Christians in the United States that just don't vote in general, right? So if we can basically get evangelicals to vote and turn them into like Republican voters, then that's great. That's like a whole like untapped market of voters. So that's when the Republican Party began its shift, and it started with shifting on like abortion and basically becoming anti-choice because it wanted evangelicals, and it turned it basically.
And what year would you say this was? 1940s?
No, in the like 60s basically.
The 60s, okay.
Yeah. It, around like
Oh, good.
Nixon.
Continue. I'm just trying to like get a timeline. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm a very visual person,
Yeah,
so
no, I feel you.
that's why I'm asking.
I feel you. So basically because of that then, and that's when, the most marked shift, the easiest shift to see is like, Reagan amplified that a lot. Exactly. So the modern Republican Party was in many ways shaped by the Reagan era. It really the Republican Party kind of shifted on a lot of things because, including being the party of personal liberty and being the party of small government. Like, it still calls itself those things, but when you actually look at the policies, the Republican Party is very much like about a very controlling government that is all up in your business. And it's also very much about not like limiting individual liberties in most ways. So but
that's
part
usual.
of that was part of that shit. Like, the main kind of driving force of that shift was they wanted to basically get a bunch of evangelical voters to start voting and to start voting Republican. So the Republican Party started basically performing hyper Christian, hyper evangelical, hyper, everything like nationalism and stuff. And that's how you.
I was gonna say, I grew up on northern New Jersey, like Roman Catholic, very high Christian.
So the Catholics used to vote Democrat because
well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, don't say still, because my family is still, I guess, still set in their very much ways, but that was the direction that was put forth, and
because JFK. So it used to be
still put forth.
Right. So what a lot of people don't realize is that the KKK, for example, was also against Catholics. It was a Protestant organization. Catholics were sort of seen, like, among the Christians in the United States, Catholics were very much like ostracized. I mean, obviously Catholics are part.
I'll say we were Roman Catholics, so a little bit more extreme, I think.
Sure, but Catholics were outsiders for a while. Like, we've seen this like these waves of immigrants that came to the United States, and like Irish Catholics were one of the waves, and Catholicism for a long time was like looked down on, and it was very much discriminated against within relative to other forms of Christianity in the United States. Catholics, when JFK became the nominee, he was the first Catholic nominee ever. There's only been like 2 or 3 Catholic nominees. Biden is Catholic, and it's notable. He's like the second or third ever. I think he's the second ever Catholic nominee and president, actually. So JFK was the first ever Catholic nominee and Catholic president. That was a big fucking deal. And he was obviously a Democrat. And at the time, Catholics were anti-war activists during Vietnam and after too. Yeah, that too. But so because, yes, Puritans and Peeps on the Mayflower were in fact Protestants. Correct. Second Catholic president is Biden. Yeah. Thank you, user, for checking.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't necessarily call myself a Catholic nowadays. I would call myself most likely I'm not even gonna say, because I don't want to call myself up for harm on this app. Anyways.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we accept all faiths here somewhat. I mean, sometimes we'll debate religion. We don't have to do that right now, but yeah. So.
Oh, good. Continue.
So yeah. So basically,
you're making good points.
That's kind of the history of it, right? The reason religion started becoming such a big fucking thing was like in the 60s during that shift, and it used to be, and maybe that's the shift that you're seeing, because then eventually Catholics, for the most part, started aligning themselves with the Republican Party a lot more. Once the Republican Party started basically leaning into extremism, like, Christian extremism, basically. Catholics.
Yeah, so there was definitely a switch from Dems to Rems, Republicans, just about of who was more for the Labor Party versus who
But
wasn't.
it had nothing to do with labor. It had nothing to do with labor. Because
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's most likely you're saying it was due to religion.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Well, I don't think I would ever be able to educate my father on this, but he most likely would not have the patience. But no, I like that because it's a big issue nowadays because, you know, a lot of people say that Democrats don't believe in labor, and
Right,
you
but
know,
that's
I was brought up in a
demonstrably false.
family that, yeah, that's what I mean. I grew up in a family where it was like my family is mostly blue collar. They've always been blue collar. I mean, I'm now, you know, a farmer and I do a lot of landscaping, and I'm a female as well, which is a double whammy, which is what most people would not expect. Especially being Christian or Catholic or being Roman Catholic, you name it. And they just want to deem Democrats as being lazy or liberal. And that's a stigma that's just been stuck nowadays,
Right,
which
but,
is shitty.
But you understand, but anyone who says that, I mean, here's the thing. Most people, I think, in this country understand the Democratic Party is more pro-labor. I don't know. This is the first I've heard of someone basically
I hope
claiming-
so. I hope
the
so.
first I've heard of someone claiming that the Republican, I mean, not exactly. Republicans
I live in
will
New
claim-
Jersey, and most the Republicans that I meet, they have a tendency to say that Democrats are lazy and they're liberals and they don't want to work and you name it. So that's why I have
But that's different from being
a tendency
pro or
to kind of have that
against
mindset.
labor, right? Because being
Yes,
pro-labor
I'm sorry.
is like pro-union, pro-workers' rights, anti-corporation.
Which we should have.
Yeah.
Which we should have.
you
Just
by
to
any
say, my
chance-
father alone, we were talking about like car insurance the other day with my father, and he was like, you know, it doesn't matter, you know, if they have a bad driving record or not. Sometimes with commercial insurance, you're gonna have a lesser insurance because you're able to, you know, kind of have that labor force under your belt without having it cost you too much, which is not a bad thing.
I don't understand what that is referring to.
Did anyone watch the debate tonight?
So with
Yeah, we
car
just watched the
insurance,
debate.
right?
That's
So
what we're kind of talking about.
sorry. This is probably a side note with car insurance. Sometimes if you were to have an employee force underneath your belt, being personal, let's say that someone that works for you, right, has like a DUI or a lot of offenses under their belt, right? So if they're under your personal insurance, you're going to pay a lot more than you would if they were under your commercial insurance.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. But what does that have to do with
That was
being
the only-
pro-labor or being lazy?
From a business owner's perspective, I guess, sometimes if you're able to, a lot of people are deterred away from trying to figure out, I guess, situations or different business situations.
Nobody's listening.
Sorry, I'm hearing a lot of background noise.
Yeah, if you other people ain't talking currently, please mute your mics.
Probably me.
It's all good. No worries about me. All good.
I'm sorry. I don't understand what
That's okay.
insurance has to do with
I'd-
being pro-labor or not. Or
So you don't
Well-
really know what insurance is.
pro-labor meaning, you know, if you, for example, if you have a landscaping business and you have people that don't have access to a license, or for example, they have several, I guess, citations, so on and so forth, or if you are commercial, you actually are offered a lower rate than you are when you're personal.
Okay, but what does that have to do with like the parties?
What party?
Like the political.
You had a party?
We're talking about Democrat and
What about
Republican.
Party order?
What does that insurance rate have to do with voting Democrat or Republican?
I was just saying personally, from my own family's perspective, we're Democrat.
Okay. Sorry, I'm genuinely just trying to understand. I just don't understand what.
No, I'm sorry. I think I lost myself within the confusion with the background noise.
Gotcha. All right.
I would love to get back on topic. If you have a question, I would love to answer it.
Well,
I'm
let's
sorry.
See. We've got. I mean, no, it's all good. We've got some people trying to come up here and stuff. I definitely want to hear from some more.
That's
people.
okay. You can get rid of me. All good.
No, I'm not booting you. I'm inviting more people to say their piece.
All good. I'm curious. Yeah.
So
I love your background,
Kiwi.
by the way.
Oh, thank you. Golden Kiwi, what's up? What do you want to talk about? You just got.
Is he from New Zealand?
No, I'm from southern U.S. I'm in Alabama, the heart of the.
You say Kiwi. I see Kiwi. I see New Zealand. All good.
I watched that debate mostly through.
Mm-hmm. What'd you think?
I cannot believe Donald Trump
said
that immigrants were eating pets.
Right?
On the national stage. On a national stage. He yelled it practically.
Repeatedly. He said it repeatedly and proudly. I saw it on
Several
TV.
times.
I saw it on TV.
Proudly.
I saw
And
a
then he
guy
started
on TV
to
say it.
argue.
Like, damn.
And then he started to argue with the moderators when they said, that's not true. We have the city council. The city said that's not, there's no reports of that happening. He's like, but.
He's like, oh, well, they'll say whatever. I'm sure it's very good to say that. But I saw a guy
It's
on
not
TV.
surprising. But
It's
the
like,
Republicans.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I agree, Benny. Benny says they should have muted
Republicans
Trump's mic
now-
several times as he overspoke. The problem is, it's not that it's not as simple as they should have muted him. The thing is, he started speaking several times while it was muted, and then they put the volume up. And basically, there was a couple of times where, they outlined the rules. It was going to be 2 minutes, and then 2 minutes, and then a chance, like a minute to respond for each, basically, afterwards to what the other person had said in the other thing. And there was one moment specifically where it's like they basically each said their thing, and then Trump started talking, and it was not his turn to respond or anything, but they turned his mic up, as they did every time he started talking out of turn, and they let him say his piece, and then Kamala started responding and was like, hold on, like he just said his piece, like let me
Let her speak.
say my piece. So they brought her mic up. She basically responded to what he had just said. Trump started speaking again. They brought his mic up, and they're like, we really gotta, whatever. So they let him say his piece again. And then when Kamala was like, hold on, I want to respond to that, they were like, no, we gotta move on. Like, so they didn't even let her. For some fucking reason, I don't know why they kept bringing his mic up. And then because Kamala is an adult and a human being, like she insisted, like, let me fucking respond to this. But ultimately she like allowed them to like enforce the rules. And like Trump got to basically, they let him lead multiple times by just speaking without when it wasn't his turn to speak, and they just raised the mic for him. It was like,
She should have cursed him off that stage the moment he said that thing about immigrants eating pets. He should not have been allowed to continue.
Yeah.
Once he said that out of his mouth, she should have told him to shut the fuck up and not to say that.
I almost disagree. I kind of disagree. I think it's good that they let him talk during his allotted time. Sure, let him talk. I just posted a TikTok. That's why I was like off screen for a little while. I was just filming something really quick to post. I think, I'd love to say that Kamala wipes the floor with him, and in certain regards, in certain respects, she did. But I think he ultimately wiped the floor with himself. Like and this is why Biden, it was a gaffe, and it was like misquote, or it was like quoted out of context constantly when he was like, oh, listen to him. When people were like, reporters were asking him, like, what do you say when Trump says this, da 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 da. He was just like, listen to him. It wasn't like, hey, listen to him when he says that I'm unfit for office. He was saying, like, just listen to the guy talk. And like, there've been a couple of moments where people have like said that, pointed that out, and been like, just listen to what the guy says. And I think, and I've said this in a couple of different contexts, I think that the best fucking way move for Kamala to kind of like deal with this stretch of time is in many ways like use his word, like let him speak. He digs himself into
He
holes.
said millions and billions and millions and billions and millions and billions about 10 to 15 times. I screenshotted because I have auditory processing disorder, so I can hear things, but I have to see it as well. So I actually have about 10 to 15 screenshots on my phone about the times that Trump had said, by the time we had millions of people say this and tens of thousands of people say this, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
That was enough for me to kind of say
for him.
that was it.
Yeah.
Because how is he in the same breath going to sit there on stage and say, well, we have all these countries emptying out their prisons and all of their insane asylums to send them to America, and then the next question say, well, these migrants have no idea who they are, where they are, and what country they're in, and they can't even speak English. Okay, so Donald Trump, please explain to me how they're sending migrants over from their countries to America to cripple the West, to destroy our economy, to get the liberals more votes in the electoral college or whatever.
Yeah.
I work within farming. I work with them every day. They are the hardest workers. I work within farming. I pick fruit and vegetables, and I weed properties every day for them.
Migrants.
They have since day one.
Yeah.
So just okay. Thanks, Donald.
So no, but positively, they have since day one. I'm so annoyed that people think that we need to just continually. If you think that someone in the 30s, then they're on TikTok doing their hair and makeup every single day, you think they're gonna pick fruit? They're not gonna pick vegetables. You think they're gonna weed? No, not necessarily.
Well, the Harris team wanted his mic on.
Yeah.
They sort of got what they wanted, and he showed himself to be extra because when he said that comic Kiwi, I about fell on my floor.
I know. Yeah, we were howling over here. Howling.
I didn't hear it. What was said? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Because I mean, just how in the half of Louisiana is Haitian immigrants. That's what they are. They're Creole Haitians from the French colony. That's all of Louisiana. They're French descendants. They are Haitian.
This country is built
I am
on immigrants. Yeah.
So flabbergasted.
Sorry, to answer your question, Brielle.
Sorry if we got off topic. I'm sorry.
Trump claimed at one point, he made a lot of wild fucking assertions. One of the assertions was that immigrants, I couldn't even like fully quote him because I knew that my TikTok would get taken down for hate speech basically. But he claimed that.
That's why I usually don't join these things. But okay, we're all on the same page.
So he said that
Love you, girl.
that immigrants were eating dogs and cats in Aurora, Colorado. Is that what it said? And they were like, they fact checked him. The moderators were like, actually, no, that was like the city official was asked, and he said, no, that is fake, that is false. And Trump just insisted, no, he saw a guy on TV. He's like, I saw it on TV. I saw a guy on TV say that his dog was eaten by them. And it was like, I mean, like, who the fuck? It's just fun. It's just so fucking funny.
It's so stupid.
Like, I saw it on TV.
So stupid.
The thing is, why? Cats and dogs aren't native to the island of Haiti, so they wouldn't even develop, if they would not have even developed a culture around.
But let's be honest. In other countries, people eat rabbit. They eat duck. They eat lamb. They eat sheep.
Brielle, I'm gonna stop you right now.
Sorry.
And all of those things are eaten in this country. I'm just gonna, It's not
I
about
believe
other
it. I was gonna say, when I was in Australia, I had kangaroo, I had rabbit, I had everything.
Rabbit
and it was delicious.
Rabbit is absolutely
The only reason to say that eating my cats and dogs is because it's supposed to be this idea of, oh my God, they're hurting these poor innocent animals. Baby
It's
girl,
political.
the French they ate dog meat. The French ate dog meat during World War II. Okay.
There's a lot of Americans who
So
eat
this
horse meat.
clutch my pearls. There's a lot of
I was
Americans eat horse
saying,
meat.
You can't do
I
that in
love
Texas,
animals.
though. No horses.
We eat
I-
fried
I
pig
sh-
skin
I
down here.
sh-
No, it's against the law.
I
We-
ate crocodile, I ate gator, but to be honest, if I had to
I've
process it
eaten
myself,
gator.
I probably would not be able to do it. That's the difference. Is I can eat it,
It's all
but
right.
I can't process it.
I've eaten.
I mean,
And
down
I
here in
don't
the
think
South,
I think a lot of people can say the same kind of thing. You know, if it comes down to processing a chicken, where you throw
Oh my
it one of
God,
those
user,
things where it
okay.
takes the feathers off
Sorry,
and stuff and whatnot.
I want to
Ooh.
highlight. User said
All
Trump
good.
showed
Take it off.
Trump
Take it off.
showed people TV has fake news. Fucking masterful.
What does that? The thing is that in a debate as serious as this for the most important position in our country, there's no reason we should be talking about weird theories about people eating cats and dogs
really
instead of
I'm sorry. Me?
policies that will actually help people. We should not be talking about weird TV clips of people eating cats. We should be talking about what is actually going to help the people
Yeah.
in the next administration.
I know, I agree, but I do want to I think it's notable. Well, firstly, the debate just happened, and tonight it's like, what a fucking win, right? But I think it's notable, and we gotta acknowledge that this guy, we can talk about policy all we want, but Trump still has not. Ironically, the guy keeps saying that Kamala has no policy, except Kamala has released several policy proposals. The guy has released no policy proposals. The guy's only plan is to basically say unhinged shit until he's back in power and can do unhinged shit. That's what his playbook was last time. He didn't have policy last time. You know what I mean? He just said unhinged shit, and that got him all the fucking way to the White House. And
well, I mean, I think a couple questions that the moderator should have asked was, one, how do you plan on deporting 15, 20 million people? How are you planning on using the government?
Also, let me clarify. There's the 20 million migrants claim coming over the border. That's Trump's claim. That number is not based in reality. Okay, so let's not.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know.
Let's not just accept his premise as though it's actually factual. It is not.
But how does he plan to deport those million people? How does he? What is his plan afterwards? Okay, you're gonna deport millions of people and then put them over the edge of the Mexican border, and then what?
If that's his plan, why didn't he deport them before? You know what I mean? It's just.
But to be fair, they would have asked him that question, Kiwi, and we would have got a 10-minute speech about. I don't even know.
I mean, he sat there 5 times and said, "Oh well, during my administration we had a lot of bad people, so I had to fire them all." But Kamala's thing is, their administration is full of bad people. There's just all bad people. Okay, the next question to him should have been like, okay, how can we be sure that your next presidency is going to be full of good people? If you were that imbecilic in your first presidency to have to fire half of your staff all the time,
God,
how can we be sure as Americans that it's not going to be the same time this time?
And by the way, I mean, that's a great point, but you just made me think of something else, and I'm sorry, I want to use this to. You just reminded me. He said that a couple of times, right? The firing thing. And that just reminds me, one of my favorite things in all this is to see. Do you guys remember that debate? What was it? It was the debate back, one of the debates in 2016, the Republican debates, right? During the primaries, where, was it Ted Cruz? I don't remember. One of them had memorized certain things, and he kept saying, let's dispel with the rumor that, da-da-da-da. And then, he basically had a couple of, pre-written lines that he clearly had memorized, and he repeated it almost word for word, and it was, really fucking embarrassing. It was embarrassing because he said it almost word for word, numerous times. Trump did that a couple of times during this debate. Not as long, not as extensively, not as clearly, but there's, I kept sort of, pointing it out, and I know not everyone who's here now was here during the debate, but, there was a couple of points that he clearly made a mental note of certain things that he wanted to hit, because he kept hitting saying the exact same phrase or sentence. And one of those was the firing thing. He kept saying it oh, they, at least I fired people. They fired no people. He brought that up, I think 3 times by my count. And just, it's I don't know. It's fucking embarrassing. It was just, Yeah.
Well,
Sorry,
I
that was
also
like a
want to
bit of a
point
rant.
out.
Mhm.
No, what I also want to point out was the January 6th thing, how he couldn't say if he regretted anything. And then he went even further to say that the cop was out of control and unalive that girl. And I'm like, are you really about to sit here and act like those people didn't act crazy?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like it's like he acts like we haven't had one of his media campaign managers talk on news outlets saying like I asked him to send a tweet telling them to calm down. He refused to. His speech at the inauguration was called "Stop the Steal."
Yeah.
But he apparently didn't incite anything. He didn't incite anything. He told them to go march peacefully.
He said patriotically and peacefully is what I told them.
Yeah. Well,
Is
and then
what I told
But you
them.
didn't tell him to
and
stop.
then also and
You
then
saw that. I mean,
this
like he acts
time
like he.
He said, well, this time he said he was like, I was invited to give a speech, or I was asked to give a speech, like as if he didn't fucking set it up himself. Like someone invited him to a rally that was already happening, as though he didn't fucking do it. Like, bro, like,
Well, I
come
mean,
on.
like every time this conversation comes up, he acts like he just like stopped existing for that 2 hours. Because he could have saw them marching, he could have saw them beating on the walls of the White House and could have told them, "Hey, calm down." He could have done that at any point, but every time this conversation comes up, it acts like he just ceased to exist for those 4 hours.
Yep. Exactly, Sarah. That's a great point.
Well, I mean, like I just told them to march peacefully, and then you told them nothing else. Well, I told them to march peacefully, and well, that's not my problem. What they did.
Well,
You
and
could have told
he
him to stop at
also
any point.
he also contradicted himself because he did that whole thing on January. He said the whole thing about January 6th. He was like, "Oh, it wasn't my fault." You know. Oh, and I tried to call in the National Guard and stuff, like lies, straight up lies. We know this. And then like later, it was kind of an off thing, and I think it's when he called it J6. He basically like said, "Oh, and J6 were the crazy ones." Like he basically then contradicted himself and was like, "Oh, it wasn't like people on J6 didn't do anything wrong." You know what I mean? Like he did both things where he was like, "Oh, I tried to call in the National Guard and I was trying to da-da-da-da and all this da-da-da," and then like later he like was like acting as though J6 wasn't what it was. You know what I mean? And it's like pick a fucking lane, dude, and stick to it. But no, it's classic Darvo. It's deny
immigration somehow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then
It's
with
bad.
the immigration thing. Oh my god. He
He's
somehow.
like, well, why doesn't she prosecute them? Why doesn't she do that? I'm like, what's that got to do with January 6th?
Yeah, he was
and
like,
the
you want to
issue
talk
that
about
we have?
Jan 6? Like, let's talk about like
No, he talked
what
about
the
immigration every single
the
question.
border, and it's like, what the fuck? How the fuck did we get here from J6? God.
He does it every question. He did it every question. He brought up the border and somehow immigration or something about immigrants. At the end of every question, he'd answer and then he'd talk about immigration, or he'd somehow pull it into immigration, or he just randomly stop talking about talk about immigration.
Yeah.
Well, it really did. Did y'all see his face? Because it got under his skin. Speaking of firing, when she said, "You're mad because 81 million people fired you," and his face was like, "Oh,
That was hilarious.
So good.
Really got under his skin."
Damn, that was the one that I forgot to include in my TikTok. Damn, I knew.
And then at one point he randomly said that the Biden administration was, quote, giving transgender surgeries to migrants in prison.
Oh my gosh.
Did he really? I missed that. Jesus.
Yeah, he said that. Yep, that's what he said.
Does anybody have an opinion on tomorrow, or well, I guess now 9/11?
What about? Oh, is it 9/11 already? Oh yeah, I guess it is midnight.
It is. I'm 30. So
I mean, I'm against it.
I lived about 15 minutes away from it. So I'm just curious about what anyone else thinks about kind of what happened. If it was, we're talking about conspiracies here. We're talking about different political
No, we're not. No.
opportunities. We're not going to go there. Okay.
Well, I mean, what do you disagree that 9/11 was bad?
I mean, my opinion on 9/11 is that, well, I mean,
could potentially be orchestrated.
I mean, that's it.
Oof.
It was an orchestrated terrorist attack on America to make an example out of them for their humanitarian crimes in the Middle East.
Well, because we were going through prudential stuff at the time with Bill Clinton.
I think it's a sensitive topic. I don't know.
I know. Like I said, I'm very young. I'm not that young. I'm going to be 31 next year, but I unfortunately lived about 15 to 10 minutes away from where I lived from the attacks. And yeah, put on lockdown, you name it. And to this day, I still kind of question, we go through these ordeals with everything else, with Kamala and everything else, and
You like
I've been going through the same shit with Clinton.
what?
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, mate. Look up Bill Clinton with look up 9/11 with Bill Clinton.
Are we like conspiracying that was an inside job now?
I don't want to conspiracy that.
I'm not gonna engage.
I'm not trying to say that.
I don't want
I'm
to.
not trying to say that.
Because it wasn't.
I am not trying to say that.
It's a weird
Well, I
thing.
grew
I'm
up
not
right
trying to say that.
outside. I lived right outside of DC when that happened, and there was a lot of people affected. And I just don't want to play in that game because I know that I don't know who's yeah.
Brielle, by the way,
I'll say I lived 15 minutes out where I was.
That's
was
great,
not born
but you're younger
for
than
the
I
next
was,
5
and I was
years.
a kid when it happened. Brielle, I'm just gonna call you.
How
out
old
on
are
this.
you?
You lived. I'm 33. So I'm a couple years older than you.
Okay.
I
I'm
was a
30.
kid when it happened. I was
You're
in
3 years
fifth
older.
grade.
Okay.
I was, in 5th grade when it happened. And you living 15 minutes away doesn't mean that you have special knowledge on it. I'm sorry.
I didn't say that. I just
I'm just
said
saying
that
because you keep saying that when we're saying like 9/11 is pretty well documented, pretty well
Politically.
established. We fucking understand what it was.
I was saying it was politically because our parents were not allowed to pick us up. They were not allowed to do anything.
What I wish, like, growing up as a kid after 9/11, because after 9/11 I was like born 2006, is that I wish when we talked about it in the American school system, it wasn't just like, boom, on September 11th we talk about it for one day, and then back to the normal schedule of stuff. If you're gonna have like the conversation of 9/11 to like middle school class or a high school class, at least make it, this is what happened, this is why it happened, this is why America was targeted for it, this is what happened afterward, this is what it caused, this is what it did politically in the American culture, instead of just being like,
unfortunately, there's a lot of censorship.
Instead of being like
American textbooks. I know.
Instead of being like, we're gonna sit here and watch 30-minute. We're gonna sit here and watch a 30-minute documentary, watch 20 minutes of live 911 calls, and watch the towers collapse. And then tomorrow, you have a test.
If I can be honest,
Native Americans.
I don't think students 20 years from now will know what 9/11 entailed.
Well,
because a lot of it has been censored.
What do you?
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, we fact
that's
check
why I
here.
agree with you.
We fact check here, and I'm sorry, you're claiming what's being censored about 9/11? Put up or shush up? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm very confused. You're saying a lot is being censored, and people aren't going to know in 20 years. What is being censored about 9/11?
There's a lot of students. My mom is a
people in our country after it happened.
That's not me. There's a lot of textbooks that are omitting 9/11 from the history books. That's what I mean.
I mean, like.
And again, I don't know
what history books.
Well, no, because I'm gonna push back
Do
on
you
that
not
because
think it should not be included?
No, I'm asking you.
No,
I think
I'm sorry.
Claim.
Golden,
no,
the
guys,
golden.
hold on, everyone. Okay, I'm gonna fact check. I'm gonna
This
go
is
about
the golden.
Fucking okay, Brielle, you made a claim. You made a claim that history books are censoring mention of 9/11. I'd love to know what history books and
Every single school district has their own say when it comes down to their rhetoric as well as their curriculum. My mom is a special education teacher, and she's been through probably 10 to 15 different school districts that have changed from Wilson reading to phonics to multiple different types of high schools.
Doesn't fucking matter, Brielle.
Okay.
Tell me where I can verify.
Okay.
Where can I verify?
I'm letting you. The claim is what? I'm sorry. The Golden. Is this the Golden that's talking?
No, this is
No,
me.
that's the
Look
host
at me.
talking.
No, guys. Everyone.
No,
quiet.
I'm
except
looking
for,
at you, but I'm hearing.
Okay, Brielle. Okay,
Is
Brielle.
it the Golden in the
everyone else-
background?
okay, Brielle. No, Brielle. Focus. You made a claim that that schools are using textbooks that are censoring and not mentioning 9/11. I would like to know where I can verify this claim of yours. I can't.
Okay. Well,
Oh, okay.
what school district are you in? What state?
I'm in New York.
Every state has a different curriculum.
I understand.
I'm in New Jersey.
Brielle, you're the one who made a claim that some schools are censoring 9/11. I'd love to know how I can verify
They are.
this claim. How can I verify this? You just want me to trust you, bro? We don't do that here.
Don't call me bro. Can we call respect?
You don't.
There's
It's a reference,
textbooks.
Brielle. It's a reference
There are
to trust me,
textbooks.
bro. To just trust me, bro. It's a reference to.
Okay.
So I'd
Okay,
love to know.
I got that.
So I'd like to add a
All
unique
good,
perspective
all
on
good.
this because I graduated high school this May. I already
Great.
John and did it. They don't talk
Let
about
him
9/11
tell
in-
you. What
in
textbooks?
Let Kiwi speak.
because they don't do that because our recent textbooks in our class were updated to Obama's presidency. Like it was Obama got elected, and that was like the last page of the textbook because they don't talk about modern history in history classes because we're not removed from it. It's too politicized. They need time to be able to be removed from it so they can take the facts, put it in the textbook, and teach it without a bias.
See,
so
thank
whenever
you,
we
Kiwi.
reach from like after Reagan's presidency, we like briefly talked about AIDS. It was like the AIDS pandemic happened, 2000, the dot-com bubble, internet was invented, Barack Obama became president, and that's like where the last test was, because they after like Vietnam War, the Korean War, once we get into the 60s, 70s, 80s, they don't add it because it's not removed far enough from like scholars.
Yeah. Well, so thank you, Kiwi. So that was kind of why I wanted to know exactly what textbooks are censoring this, because I'm willing to bet, for example, like Kiwi, you mentioned the dot-com bubble. Did you learn about the dot-com bubble in your school?
All they talked about with like the dot-com bubble was that it was basically like
Okay, but you talked about it. I'm just gonna simple yes or no. You talked about it. You learned about it in school.
Yeah,
A little bit?
we
Okay,
talked about it briefly. It was like it happened. This is what it was.
So when I was in school, we didn't talk about the dot-com bubble. It had already happened. The dot-com bubble had already happened, but we didn't talk about it. It wasn't part of our history books because it wasn't, because like you said, it's like not a period of history. It was like recent enough. It wasn't part of like the history that we were learning about. There's plenty of basically, recent history that we didn't study in school, and in fact, even ancient history, like we did pockets of history. That's what you learn, especially in high school, in middle school and high school, right? Like you learn pockets. You learn like a period of like ancient Egypt, right? And then you like skip ahead a few hundred years and you learn a period of this. Never mind. I'm gonna take that back.
Mesopotamia.
Sure. Yeah, I was gonna make a
Stuff
crack
like
about
that.
US
Sorry,
education.
I've been quiet, but yeah, we're very interjected with U.S. and interjected with education. Mesopotamia, Africa.
We didn't talk about it.
Very weird stuff.
But that's the fucking.
But
What do you
also-
mean weird stuff?
no,
What's
no,
weird
no.
about? What do you mean weird stuff? Mesopotamia and Africa. What's weird about Mesopotamia and Africa?
We're not learned about the actual facts about what actually happened within our own history.
Sure.
No,
I will grant you
yeah,
that.
obviously.
I will grant you that. The U.S. has a very fucking twisted sense of itself and teaches its own history in a very...
Thanksgiving, its own
Sure.
is its own fucking twisted shit.
Sure.
Massacre.
But yeah, so I'm just not gonna like accept this claim that 9/11 is censored in high school textbooks or something. It doesn't sound like it's.
But it has. I mean, I'm old enough where I have not been exposed to these textbooks. The Golden,
All right,
is that who's
okay.
responding?
No one's fucking
Yeah,
responding.
like I don't.
Yeah.
I'm 30.
I mean, like, I'll tell
Golden,
you
how
what we
old are
learned about
you?
9/11. I mean, like, they don't, like, there's not a course on 9/11 in high school. One, because it was too recent. Two, because they don't have it. Like, it was hard enough to fit when I was in high school. Ninth grade was like a like general world history of, like, we popped to the French Revolution, we popped to the American Revolution, we went down to, a quick brief history on Spaniard colonization. We touched on, like, bubbles across it. 10th grade was the beginning of U.S. history, so we went from colonization to the Civil War into the Reconstruction era. 11th grade was the Reconstruction era, then forward. And then 12th grade was, government and economics, and it was more of that and stuff.
So
Because I was in
have
advanced
to
classes, so.
I have to ask you,
Jones, I just
has
saw-
it
I just saw it.
has it helped you within the selection any what bit or no? Or does it has it given
Well,
you
no,
less
because I
hope
told
in
you
the
they don't
American
teach it.
government? Has it given
What
you
do you
less
mean,
hope
American
in the
government? The American government doesn't control schools.
No. I said, has it given you less hope in the American government?
It's given me less hope in the previous administrations.
Yes, okay.
I mean, I can say I lost
Okay,
hope in
good.
the idea of
Okay.
the Reagan administration, or what the American system was in the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, and so forth, and beyond that. But to say it's nowadays, I can't really confidently say that I believe the CIA is doing exactly what it used to do back in the 60s. Do I think they're doing similar things? Probably, but
I was gonna say there's
they're
got to be a
probably a lot
reason why
less
they're teaching it.
monolithic.
I was gonna say there has to be a reason why they're teaching it
No,
to
they don't
us.
teach- What do you mean? I mean, they don't teach about the CIA in school. I mean, that's a bit more complex.
Not
That's more
CIA.
of, like, college.
I'm
grad.
talking about the history, mate. Why we deal with
I mean, they talk
Mesopotamia
about-
and the history and everything else.
Yeah, they teach it to you so you're fucking educated, dude.
Or like they.
What the fuck do you? There has to be a reason they're
So, I
teaching
mean,
you
yeah.
about Mesopotamia because it's the history of our fucking world.
Are they teaching
Yeah,
us about
I mean, it's
India?
just general
Are they
knowledge of-
teaching us about any other country?
I mean, I learned about it.
Well,
I
I
didn't
mean,
grow up in
yeah,
America,
do they
and
have
I
a-
and I
well,
learned your fucking history.
No,
said,
we did not learn about any of that.
I'm like this close, not. Okay,
Well, I mean,
that's-
no,
okay.
a lot of Asia is left out of the textbooks, except for Vietnam and Korea. But also, my high school education wasn't the greatest, being from Alabama, so we are not known for our great education in our top-notch
Cameron
schools.
says he's
But
heard of Mesopotamia.
Brenna, we were not taught about any
Well, I
other
mean, like,
country
but I mean, like, you
besides
also
just
say that.
Mesopotamia.
Okay,
but
you
you're
were,
also not being very.
part of why you
you're not being
probably
very, like-
learned about Mesopotamia, probably why, is because like we're talking that's like early civilization, right? So it's the history of America in that's like kind of where civilization
And
started.
it was manipulated. Thanksgiving, if you look up the history of Thanksgiving,
No, we're
it's
talking about
completely
Mesopotamia.
manipulated.
We're talking about Mesopotamia right now. What you think? There's a
Okay.
You think you're like the way you're talking.
Well, I mean, if you want
makes
to
it
talk about
sound like you
manipulated,
think
like,
there's a
school,
fucking.
yeah.
Yeah, Brielle, have you ever heard of the Fertile Crescent and the birthplace of agriculture? Great question.
I have an undergrad in agriculture,
No.
a master's in sustainability, and I actually am a farmer for a living. So yes, I have.
The Fertile Crescent and the birth of agriculture.
The Fertile Crescent, yes. Unfortunately, though, I am not necessarily a big believer in Jesus Christ. I'm so lost.
What? I am
Well, I
so
mean,
yeah.
like-
I'm lost. I'm sorry. I'm like.
Well,
losing
here's my question:
patience.
What would you like them to do? Because here's the thing about my history class that I learned, since we had to, like, at the end of the school year, we had to rush through 2000s because there literally wasn't history in the books to do that. What would you like? Because we have to cover, when we're covering history, you have the entire history of the world to cover. So we gotta leave out some things. You can't, like, in a like
What do you
4-9
mean
week
live
period.
out some things? Well, we can't.
You
learn-
can't teach
all
everything
of
in a
history,
in a
Brielle?
semester, in 2 semesters.
Yeah, you want to learn.
That's a lot.
You can have an asterisk, and you can have a separate paragraph to a
You
separate,
can't fit history
type
into a
of.
paragraph, Brielle. Okay, I'm losing my
Well,
patience.
that's not realistic.
How old are you?
I mean, that's not realistic though.
Yeah.
Because I mean, in my class, being a student, teachers have to sit there and they have to make sure you're learning it. They have to teach it in a way that's
I mean, I will say,
digestible
listen,
by
I
your
will
age
say,
group.
to
Then that
be
takes
fair,
time.
I will say that the American fucking education is pitiful. Like, you guys don't learn about geography. Like, it is so America.
But it also depends on where you
it's
live.
It's all America centric. That, you know, I grew up outside of the U.S. and granted, I went to an international school. It was called the American School. So like part of it was American education.
Oh God, you had a horrible title with it.
What?
I said you have a horrible title with it being the
Sure.
American system.
Yes. Well, it was an international school, so it was like, so you could basically, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. So I learned, but like in other schools, in schools around the world, you learn more about the world. Like the U.S. is pitiful and how little it teaches Americans about geography and history outside of the U.S. But that's just because that's because the United States is so fucking full of itself. But it's not a fucking conspiracy.
We think that we are the only
Brielle.
thing.
Yeah, but it's not a fucking conspiracy theory that you're taught about Mesopotamia.
Yeah, but like
in the United States.
Girl, I did my master's in Australia. I don't believe in America at all.
Oh, well,
my mother is a teacher in America as well, and teaches English. And every single time she goes to a different school district, she gets changed to a different school curriculum. And every time. Okay,
there's like that's
it's
like
the golden.
There's a conspiracy that.
Yes, it's golden.
Yes, sorry. I mean, that's like saying there's a conspiracy that Britain's trying to, like, make a conspiracy that they don't teach the American Revolution. They don't teach the American Revolution in British schools, right? Because that's not a huge part of their history. So I mean,
it depends on the profits. It depends on the finances. It depends on, who's funding the school.
All right. This is getting so fucking wild in the directions it's going in. I would love to return back to just talking about the debate. I'm sorry. I'm having people wanting this to end in the comments. I'm sorry. I want it to end.
I don't even want to talk about it myself.
All right. Great. Let's not.
It was weird. I wish Kamala didn't, when she was talking about climate change, I wish she didn't, like, brag about how she opened up.
I have a master's in sustainability and calculate carbon footprints for a living. And trust me, I don't want to have anything to do with Kamala and anyone else. So trust me.
Okay.
I don't trust you, Brielle. I've heard you speaking, and I'm sorry. I'm like starting to get like at the end of my fucking patience
Wait for him
here.
to stop speaking before
you
talk.
keep interrupting people, Brielle. You keep speaking over people, and I don't fucking trust you. I don't. Like, trust me? No, I don't trust you. When you say, and you come and you say that you have a master's in what is it? Something to do with the environment? I don't fucking, whatever.
Life cycle analysis as well as input analysis with an economic analysis at the University of Sydney.
Great. Yeah, I'm like hovering on the boot button, Brielle. I need you to fucking chill. Nas.
I'm gonna mute myself. All good.
Great.
Trust me, I never want to talk from the beginning.
Okay.
All right.
I wish she didn't like brag about how she was. Okay. Because she was talking about climate change, and she was like, "Well, we renewed so many gas and oil things. We renewed so many gas and oil things." And I was like, "Kamala, it's not like this is not the time to be bragging about your achievements in expanding America's fossil fuel industry. I get that, but like, not now. Now's not the time. I wish she talked more about like." Because she weirdly devolved into more an economic talking point when she talked about climate change, and I wish she had mentioned stuff like how rising heat is causing coral around the world to bleach, and that's like ruining fishing industries, and how populations in the southern hemisphere are facing drought and wildfires at record amounts, and that's ruining agriculture. Because I really thought if she could have kind of talked about that effect of climate change and how she's the candidate that believes in it and how it's affecting farmers in the agriculture industry, I really thought that might have been a good pull for rural voters.
So I don't exactly remember how she exactly what she said for climate change stuff, but I will say I mean I think that we need to be talking about when we talk about climate change, and I've been like documenting climate protests all summer. There's been this sustained campaign organized by several climate groups in New York City, again targeting Citibank and other like financial institutions, and I've been like documenting them. And something I'm seeing and I feel personally is I think that the climate change discussion needs to move away a little bit, not move away entirely, like we shouldn't be talking about it, but I think that like talking about like coral reefs and stuff is like all fine and good, but like I think most people especially now in times of like economic inequality, economic strife, and like people struggling to fucking buy groceries, like 99.9% of people are gonna be like, I don't give a fuck about the coral reefs, right? Like we can talk about that, like I don't, you know what I mean? Like I do because I understand the implications, but like it's hard to get me, someone who gives a fuck about climate change, to actually like care in a real way about coral reefs. I do because I understand the disaster. You know what I mean? And I think we need to talk about we need to talk about the actual economic effects of climate change. We have to talk, you know what I mean? Like somehow the party that is here whining about migrants is also the party basically saying that climate change is like that they want to drill baby drill, and it's like, okay, but you understand that there like a large amount of migrants now already on earth are climate migrants, right? There are peoples being displaced by the thousands and like soon, if not already, the millions because of climate change. Climate change is displacing people at like the most impoverished of peoples, right? And so you don't want people to come, you don't want like even more fucking migrants trying to like come into the United States. You gotta fucking, you gotta ensure that they're not displaced. And like, I wish we were talking about it more from that perspective. Like, let's talk about the financials. Let's talk about like, firstly, you know, we talk about like the dying like oil industry or whatever. It's like, okay, but we're also talking about new industries that can be filled, that can have just as many, if not more jobs in them. We can talk about transitioning industries, workers who work in coal, who work in fossil fuels. We can talk about how to transition them through like incentive programs for like retraining and how to translate that experience into working with new types of energies and like in like, you know, different fucking industry. I mean, it's a very similar industry. Obviously, it's the energy industry. Like how to like translate that into a new set of jobs. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the negative economic effects of climate change. Stop talking about coral reefs. No one gives a fuck about the coral reefs except for the people who understand. You know what I mean? Like, not that they actually.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, my perspective comes from because as I briefly mentioned before, I took advanced classes in my high school, and one of them was AP Environmentalism. And I've read Rachel Carson, her Silent Spring book. I've picked up David Attenborough and watched a lot of his own documentaries. So I understand how that perspective of, well, I'm sitting here talking about, you know, coral reefs and deforestation and forest fires, while that's not really probably a concern that most voters can conceptualize.
Well, it's not even just that it's not a concern. It's also, it's just like, it's harder to get people to act on that. You know what I mean? Like that's just something that's not.
That's fair. Yeah.
It's more that because I'm saying this like I'm being very flippant about this when I say like I don't give a fuck about the coral reefs, but like again it's like yes I do, and I understand, you know, the fucking dangers, and I understand the implications, and so absolutely I do, and it absolutely terrifies me. But it's hard
because it's not a tangible.
Yes, it's not the thing that's gonna get me. Not necessarily the thing that's gonna get most people, I should say, to get up and vote and go to the polls. That's not what's going to get people. But what might is not just like, hey, like let's find out what you care about and let's talk about how climate change actually like negatively affects all the things that you do care about, which it fucking does. Like it's wild. But also like one thing, you know, we were talking about the other day, Europe, what was it, France? Paris? Europe in general, sorry. Europe right now has negative fuel costs. So because of solar, because they have had so much energy from solar and wind, there are people who over the summer have literally gotten paid to use up electricity in their own homes. So can you imagine, like, let's talk from it, like, not just in a large scale economic sense, but you as an individual, right? What if I told you that you wouldn't have to pay these crazy prices to heat your home? What if I told you...
Well, I mean, that's a thing you can do. That is the thing I understand. Like, that's a thing you can do here. If you have solar, like in my state of Alabama, in Tuscaloosa, Jefferson County, you can put solar panels on your house, and if you create enough electricity from that, you can sell it back to the power plant for a profit. That is something you can do already.
No, but we're talking, yes, in some ways. But we're talking like literally people who are not people who have solar like on their roofs in Europe, but literally just like normal people making money by just using fucking electricity, because the problem is that they didn't have like sufficient storage for all the
they didn't have the infrastructure to be able to control it.
They literally had this surplus of energy, and they needed people to start like using up the energy and like paying people, and so people literally got paid to use up energy, which is different than people getting paid to like to give some of their surplus energy to the grid. And it's like, yeah, it's like, let's talk about, it's very
something tangible to the average person who can really conceptualize the idea of moving their coal industry job. Like that they can conceptualize and actually tangibly touch the idea of moving their coal mining job to a solar power plant. Some way that's actually really tangible. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Just talking about coral reefs and forest fires is not something that like what am I going to do about that now? I know about it. What am I going to do about it?
But yeah,
other than just vote about it.
I'm also, yeah, right. Well, and like I'm just saying also, just in general, like I think we can have these I think we should be talking about climate change is incredibly concerning because it affects fucking everything, and it's like part of it is it's like we just have to be talking about it in a way that actually like speaks to people, right? And also another thing we talk about is like EVs, right? And people are like, oh, you can take my diesel out of my cold dead hands, and I have people in here saying this all the time, and it's like, okay, dude, but like fine, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna make you like an EV, that's fine, but also like me as just like a fucking individual, it's like wild to me that you would want to pay for gas when you have a perfectly good option, which is not paying for gas. You know what I mean? Like, okay, at a certain point, let's talk about how it actually makes sense economically. EVs have gotten to the point where it's like a single charge. So my aunt just got a new EV, and a single charge will get them almost 300 miles. 300 fucking miles on a single charge. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's more than a single tank of gas for most cars, right? I don't actually know. I don't fucking drive.
I don't know. My car gets like upper 300s with a full tank of gas.
Okay. So it's almost a full tank of gas it's the same. I feel like probably whatever. A little less. It depends.
Industry standards are about 300 miles on the tank.
Okay, so well, there you go. So
that's
EVs have just reached that on a single charge, which costs you pennies, by the way. Can get you now 300 miles. Not every single EV, but more like newer ones. And cost analyses have been done, and EVs require less maintenance, less often. So overall, over the lifetime of the car, it costs you less money to maintain and get repairs and all this kind of shit. So like overall, like we've gotten to this tipping point where it's like, I know people fucking love their diesel and stuff and we're talking, by the way, like SUVs are now coming out, EV, very high powered, and it's getting better every day. Let's fucking talk. Okay, you're an American fucking individual. You're whining about your bills. You're whining about how much gas costs. Okay. Well, let's talk about how maybe you don't have to pay for gas. And also, let's talk about how even I understand you don't want to buy a new car today or tomorrow. Fair, right? And I don't want everyone to go out and like throw out their car. Here's another fucking thing. Like, no one's trying to force everyone to throw away their gas cars and replace them with EVs. Like, that kind of defeats the fucking
like
purpose.
In the comments, also, not to interrupt you, but in the comments, EV production is not environmentally friendly. Hey, you know what else is not environmentally friendly? Fracking and coal production and oil production and gas production and all the infrastructure that has to go into that, and the gas pipelines and the oil pipelines and the offput and literally everything to do
That's
with
another good
everything
point.
else.
Yeah, the one factor people don't talk about is EV doesn't pollute where you live and drive, right? And that's the thing. If you care, that should be a point for me, right? If I care about the environment, I should be like, oh well, EVs are bad for the environment. Da, 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 da. But like if you don't care about the environment, let's talk about cost. Let's talk about fucking gas. If you don't like gas prices will go down the more EVs there are on the road, firstly. But also, if you don't, so like you don't even need to have an EV, but you should want all your fucking neighbors to have EVs, because then your gas prices will go down. And no one's saying you got to throw out your car and buy an EV today. No, it's just like the next time you replace your car, if you got to replace your car, like consider it, because EVs are getting fucking better every day. But sure, if you want to spend the rest of your life paying for more, like increasingly expensive gas, and like if like that's really, really what you want to do, fucking go for it, man. But like me personally, from an economic standpoint, I think it's like a no fucking brainer. The next car I buy,
Well, what I would like,
next, I mean like,
I think there's several different things that we can do to minimize, our uses of cars, and the way of like a transnational train system would be beneficial.
Like you say that as though gas materials are ethically sourced. So F yours.
I have.
You know what I mean?
Thank you so much for having me up here. It's just I gotta go to work in the morning.
That's so good.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you for bringing up here as well.
Yeah,
absolutely. Y'all have a good night.
Come
I mean, like, and what I like. A national train system would be beneficial to that. Not having to take, the interstate for 8 hours just to get to Kentucky, and taking that by train would be a lot more environmentally beneficial. I'd like to see things of like,
it is different.
Instead of focusing on like on individual people, I would like something, a change in direction of focusing on like, well, the individual person should get it. I think it would be helpful if we, when we look at big cities, we start, seeing if taxi drivers would switch their taxis to be e-vehicles, the truckers that drive around across the nation, if they could change their 18-wheelers to be e-vehicles. As I know, like up in the north, some delivery trucks are now, they have their own fleets of e-vehicles. I think, targeting those sectors of the vehicle industry would be a lot more beneficial and pushing along the normality of these type of vehicles in everyday life than just, giving a tax incentive and waiting for just the individual person to get over their diesel truck.
Yeah. Sorry. I just saw a thing that's like a comment that's a different fucking subject that I kind of want to address. Harris supported gender affirming care for detained migrants in ACLU questionnaire 2019. Do you know, do you support user, I don't know what to call you because you're just some sort of emoji.
It's a dancing man.
So do you support giving, imprisoned people medication when they need it? Like, I don't fucking know. What's a medication that you need? Like heart meds or whatever while they're imprisoned? Because, gender affirming care doesn't mean fucking just mean surgery. Gender affirming care means a lot of things. Gender affirming care includes hormones. It also, by the way, gender affirming care doesn't necessarily mean gender affirming medical care. Gender affirming care can also mean like fucking haircuts for boys, letting them have their hair cut short. That is technically gender affirming care.
Have you noticed that
therapy
conservatives have they've like faster.
Well, because Trump made up. Trump said, sorry, I want to address this. Trump said that she wants to pay for migrants to get gender affirming surgery. That's not what she said. Gender affirming care doesn't inherently mean surgery. Did she say that she wanted You can support. By the way, I support gender affirming care for migrants. I support gender affirming care. That doesn't mean that I think they should be getting gender affirming surgery while in, fucking
Incarceration.
Incarceration. Thank you.
You know what I've noticed in the past couple years? Like they keep flip flopping in the culture war. Usually, like from 2016, they would like kind of nail a topic straight into the ground, right?
Mm.
But 2020, they were talking about critical race theory, and then it was DEI, and then it was woke, and now it's
so you're gonna ignore
Haitian
what I
migrants
said,
apparently.
User.
So it's very weird that they're just like not staying on a topic anymore. They hit something now, and then they just move on.
Yeah.
It's odd.
Oh, yeah. He has kind of longish hair. No. He grew it out. Now he can put it. I gave him some hair ties because now he can put it in a little ponytail. He does. Good job, guys. You guys know that my boy has a low pony. Have we discussed Los Angeles tonight? No, what about Los Angeles tonight? Username. Hi, Straight Edge. How's it going?
Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala like 8:20 an hour ago.
Yeah. Part of LA is sinking? What?
Hold on, let me look.
Headed home. Nice. Did it go well? Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala tonight. As soon as the debate ended, basically, she like posted. Very well. Good. I'm glad. You know who to hire.
The only thing about LA that I can see recently is
full production
wildfires.
company for your ads, right? Sorry, go for it.
So, also one thing I kind of would like of the Kamala Harris campaign to do is I would like them to start focusing like directly on specific cities that kind of states have failed to upkeep. You know, finally take it out of the state's hands to help these cities like Flint, Michigan. Like at some point, I think the federal government needs to say like, okay, obviously city municipalities and state government haven't been able to solve this. They haven't done anything to solve it. And I think it's about time. Like I'd like the federal government and I'd like the Harris campaign to say like, when I get into office, this is going to be something we specifically fix and we work on.
Mm. Sorry, guys. There's like a bunch of fires, active fires in Southern California right now.
Have they been evacuated or are they like sudden?
I don't know if they're.
What I would like conservationists in California to work on is it's like removing eucalyptus trees. I mean, I know they're trying, but they obviously
LA fires are normal.
they just don't have funding for that big of an operation.
Sorry, one sec. I'm like distracted.
Well, they are.
LA fires are okay, but
you're all good. I mean, they are normal.
They're getting worse and worse.
Yeah,
LA
they're getting worse and worse,
fires-
specifically because a lot of a lot of plants brought over by early European settlers are underbrush. So what happens is whenever a fire starts naturally in California, is that the underbrush will catch fire and then it reaches to the limbs of the trees, and then the trees then start to burn. Also, they have immense drought there as well. It doesn't help.
It's not as simple
they
as
also
that.
have a
It's
very
also fucking climate change. They're getting worse because of climate change. Like,
well, I'm getting there. Like, yeah, I know.
it's because
Another part of that is like they have an abundance of invasive eucalyptus trees which burn oil. So whenever a forest fire catches, the eucalyptus trees and the roots underground will catch fire as well, and the ground around them because it's soaked with eucalyptus oil.
Trees, explode when they're on fire, when they catch fire. But it's because of climate change. The eucalyptus trees have been there for fucking ever. They're getting worse because of climate change. Andrew's getting upset.
I mean that as well.
Mainly, I'm not gonna.
Are you talking to me like that? Are you talking to them? Are you talking to me or them?
I'm talking to you. You're hyper.
Oh.
I feel like you're making it out to be more about eucalyptus trees when no, it's mainly fucking climate change.
Well,
Like let's not minimize the role that climate change.
I know. It's just I can't speak it all at one time. So I'm covering valid points.
Didn't the eucalyptus trees come from Australia, if I remember correctly?
Mm-hmm. They were like early imports from early
These guys
settlers.
are in the hills.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want to hop up, deforestation, major farming and development. Yeah. We saw on.
Hey, Brenna.
Hi, Colin. How's it going?
Good. How have you been doing?
Been great. Today was fucking awesome. Did you see that debate?
I didn't. I was at work. I was serving tables.
Damn, you missed a good one.
I worked like 9 hours and I only made like $150. It sucked.
Oof.
So yeah, it was like kind of for nothing. My family was gonna have like a whole. My parents were gonna. I kind of had a party and it sucked because I had to work.
I'm sorry. That sucks. They had a party? That's fucking funny. That
Well, I
reminds me,
used to
have
be
text
my
my
last
friend.
job was like a bartender, so I was gonna like make drinks, but then I had to work.
Oh.
I think people didn't go to the restaurant just because of the debate, though, which is kind of funny, interesting. Like so many people watch like the debates every year.
This one
Oh,
like I
sorry?
think broke like records or something. They were expecting the viewership to be like breaking records.
Yeah, the only thing I've seen is just that like Trump was talking about like pets or something on like a tangent, and he looked like really dumb. But I don't know like how well it made Kamala look.
She looked
Because I feel like that's good because I heard that like a lot of people are saying that like for a long time that like they don't really feel like they know Kamala just because like as a VP she just hasn't really like spoken a lot, and I wonder if like being on the debate stage that might like more people have heard her than before.
I mean, maybe. I feel like people who say that are the kind of people who also just like don't just like tune out policy, right? They want to like know her personally. So they want her. You know, I know Trump. I don't know shit about his fucking policy. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just speaking like anecdotally, I guess. Like, I know my mom was like, I don't really know anything about her or whatever, or like my parents.
Yeah.
Because I've heard that, like, I remember people were saying, like, Jesse Ventura, like in Minnesota, before he was like allowed to be on the debate, like, he was polling like really low. And then, like, after the debate, it like lifted him up because a lot of people like got to know him, I guess. And then he won, like, and was governor. So I just wonder if, like, maybe it would help her in this situation compared to, like, other presidential candidates in the past, just because it's been like such a short amount of time that she's been the nominee.
If what would help her in this situation?
I appreciate being on the panel tonight, but it is 12, so I am gonna go.
All right. Well, thank you for hopping on.
You're welcome. You were cool.
Thank you. Come back anytime. We do these all the time. Laugh and Thunder. If you guys if anyone else wants to hop up. Username, I haven't heard you talk ever. Why don't you join?
Okay, I'm going to adjust my sound because I'm not hearing you.
You're not hearing me?
Okay, I'm hearing you.
Now I'm hearing myself.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't having feedback. A couple of points. A moment ago, you were talking about gender-affirming care versus gender-affirming surgery.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how representative this one particular gender-affirming surgeon, how common her clientele was, but she said 85% of her clients were young men with gynecomastia who had the breasts of a woman who wanted breast reduction. And so, you know, not all of gender affirming surgery is sex change.
Correct. Yeah, that too. Yes.
Also,
by the way, a woman getting, like, a woman who was assigned female at birth getting implants because she's unhappy with the size of her chest, that's also gender affirming care. You can get gender affirming care for the gender you were assigned at birth as well. This is what, often gets lost in the shuffle.
You appear to have done a lot more research on electric vehicles than I have. How long does it take to refill the battery or the juice, whatever you want to call it, of
it depends
an
on
electric vehicle?
It depends on the model, I think, and it depends on the charging station and stuff. I'm not an expert in EVs by any means. I just know, like,
it depends on the make and model. Most models will charge up in about 8 hours on a supercharged system, and some of the other, and on the regular, like household 220, it takes them quite a bit longer, something along the lines of 15 hours to charge with most models. But that is improving with new technologies and batteries and things.
If you're on like a road trip, can't you like go to like a fast charging station that like can do it like relatively fast?
Yeah, I feel like I've heard
with some of the models, but not all of them. Like for the Teslas, and that's up to 80%. You don't get full charge in that time. 80%, you can still go a long ways. But after 80% with the lithium batteries, you have to slow it down, the charge rate down.
Because it would like burn out the battery or whatever?
Yeah, because the resistance lowers as the charge builds up.
Because I know that if you charge it at home, which is like what most people do who have it, I know it's like really cheap. Like your utilities go up like a little bit, but it's like
it's like $3.
Yeah, it's like $3 for like a whole like charge or whatever. If you like do it overnight, but like if you go to a charging station, like would you be able to like stop, go in the convenience store, get out, and like drive back?
For many electric cars, you can add up to 100 miles of range in about 35 minutes with a 50 kilowatt rapid charger.
Yeah.
Still doesn't sound like something I would want to use for a taxi cab for 8 hours of constant driving.
No, not a taxi cab, but most people don't do taxi work from their personal vehicles. They drive to work, then they drive home. Most people, the vast majority. And most people don't drive more than, 20 miles to work one way every day? Or both ways every day?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing
so
I don't
for
really
the vast
like
majority
about,
of the U.S. population, it would work.
So wait.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to be clear. So also, rapid chargers, they can charge a Nissan Leaf 2018 in 1 hour or less. These are rapid chargers. And a Tesla Model S in 2 hours or less. And a Mitsubishi Outlander 2018 in 40 minutes. That's with a rapid charger.
And that's under optimal conditions with the right temperature and climate. That stuff matters. Sorry, I'm not trying to be pedantic. It just, these things matter. If it's really hot outside, it's going to take longer.
But these are all cars that are 5 to 6 years old at this point too, and it's only gotten better. But like optimal conditions with a rapid charger, you can charge multiple cars like an hour or less 5 years ago. So I'm just saying, it's getting definitely a lot better. But I think the longer charges, I think that's mainly when you're charging at home. So the idea for that would be like you charge it at home because you don't have a rapid charger overnight. You plug it in once you're done driving for the day. But like most people, aren't driving, 300 miles in a single day. They're driving to work, they're driving to the grocery store, they're driving to pick up their kids and stuff. And then when you're done with that, you plug it in.
Yeah, I kind of have a question. Does anybody have like strong opinions about like nuclear energy? Like, do you think that would be like a viable like source in the future?
Yeah.
Compared to like, I guess what we're doing, because I'm not like really sure we're like people stand based on like political ideologies, like right or left, based on like, because I've heard some people say like they think it's dangerous, like all the incidents, I guess. But I've also heard other people say like if everybody had that instead of coal or like fossil fuels, like you compare like the pollution versus like the amount of times we've had like incidents, it would be like minuscule. But I also just don't really like, know enough about it.
I don't. I mean,
well, I know that the that you use dramatically influences how much waste you use, the longevity of the plant, what you can do with the plant when it's gone through its proposed lifespan. They've got some new micro reactors that they're trying to build that will last 30 years, and then basically you can bury the whole thing, and it's sealed against earthquakes and floods and everything else. And it's not cheap to bury it, but that's built into the cost. And those are able to power like one or two super skyscrapers. And that's the potential something that's coming online. I mean, they announced that it would be online this year, a couple of years ago, and I haven't been following it. I don't think it's out yet, or I would have heard. Of course, there's always fusion energy, which will be any day now.
Sorry.
It's been any day now for the last 40 years. The monolithic power plants that require rivers to cool, I'm against those. They tend to generate a lot of excess waste. And when I say excess waste, there's a way to make reactors that don't generate much excess waste, but it's not legal in the United States because it generates weapons grade materials. The French are using it, and they haven't had any complaints for a while now. That's my opinions on nuclear energy.
Yeah.
I know this is going to derail it, but
well, I also
I just wanted to pop in.
Sorry, I just want to address also on the charging, on the vehicle charging thing. Someone else brought a great point that I always fucking forget to bring this up, to mention this. But in China, they do battery swapping. So ideally, instead of having, so basically the idea would be like you drive up to, you know, instead of having to sit and plug your car in and like charge it, you could theoretically, if we get to a place, obviously not current EVs, because current EVs in the United States don't have like swappable batteries, I don't believe. But ideally in the future, you know, there will be regulations that like cars will agree to make like some sort of universal battery sort of mount where you can just like swap out a charged battery for an empty one at like a, you know, power station, whatever, you know, gas station thing. Anyway, sorry. Yes, Andrew.
It's such like a pet peeve of mine when, and it seems like it's only California wildfires that people do this, because like when a hurricane is terrible and it hits Florida, like everyone's like, oh yeah, it's climate change. Nobody's like, oh, it's because they drained the wetlands and to build Disneyland and shopping malls. It's not, they don't dive into like these small little nuanced takes.
They do.
But well, that's fair. Maybe they do. What I'm seeing in Los Angeles right now is not eucalyptic trees, and it's not what this guy in the comments, El Bori, is saying. Farming, industrial farming. We don't have industrial farms in Los Angeles County. Okay, he's saying whatever. That's not what. It's the drought and it's high temperatures, and because of the high temperatures, it's pressure chains that are making the winds blow and spread the fires farther. That's what's happening. We don't have industrial farms. The eucalyptus trees in Los Angeles. Is somebody recording me? The eucalyptus trees in Los Angeles are in Pasadena in like residential neighborhoods. They're not in the wildland hills where the fires are happening. It's neither of those things.
Username is saying Emerald Ash Boar Beetle caused. Guys, Elbori, you need headphones. You need headphones. I'm hearing myself. You need headphones to come up. Or something to, yeah. Username saying Emerald Ash Boar Beetles caused a lot of Colorado's historic fires. Always new ones. Instant replay, yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Who's speaking?
Hello.
Who's speaking?
That's Pizza Steve.
Oh, is it?
Is it good now?
Elbari, I need you to I'm gonna fucking boot you until you get yourself some headphones, okay? Bibibly. Get yourself some headphones, please, or something. I can.
He's the one telling me it was farms. It's farms, and he listed farms in the comments, like the farms in Los Angeles that have like pony rides and pumpkin patches. Those aren't the farms that are contributing to climate change.
Gotcha.
Anyway, I'm just triggered because it's dangerous. We have wildfires here, and we're sitting around being like, "It's eucalyptus trees."
Elbori says he didn't say. I assume farms contribute. Those were farms. He's okay. So he's saying that he didn't say farms contribute to them. He said that those were farms he's seen at plant conventions in the past.
No, I asked him. He said that we're having fires in Los Angeles because of deforestation and industrial farms. And I asked him to name farms in Los Angeles County, and he listed a bunch of farms that you can go to for pumpkin patches in the fall and ride ponies, and you can buy potted plants from. And those aren't the kinds of farms that are contributing to climate change. So maybe we have climate change because of industrial farming in the Midwest, but that's not what's happening in Los Angeles County. And maybe I'm just triggered because I live here, and people that I know are, it's a scary thing to be like, have a city, an entire county, one of the most populated cities in America, not the, but one of, surrounded by wildfires. And as the winds shift, if they just shift a little bit, millions of people are in danger. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just triggered. I think I'm just triggered. I probably shouldn't be talking about this because I'm maybe too emotional and heated about it.
No. Oops. Shit. Sorry, something's going on with my app. Elbori, I'd love to invite you back up, but I could hear whoever was talking, like there was an echo. Damn.
Hi, Brenna.
Hi.
It's Butter Voice.
Butter voice. Like butter. Sorry.
I'm just saying, hey, I'm about to crash. I just wanted to pop up and say hi.
Oh, okay. Is something in your mouth?
I actually wanted to ask about the debate because I missed it. How good was it?
It was so good, dude. It's worth watching. Watch it. So fucking funny, dude. Oh my God. We were howling here.
What's even worse is the conference room that I was in, there was a glass window, and then the office adjacent to us had the TV on the debate. And so I could see it, but I couldn't hear it. So
how did it look without audio? Okay, gotcha, Elbor.
I mean, it looked like he was getting pissed off and doing that head tilt shit he does at whatever he knows he's caught. Yeah. Like that shit. It didn't look like there was an audience.
There was no audience, no.
Okay. Did they fact check him?
On a couple of big things, but there was lots of stuff he said that they didn't have enough time to fact check him on all of the little stuff. But I kind of wish they had, but I fact checked while he was saying stuff for the most part. So did the audience.
Well, I mean, I know you did. Goddamn.
Yeah.
But
goddamn.
Does anyone know any good post-debate fact-checking site?
I don't. I mean, I think a lot of the major publications will do it, but I think it takes like 24 hours, and they don't tend to fact check like this, like all of the stuff. I got really annoyed because after last debate, one of the things that a lot of fact checkers left out was they didn't fact check him on saying
facts.
on the like fucking 9-month abortion thing. Like most sites didn't even fact check him on that last time. which was the most infuriating one of all of them. I'm glad that they fact checked him this time, because like Jesus fucking like I don't know how you let someone get away with saying such blatant lies. Like, look, if you want to be against abortion because you believe in God, because you believe in whatever, like, go for it. Like, you can believe whatever the fuck you want about that. I mean, obviously don't take away my rights to believe what I want and act accordingly, but like, you can believe whatever you want, but like, you don't fucking support your position with lies. Like, people are having babies and then after the baby is born, aborting them. That's not a thing, you fucking weirdos. If you had a good point, you could make it without lying.
To be fair, it's hard to fact check somebody who lies every other sentence. There's a lot of fact checking to be done.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not every other sentence. It's twice in one sentence and once in the next sentence.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's true. All right.
Wait, there was
I'm going
one
to bed.
thing, straight edge, you gotta look up.
What?
At least if you're gonna find one thing, look up the dog comment.
A dog comment?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I saw about the debate, which is I saw on Twitter.
Look it up.
Am I about to go down a rabbit hole?
It's not a rabbit hole. It's plain as day. What the fuck? I mean, it's plain as day in that it's fucking batshit moment. I can
Well,
tell
I mean,
you.
like, what was it last week? He was talking about wind and bacon. I mean, I'm not
Was he?
surprised.
Wind and bacon.
Yeah, he literally went on a rant and he started talking about how wind is affecting bacon or something. Like, it was crazy.
I think it was windmills.
Wind energy.
Windmills were driving the whales insane, and no one can afford bacon because of the inflation.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Wait, I didn't watch the debate, but
wait,
weren't
I
they
think I know
talking
what
about
you're
like
talking about.
immigration?
What's that?
I said I didn't watch like the debate, but from like what I could hear, wasn't he talking about like immigration? He's just like
Yeah.
they're eating your dogs
He was
or
saying
something,
that immigrants,
which is like even
I mean,
crazier.
sorry to spoil it for you, straight edge, but you should look it up anyway. He was saying that immigrants were coming and eating people's dogs, and then
making
Jesus Christ.
He got fact checked. That like the moderator was like, because he said specifically, I think he was like talking about like Aurora, Colorado, I think it was. I don't know, maybe it was a different one. He was like, yeah, they came and they like ate people's dogs. It's terrible. What's going on? And the moderator hopped in and was like, just to clarify, the mayor of the city or whoever said that those reports were untrue. That there is no actual report of any pets getting eaten, and and Trump jumped in and he was like, I saw it on TV. He's like, I saw it on TV, and they're like, it's not. He's like, I saw it on TV. A guy said it on TV. He just kept insisting, like, I saw it on TV, and they're like, okay, well, it's not true. Like, maybe you saw it on TV, but it's not true. And Trump it's just
What a
incredible,
fucking moron.
Incredible that someone, yeah. That an actual fucking presidential candidate stood up on stage or, in room and said, like, argued with a fact check because he saw it on TV.
Well, I mean, they probably are the same people that are going to the school with litter boxes. It's probably the same people.
I mean, the real kicker is, isn't like people. I remember reading like statistics like people who are undocumented are like disproportionately less likely to commit crimes than like U.S. citizens.
Yeah, dude. Like if you're coming illegal, you're gonna keep your head down. You're not gonna go running around looking like a jackass.
I mean, most are just trying to like make money for their family and like minimum wage jobs.
I agree. All right, I gotta go to bed. I'm fucking going blind on paperwork.
Wait! Before you go to bed, I have to ask you. How about those kind of hot dogs? Are they still hot dogs without a bun?
Oh my fucking God.
I'm sorry, bro. I couldn't help
What
it.
a callback. What a
God
callback.
Damn it. God. How long have you been sitting on that? That is
I've been waiting a minute because I couldn't stop laughing long enough to ask.
That is elite. That is so good. That's not the kind of hot dog, although Brenna may disagree because we always disagree on hot dogs, but
Yep. It's a long and oft resurrected debate.
Well, I'm glad you stopped by because I wouldn't have got to ask that question otherwise.
That was fucking golden. That was perfect. Now I'm going to go to bed thinking about how I'm going to have to get back at it somehow, and I don't know how I'm going to ever top that. That's brilliant.
I just put out what I'm presented.
There we go.
You have a good
y'all.
night.
Y'all have a good night. I'll check y'all later. Brenda, I'm going to shoot you an email in the next couple of days. Now that we're officially launched, now my focus is building your shit. So I'll give you an email in a couple of days. We'll start getting some shit moving.
Okay, yay. Thank you. Ooh, so excited.
All right. Later, y'all. Bye, God. Bye, Brenda.
Bye, Strange. Thanks for joining us. I know it's been a busy day.
Of course, of course.
Wait, speaking of like the debate, did you guys watch like the interview? I saw like some clips of it, and I was like surprised by like some of the questions they asked her. Like they asked Waltz about like the whole like IUF or IUE versus like IVF, and it sounded like a lot of her points were like conservative talking points.
A lot of whose points?
Because that was like I forget who the interviewer was who interviewed Kamala and Waltz, but like they were like she was asking him about like the whole like IVF comment he made, like saying that his kids was like technically I guess weren't conceived through IVF.
Oh, they were.
And it was like splitting hairs because they're like basically the same thing or similar.
Sort of, yeah. So colloquially, they're often referred to as IVF, and IVF is used as like an umbrella term. They were conceived through fertility treatments, just not in vitro fertility treatments, if that makes sense.
Right. I don't know. It didn't seem like she really asked her or Waltz like a lot of like good questions. Like they were kind of just seemed like stuff I've heard from the right.
I didn't really.
But I only watched like the clips you got on CNN. Oh, her first like interview she did. It was like a week ago.
Who had the interview thingy?
She was the same woman who. So there's Jake, who is the guy who was one of the moderators for the first debate with Biden and Trump, and then there's a woman, I forget her name. She did the interview.
Okay, I don't remember her name. It was raining cats and dogs. It's funny. Unidentified.
You know the big deal about Trump saying he's going to have in vitro fertilization for anyone who asks for it is right now it's considered murder in some southern state. I'm sorry, I can't remember which.
I think Alabama did it, and then it caused like a lot of backlash, and then I think now they're trying to like walk back on it, if I recall correctly.
But yeah,
you're saying Walls is trying to walk back on it? Who's trying to walk back on it?
No.
Alabama did, because like
Oh yeah.
I forget if it was like their court or the lawmaker tried to do it, or like a court decision did, and then Republican lawmakers tried to walk back on it because it like. I feel like most people are we're against overturning Roe v. Wade, like probably like 60%, but like an even larger percentage of people are like in favor of like IVF or like other conception options, because it's just like I remember even when it first came out, I was reading like even the Pope, like of all people, like in like the 80s or whatever, like they first did it, was even like I don't really have a strong opinion about this.
Yeah. So what it was, it was like a court case about where a couple was basically suing because some embryos were like lost and stuff. And yes, and basically they ruled that embryos are people. So as a result, IVF clinics out of caution, basically were like, okay, yep, we're done here, and basically stopped operations and like, yeah, and it obviously it hurt a lot of couples and stuff. I went a little viral with a video about it a while back. A couple videos about it.
You know, back that I would like to see Kamala do was I would
Donna
like to her say I would call.
Thank you, user. Donna Bash is the person who did the interview.
Okay.
User 31.
And I was going to say, I would like to have heard Kamala say, I would call you a liar, but I actually believe that you're foolish enough to believe those falsehoods.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. That's I mean, that's one thing that we like fucking talk about here all the time, right? It's like, are you like willfully obtuse or just plain obtuse? You know what I mean? Is it willful or just you can't help it? You can't help but be this stupid. I hope TikTok.
Yeah, if I may, I think that's why Tim Walz's statement about them being so weird is so impactful. Because it's like, how can you be pro-family, but yes, you're against helping people conceive or not helping families after they've had a child? You know, it's just, it contradicts everything that they try and say.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Trump has an answer to that. We're just going to put more tariffs down, and that will fix everything.
God.
Right? Like, how could you be pro wanting prices to be lower, but also pro let's put a excess tax on goods so that prices will be higher?
Right. That'll fix everything. That was one thing that Kamala fell down on. She fell down two ways on the first answer she made, as far as I was concerned.
How's that?
First off, she didn't actually answer the question.
And
the second,
what was the question?
Saying,
and what was the question first, and how did she answer it?
The question was, are Americans better off than they were 4 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
And rather than answer that, she talked about economics and how she wants to make things better in her term.
Well, isn't that the answer, though? I mean, what does that mean?
If I ask you, well, no, they asked her, are Americans right now better off than they were 4 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She didn't say yes.
But
I feel like the answer to that isn't so simple, right? Because Biden's the president, but also like Congress has not entirely been under Democrat control for the last 4 years. You know what I mean? Roe v. Wade was overturned. Mm-hmm. The Supreme Court has done a lot of fucking damage. Roe v. Wade was overturned 2 years ago. 2 years and change, I think. Was it 2 years ago?
And it prevented a lot of his policies from going through, like relieving like student debt.
Well, the answer, as far as I was concerned, was we are better off because we were coming out of the pandemic recession, and we're still combating inflation, but we're better off by comparison than any other nation in Northern Europe and whoever else. That would have been an answer. Instead, she said, my policies for my next term are going to deal with these things.
Right, but I think that the question is a shitty one. I don't think she can answer yes or no. Like, because if she said yes, because 4 years ago it was COVID or whatever, all that would do is, and this is what I kind of said earlier, like, she was masterful at, like, not letting, she was very aware of what could be turned, in my theory, of what could be turned into a, like, sound bite that would be used and abused out of context. And if you have a soundbite where Kamala's like, yeah, we're better off now than we were 4 years ago. Well, firstly, it's not true. She's going to, like, she understands, like, in a lot of ways, we're not better off, right? Like, I have fewer rights now than I did 4 years ago. That's not Biden's fault, not even a little fucking bit. But it's true. And, like, the fact is, and, like, that is part of what Democrats are running on, right? That, like, it's not just about who's president for 4 years. It's about lasting fucking effects. And the fact that Trump won has caused damage that extends well beyond the 4 years he was in office, unfortunately. And I think that if she were to say, yes, we're better off now, like, that could be used in so many ways to basically minimize the very real long-lasting damage that he has done. And then also, no matter what, if you say, oh, yes, we're better off now, like, then all they're going to do, you know what Fox is going to do? They're going to be like, oh, so she's lying. She's ignoring inflation and stuff. Like 4 years ago, this and whatever, like you can use, if she said yes or no, she would be fucked no matter what. That is a bad question. Like, you can't ask a yes or no question that is so fucking complex. Better off now than we were 5 years ago? In what fucking way? So it makes perfect sense that she talked about like economics, and she talked about like, she was like, I'm not gonna fucking fall into the trap of just giving a yes or no answer. It makes perfect sense. And to expect her to say yes or no, I think is like, firstly wants her to do something fucking stupid, in my opinion. And secondly, completely misunderstands that that's not how life works. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we're better off now in terms of COVID, sure. Yeah, my life is better right now in terms of COVID, but I'm still paying way more for groceries than I was 4 years ago. It's worse off that way. I have fewer rights now than I did 4 years ago. It's worse off in that way. And again, not something I'm going to blame fucking Biden for, who, by the way, isn't even fucking running. Like, also, why are you going to ask Kamala that? Of all fucking people. That's like...
That was the next thing I was going to bring up.
Like, it's a stupid fucking question.
Yeah, I wasn't president then. Is a good answer to that. But another thing that she did that I didn't like.
Oh, if Roe isn't a big concern, Mushroom, you live in a fucking bubble. Jesus fucking Christ. It's one of my biggest concerns because I give a fuck about women. What the fuck do you give a fuck about, Mushroom? Oh, gee, I'm gonna, like, no.
Not even just,
I will
like,
not
about
accept
abortion,
someone.
it's like the right.
I will not accept anyone fucking minimizing the absolute fucking importance of Roe, Mushroom. Just because you don't give a fuck, because you lack just basic fucking empathy, doesn't mean it's not one of the top fucking issues. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm not.
100%.
You're pro-choice, but you're pro-choice, but you don't have to think about it when you don't have to think about it, right? How nice for you. How nice for you. You only have to be pro-choice when you want to be, when it's, like, convenient for you.
I was going to say that it's also like the right to privacy, like the right to keep decisions between you and your doctor, and like how that extends to so many other things besides even just abortion. Like, and then also like how the Supreme Court overruled like Miranda rights and like struck down a lot of like environmental regulations.
Yeah, all those Ninth Amendment rights. But the other thing I didn't like about her first answer was, she said, and Trump's response to fixing all of this is a sales tax. And of course, Trump came back and said, I'm never going to put on a sales tax. I don't know what you're talking about. He never came back and said, a tariff is a sales tax. So.
It's crazy to me that people think that like Republicans are like uniquely qualified for like economical decisions, but if you got like nine economists in a room out of like, or 90 or 100 economists in a room, like 90 of them would tell you that like tariffs are generally bad.
You know,
like most economists favor free trade like 9 out of 10 times. Like it's that much of like a textbook point.
That's absolutely true. What I think Americans truly miss is historical context. You know, we look at things through a lens of the last 4 years or 8 years, and it's extremely unfortunate because for so many points in our history, we have such short-sighted vision. And like, I'm sorry, I lost my point in my head when I wanted to speak. I apologize, guys, but
I mean, that's a great point. Sorry.
I just think that
we're just kind of talking about like tariffs or.
Yeah, I'll gather my thoughts. You guys can continue.
I agree.
Yeah, basically what I said was that Kamala said Trump is going to put on a sales tax, And then that let Trump say, I'm not putting on a sales tax, I'm putting on tariffs. It's totally different. And she never came back and said a tariff is a kind of sales tax.
Right.
I like that she did that because, I mean, just because it's like, I think a lot of people don't realize, like, tariffs, yes, tariffs are something different, right? Because tariffs specifically are on, like, what we place on other countries in order to be able to sell within here. But it's good to put it in terms of, like, sales tax because people, like, act as though, like, Trump, right? Like, they just don't conceptualize tariffs as being something that, like, ultimately is done to them as a consumer as well, which is, like, I don't know, the fucking irony. I don't know.
There's also like consequences for doing it. Like if you put a tariff on another country, they're gonna retaliate and block you from exporting as much.
Sure, that too, but also like most Americans, especially the ones that you still have to convince, that you still have to work to get to not vote for Trump, aren't going to be thinking about that or conceptualizing that, right? Like put it simply, like it's like, okay, well, when you put tariffs on shit, the cost gets passed on to the consumer. Like, you think you're boning China by placing tariffs on Chinese products coming in? Okay, well, like, China doesn't give a fuck. Like, I mean, they'll be annoyed because the reason a country doesn't like for tariffs to be imposed on them is because it inherently makes their products more expensive to the consumer, so the consumer is less likely to purchase it. That's why countries don't like that. Like, the whole point of tariffs is to make it harder for those products to be sold in the market that they're trying to, like, sell them in. It doesn't ultimately, like, actually, it's not like that cost directly gets charged to the Chinese, companies and stuff. Like, they just pass the cost on to the consumer. And it sucks because the consumer is just less likely to buy it if they can't afford it. But ultimately, we, 100%. The consumer, are the ones that are paying more because we're not going to have the cheap option available anymore. Like, it punishes us more than anything.
Yeah, although I will say, like, just to be objective, like, Biden did kind of continue a lot of Trump's tariffs.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't really do as much as, like, of a 180 as I, like, imagined we would when I was, like, in college. Like, going into the 2020 election, like, I thought Biden would win and we would, like, walk back on it, but we've actually increased tariffs on, like, different industries, like electric vehicles and stuff. You could argue that that's, like, there are some, some things about tariffs, like people argue for like infantile industries, like, hey, we want to grow this industry, and you can make the argument that like Trump doing that on aluminum or steel, like those are older industries compared to like Biden doing it on like electric vehicles or like batteries.
To be clear though, and sorry to interrupt, it's like I'm not even the one sitting here saying like tariffs are good, tariffs are bad, right? Because like also and it entirely depends on the context and whatever, and like I like tariffs when they de-incentivize like shitty labor practices, right? Like, and in some cases that is what happens, but usually that's not why we impose them. But like, the point of like imposing tariffs is to make the products from another country more expensive, so it makes like other product, like, for example, American-made products that maybe cost more because we have labor laws in America, albeit shitty ones. Basically, it makes it more likely for consumers to buy the American products because they're like either the same price as the Chinese ones, which are cheaper without the tariffs, or maybe the Chinese ones are now more expensive than the American ones. Like, the entire point is to make those products less desirable to encourage people to buy other options and stuff, usually. And I'm not inherently saying, so like the reason they started putting tariffs on electric vehicles is because we fell way behind China on electric vehicle stuff. So the best way to fund the like electric vehicle development in the United States is to make it so that people's money when they spend it on electric vehicles remains in the US EV system, right? Like, you got to fund that system by having people buy those products rather than having them continue to fund China's development in EVs by having them buy products from that industry. Like, so that's why they impose those tariffs on Chinese EVs. They want American EVs to make money so that they develop, you know, the industry develops more and and becomes bigger, whatever. So like that's why tariffs. But so beyond that, like Trump is the one who said that he's gonna like double all these fucking tariffs. Again, I don't have a blanket opinion on tariffs. I just know what they're for. But Trump, if Trump is the one who's going to be like, oh, I'm going to double all these tariffs on China, you got to at least make it clear to the voters, like, okay, just by the way, just so you know, that just means that he's going to make all Chinese products more expensive. That's not the same as saying like, oh, all tariffs on China are bad. It's just like, just FYI, when he says this and like, you're like, yeah, tariffs on China, you got to fucking understand that you're saying like, yay, Chinese products are going to be more expensive for me. Simple as that.
It wasn't even just China. It was also like Canada, the European Union, Mexico.
Yeah.
I don't know the extent that Biden slowed it on our allies. I'm not entirely sure on that compared to like how much he just continued it with China. But I know that like Trump definitely hurt trade relationships with like Canada and the European Union.
Absolutely. You know, if I may, back in Trump's first administration, he put tariffs on Canadian steel and said that that was a national security threat. Our neighbor. And he said it was a national security threat. And then he reframed NAFTA into, I don't know what it's called now, but it's basically the same agreement with some changes. So, you know, we're a nation of laws and bound by our agreements with other nations. So it's hard for just a single president to just come in and make changes like that. You can't flip a switch.
In my business school, they actually called it. In my business school, they actually called Trump's new agreement "New NAFTA" because they were like, "It's so similar. It's like barely any different." That they literally just call it "New NAFTA." I went to U of I.
So you know, you got to put it in perspective a little bit. Like, no president can just flip their switch and snap their fingers and make a change. It just doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but
I don't know. There's some people who actually think that it'd be like a better alternative for gaining revenue than like an income tax, which I just think is crazy because you have so little trade compared to how much you would, and like you'd be paying so much more for goods, and it would hurt like lower income people the most who probably don't pay as much in income tax and are now paying way more for like basic goods.
Yeah, I agree with that. I shouldn't be paying 25 to 30% on my income tax where corporations pay a lesser adjusted tax rate. So we need a fair tax system too. It's not about creating tariffs that'll pass on costs to consumers. It's about creating a more fair tax system.
Yeah. Well, just to jump in to clarify, like why tariffs affect you know, the people with like lower incomes and stuff, because tariffs usually just make the cheapest. Tariffs work if they make the cheapest option more expensive. That's how tariffs work. Because again, you want to basically de-incentivize people buying the products coming from a specific country so that they will look at the other options will become more viable and be like more competitive, you know, competitively priced basically. So who's buying the cheapest version of everything? Lower income folk. That's it. Like people with more money will buy, you know, will be able to make the selection based like purely on, or at least more on quality and other factors and stuff. They're not as concerned with the price of it. Tariffs mainly primarily affect people who depend on buying the cheapest version of stuff.
Well, it does depend if it's like an elastic or inelastic good, but yeah, basically. Like there's some goods where like in econ they teach like a difference in like price levels will like cause a massive difference in how much people will buy, and there's some goods like gas where like whether you raise it or lower it to a point, people are still gonna have to buy gas, still go to work, you know. But there's other goods like cars or whatever where like a massive or like even a small increase or decrease will vastly change how much people are like going to buy it. So they work sometimes, but or a lot of the time, but not always.
I think fiscal policy has a big play in that too. You know, why are people buying less houses? Because rates are at 7%.
Sure.
Why are people buying less cars? Because they're 60, 80, 90, $100,000 for a new car at 10%.
Well,
You know,
right,
so
and also just, I
it's
mean,
not
wages are
about
not
those,
exactly. I mean, people are,
and wages can't keep up with that.
they could, but they just don't. Let's be clear.
Yeah, so
Wages
there's many
can
other
very
factors.
easily keep up with that. They just don't.
Yeah, it's just there's many other factors beyond just importing and exporting and tariffs and tax. So
Did
that's
you
all
just
I'm
say
saying.
the Federal Reserve, a rogue private company running our country? Nah.
No.
I mean, I think like the past 100 years since we've had the Federal Reserve, like if you look at like the past 100 years of like our economy, I think we've been a lot better at running recessions than we were before it. And the fact that you can't like fire people who are on it, that there are people who are genuinely qualified to be on the Federal Reserve, making financial or monetary decisions compared to like if it was just like an electable person.
The Federal Reserve is not part of our government.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes and no. Yeah, technically it's not a piece of the government, but it answers to the government.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can appoint them to like I forget if they're like 5 or 10 year terms, but you can't fire them unless like you have cause, which sometimes people do it. Like Trump fired James Comey of the FBI and he didn't really have cause. But like legally you're only supposed to do it if you have cause. Like they did some like they're bad at their like if Trump wanted to like fire Jerome Powell because he wanted to lower interest rates even more and he couldn't because like he didn't have cause.
Right.
Don't you want those branches of government to have at least a little bit of
Yeah, there's a lot of people who work in the government that we don't elect.
control? Like, you know, like there's so many branches that are appointed that we don't elect. Does that mean, you know?
We don't elect the board that runs USPS either.
Yeah, that's just one example.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you think that's a bad thing?
So is the USPS a private company then? Username? Because you can't fire them and you
They're
can't
not
vote on them?
private. They're public. They're just an independent agency so that they could be, so that they're not so like focused on short-term interests. That's like the whole point. Kind of like the FBI or the CIA.
I
That
didn't
doesn't make
elect
them
any
private.
Supreme Court member.
Like Fannie Mae, or I'm trying to think of like there are some government organizations that have become privatized, but that's not really what we're talking about.
Supreme Court justices?
Yeah, it was fucking wild, dude.
We didn't elect them.
Yeah, that's true. You can't fire them. Are they a private company? That's a good point.
Who? I got lost there. Is who a private company? Say it right now. Come on.
They're not. We're just using. Someone said, username said, the Federal Reserve is a private company. We can't fire them. We can't vote on them. And we're just pointing out other, like, kind of governing boards and agencies that technically fall, like, also you can't fire them and you can't vote on them, but that doesn't make them a private company necessarily. Like, that's not what defines something.
I mean, that's kind of how you know you're talking to someone who's like ultra conservative. They think that they, or if they hate the Federal Reserve or want to like abolish it.
Isn't ultra conservative.
Or I wasn't talking about, or is he the one who said he didn't? I don't know.
Conservatism used to mean so many different things 50 years ago. It didn't mean abolish anything. It actually meant conserving what we had and protecting what we had.
Well, I meant like conservative as in like people who want to take us from before like the early 1900s where we had like Woodrow Wilson who created like the income tax, the Federal Reserve, the FTC, stuff like that. Like there are people who've been interviewed and they're like, when do you want to take the US back to? And they're like 1913. And they talk about like the Federal Reserve, the income tax. Like that's kind of what I was talking about. Because I've met people who've said that. They're like, I hate the Federal Reserve. And then I'm like, what do you think about income tax? They're like, abolish it. Like that's an ultra conservative point that you don't really even see from most like mainstream Republicans.
I think I would love to still have public schools and police officers and firefighters and forest officers and fish and wildlife. So it just, what you mean by abolish income tax pays for our entire infrastructure. So I don't understand how you would fund it otherwise.
Are you conservative, Colorado?
Absolutely. I believe
Oh,
in
I gotcha.
conservatism.
Well, username, no, I'm not, I'm not trying to do that personally. I'm just saying that the Federal Reserve is a private company just because, like, it's not a private company according to your sort of, like, there's a lot of things in government that work the way the Federal Reserve does, but you don't have an issue with them. But you said in response to that, the reason you have an issue with the Federal Reserve specifically is because it's like related to fiscal policy, and it controls so much of fiscal policy, and that's the issue. And I would
It's
just
actually
say, like,
monetary policy.
Yeah, technically, yeah. But I would say
fiscal policy is what Congress does.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry.
That'd be my next. No.
She's getting
Thank
there.
you. Yeah, that's my next. Like a lot of actual fiscal policy that's legislated by by Congress, but also, the Supreme Court, USPS, like USPS. The only reason I know kind of how USPS is governed is because USPS is also in charge of things like mail-in voting, and has control over that. You know what I mean? Or you could argue that USPS has a lot of control over fiscal policy because it controls, how what gets where. You could argue. But then also, like, the Supreme Court, right? That's another group of people that we don't vote for, and you can't fire, and we can't fire. And I think they're problematic because they control fucking everything. Literally. They can rule on absolutely fucking everything. And it's like,
but the Supreme Court is part of the government. The Federal Reserve is not.
Yeah, username, but that's true for a lot of the government, unfortunately. That's a lot of the government.
The Federal Reserve is owned by the banks and serves them. The Federal Reserve serves the interest of the banks. Mm-hmm. Now that commonly is something that is similar to the interest of the nation, but it isn't necessarily so.
Sometimes the interest of the banks. No. It also regulates the banks. You know what I mean? Like, it's both. It's not exclusively what benefits.
Can he at least articulate what the Federal Reserve Bank does besides setting interest rates to monitor cash flow?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Can you articulate what the Federal Reserve does other than setting interest rates on borrowing money?
It also sets limits on how much a bank can borrow, so that also determines on how much they can take out in loans, even with the interest rate being
Why
under
can't we just print more money?
It also really depends on the bank. I'm a banker. I'm a licensed investment advisor. It depends on how much capital your bank has, whether it's a credit union, whether it's a big bank, whether it's an investment bank. And Congress actually sets the rules on what each type of bank can do. The only thing that the Federal Reserve does is set a rate for exchange of borrowing money from the government.
They're also only like the short hand of the stick. Yeah. Like the market is like the long hand of the stick. Like they have a little bit of influence, but they don't have like absolute influence to raise or lower interest rates.
So,
what do you? What? No, the Federal Reserve like sets interest rates. That's literally what they do.
That's all they
Well,
do.
they like set like targets, kind of, but they don't like.
No, they set interest rates for the cost of basically borrow. They set the rate of borrowing, interest rates for borrowing money officially from the government, correct? But that sets the interest rates for all banks, like borrowing from one another and stuff. What you're thinking of, they don't set interest rates in terms of like when you own a stock, what your dividends are going to be on that stock. That's not what it necessarily says. Is that what you're trying to
It's only
get
a
at?
benchmark.
Yeah.
It's only a benchmark. The Federal Reserve sets a benchmark for borrowing against the bank. And all these businesses, whether it's a mortgage company, whether it's a corporate bond, whether it's a municipal bond, whether it's a credit union, they are all individual companies that have their own books that they have to balance, and they set their rates based on the rate that they have to borrow against the Federal Reserve. So if you're mad about the rate you're getting from your local institution, it's not directly the Federal Reserve.
I think that's what I was trying to get at.
It's just not.
Yeah. It's based
whether
on like
the
how much
company
it
has done
costs
a
them.
good job at their balance sheets.
Well, it's based on like the reason it seeps down is because the banks themselves borrow money from the government. I mean, they borrow money from each other, from everyone, and the government. And if the government sets like a rate, an interest rate, then the bank has to basically adjust the interest rates that it also charges, and then also pays out to be basically. And that's why that's how it becomes like the whole fucking market is set by the Federal Reserve's interest rates. Because once you set the rate of borrowing money from the biggest fucking lender, technically, everything else has to follow suit in order to pay back that lender, but also to remain competitive. And basically, that's what, you know what I mean? It's like a tide. When it rises, everything fucking rises. When it lowers, everything lowers. Does that make sense?
And a lot of corporations don't operate off their own cash. They operate off of borrowing. And so when corporations operate off of borrowing, that directly impacts prices, that directly impacts wages, and it directly gets shuffled down to the consumers, because obviously corporations are still making billions of dollars in profits. So it's not the Federal Reserve. It's the companies that set their margins. It just is.
Yeah.
That was enlightening.
Like I wouldn't give you $20 and want it back for free, right? I'd want give me $22. But if I was using your $20 to buy something and resell it, and then it costs me something in the middle to gain a profit, I'm going to upcharge that to not only cover the cost to pay you back, but to make profit for myself. Okay, if I have employees that have to do that, I have to cover that cost. But I still want to be a big fucking CEO making billions of dollars. So how do I extract that amount of money to make sure that my pockets are full and pay the bare minimum back to my loan? Probably it's interest only because you're a billionaire. And you give the bare minimum to your employees. It's how the system is.
And also, I mean, just when you say like, I'm not going to lend you $20 and expect nothing for, I mean, the reason interest rates were so low for a little bit is because the government was like, you know what? We just fucking want people spending money. So I'm going to give you $20 and you spend it and you get me back just $20. As long as you're out there spending money and like buying stuff with the $20 so that you can sell something for $21 or or $30 or whatever, I'm happy. I, the government, just need you, because an economy is completely reliant on people spending money. You need people spending money. It's the same way that we talk about all the time. People think that the fix to inflation is prices going down, but no, that's deflation, and deflation means your economy is fucking collapsed, basically, or is on the
Yeah,
it is
that's
collapsing.
bad.
That's bad. Unfortunately, we would love for the end of inflation to mean that all the prices go back to what they were 2 years ago. That's not how that works. If that were to happen, we'd be in serious fucking trouble. But so I, the government, just want people spending money. And like, oh, and in case it's not clear, the reason you need a little bit of inflation is because you want everyone's dollar to be worth something a little bit less tomorrow than it is today. Because if their dollar is worth more tomorrow than it is today, they're going to hold on to that dollar. That's why Bitcoin will never be an actual currency. And I say that as someone who has Bitcoin, okay? If it's worth more tomorrow, it's worth holding on to. And if everyone holds on to their dollars because they're going to be worth more tomorrow than they are today, then your fucking economy comes to a standstill. You need people spending money for the economy to exist. So, if I'm afraid because everyone's afraid of spending money and stuff, I want to give them $20 and say, don't you worry, no interest or little to no interest. You just go out and spend that money, okay? I want you to borrow money from me so that you go spend, because no one's borrowing money to not do anything with it, really. Few people are doing that. You're borrowing money because you're going to go spend it. So that's why the government, the Federal Reserve, as it were, said, will, in times of economic uncertainty, will often lower interest rates just to keep people spending and buying things. And then
Precisely.
they'll raise
So
them
when you guys are
again
talking
when
about interest,
too much is being spent. Sorry, go for it.
in Colorado, when people are talking about interest rates, though, like the Fed sets, aren't they talking about the federal fund rate?
Federal fund rate? What do you mean?
I just
No, those are different. Those are just different. One point I want to. This is not to your question. I apologize. I will try to address your question. To give historical context, my parents bought their house in 1989 for $89,000 at like something crazy, like 15%. And nowadays we're buying houses for exuberant amount of money, 300, 400, 500, even more depending on the country or the state that you're in, at still relatively stable interest rates, like 5-6% is, in my opinion, not astronomical nor unreasonable.
Historically, it is low.
Feels fairly stable.
Historically, it's quite low.
So when we're trying to balance these concepts of rates and prices, you really have to take some historical context into perspective. Whether it's your student loans, my parents, unfortunately, they didn't go to college, but if they did, it would have been, what, $10,000? Us, it's 60, 70, 100, $200,000 within 20 years. That's
over 80 grand
crazy
a year. No.
Yeah, so when you're talking about inflation, it's not the federal government that is causing the inflation. It's not the rate that you're borrowing at, because the rates have been relatively reasonable within our lifetimes. It's the people who are jacking up these costs for unreasonable reasons. But I really do want to get back to your question about Fed rate versus, what was it? I'm sorry.
I was saying like the federal fund rate versus like The interest rate that most people think when they're talking about it, like their mortgage rate, which the Fed does not control, they influence. That was like my point, is that they don't control the rate that you get on a bank loan. They don't control the rate you get on the mortgage rate.
Yeah, because that's the margin you pay because the company has to make money off of what you're borrowing. So this mortgage company is borrowing from the government, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, whatever it is. But they need to make money. They're not going to give it to you for free. So they increase their margin, they got to make their money, and then that's what you pay. It's just how everything kind of works when it comes to loans.
No, I didn't. Enlightened. Yeah. I like this. It's very relaxing. The chat.
It's time for socialism, is all I know.
I agree. Well, we already have socialism, but it's just for the rich.
Yeah, well, I mean, more socialism.
I do like to say, I mean, while we're talking about this, one thing I like to say, it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Don't think I'm a fucking idiot. But the closest thing to socialism this country has is the fucking stock market. Because I, an employee of a large corporation, which I'm not, but theoretically, I, as a person, a normal worker, the only way I can theoretically enjoy or benefit from the spoils of, you know, a company's profit, right, that is due to my labor, my hypothetical labor as part of the larger workforce, you know, is by owning a piece of the pie that results, you know, that pays out the results of the interest or the results of the labor, investment, growth, profit, all this kind of stuff. However, investing in this country has fucking changed. And the stock market is fucking bullshit now. It is not what it used to be. It used to be you owned a stock because you believed in a company. And then as it did
Don't
well,
even get me started.
Yeah, it paid out. I know. I'm part of the reason I'm talking about this because you mentioned you're a financial advisor. I'm someone, by the way, I do, well, I used to trade, I should say. You know, just whatever. Sometimes I trade. It's fucking bullshit. When my grandparents were alive, they would invest in stocks because they liked the company. They thought the company would do well. And the reason you were supposed to invest, you were an investor, right? So you bought the stock. That helped the company. When the company did well and profited, it would pay out to its investors, right? That's why you invest in like fucking VC. That's what venture capital is for, right? Like you invest in a small startup and you know that when the company grows and does well, you will, you know, benefit from the profits. That's how the stock market kind of used to work. You would benefit from the profits. Now, that's not the norm. All the largest companies, FANG, you know, FAANG. What's the F again? Facebook, so I guess it's Mang now. Apple, Amazon.
Google.
Is N and NVIDIA? I don't know. And Google.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, NVIDIA. Yeah. No, they don't pay dividends. They don't. And they like never fucking they never have. Google has never paid dividends. Apple has never paid dividends. Most companies nowadays, they just don't pay dividends. So when you invest, when you buy the stock as an investor, you're only buying it with the plan of one day selling it, which in my mind means that it has almost no fucking value. Because if something
Some
only
companies
has
pay
value
dividends,
when you
like big
don't have
ones.
it, are you sure? Apple doesn't pay dividends.
Like Coca-Cola has paid dividends
I know.
every
Yeah,
year
that's not
since
why I said. I know.
1960 or whatever.
I own Coca-Cola stock. I'm not talking about Coca-Cola. And actually, this is the perfect example. Coca-Cola is exactly what made me like start looking into this because my grandmother owned a lot of Coca-Cola stock because she liked the company, she liked the product, and she, you know, Coca-Cola paid her fucking dividends year over year, and it made sense. She was an investor. When Coca-Cola did well, she did well. It makes sense. But if you do the same thing now with one of the larger companies, now, Apple, Google, whatever, who were not around, I guess some of them were around 20 years ago, 40 years ago, right? They've never paid out dividends. Way back when, yeah, companies like Coca-Cola would pay you dividends. That was the whole fucking point of investing. Now, the entire stock market operates on an entirely different premise, which is that you buy the thing just to sell it. That's the only way you fucking make money off of owning the largest stocks these days. And that to me, I know this isn't entirely true, but that to me in a philosophical sense means that something is fucking worthless. Because if it's only worth something to you, if it's only worth owning for the day that you will no longer own it, it's not fucking worth owning, technically. But
no, it's provable.
Well, the point of like a dividends, like there's like two different types of stocks. Like a dividends, like someone pointed out, like you were talking about like high growth companies. Like if a company is releasing dividends, the point of like a dividend or a company is like not having dividends is they're reinvesting their earnings into their stock, and that would be the point of
much of which is
and there
done
are a lot
for
of people who would
stock
not invest
buybacks.
into
Much of which is done through stock buybacks, which is fucking bullshit. Because all that does is further inflate the value of the stock. It's fucking bullshit. That's the point. I understand the why, but my point is that it's bullshit. And like you have to like look at it. You have to look at why the stock market like was created the way it was and what it meant, why we're called like investors and why dividends used to be paid out and like the structure of the stock market 50 years ago versus today to really understand why it's fucking bullshit. Because originally you invested in something so that when it did well, like you would get it was worth owning stock because that meant that as the company did well, you would participate, you would benefit a little bit from the profits. You would. And it makes sense. It makes sense. That's how, like, that's what owning an investment in that sense is supposed to be. You're supposed to profit when it profits. But we have entirely shifted the paradigm and the structure of investing.
It depends on the stock, and you can still. I'm not
okay,
trying
you're not
to
listening to
be
me.
like
You're
an
not
asshole,
no,
but
you're not listening to me. No, because you are entirely basing your understanding of the point of investing on modern day stocks, on modern day stock trading. And my entire point is that is not our current iteration of the stock market, and how it works is very different from how it originally was intended to work and did work. I get it.
Like,
how old
I
are
get
you?
what
You're
you're
20,
saying.
21,
Like,
22? How old are you? Are you
well,
around there?
what I was just gonna say is like, yeah, 22. I was just gonna say is like there are like dividend stocks you can still
I know.
invest in. There's many
I
of
know.
them.
I know.
I think there are a lot of people who like to just like get rich quick, sure, like modern times, but
right,
I feel like a lot of the stocks you're specifically pointing out, like Google or like tech stocks, are all like high growth stocks. And my point was just that like there's REITs that are very high dividend stocks you can invest in. They're
0.44.
like I know all sorts of people who still invest in dividend stocks. Like you could still do it.
I know you can, but you're not listening to me. I'm not saying you can't. I own dividend stocks. I also own non-dividend stocks. But like I'm talking about the actual like entire point and approach to investing has fundamentally changed from 50 years ago to now. And not just because we have technology and like no. Like the entire approach has shifted. And when you actually look at it in those terms, you start to realize how it's fucking bullshit. It is. Again, I'm saying as someone who has been on both ends and engaged on both ends. I have traded. I made my living for a couple of years trading. And my grandparents, the only reason I knew how to trade stocks is because my grandmother fucking invested in stocks and like, but she came at it as an approach of like you buy something that you like and then you make money off of that. Like she had the historic understanding of investing. And then when I, as an adult, decided to learn about it a little bit. I mean, I learned, I knew because I was like raised on this like idea, but as an adult, when I started looking into it more, I was like, oh, this entire, like, I understand, yes, trading is different from investing, but I realized that I could not invest as an adult the way that my grandparents invested and have the same result. It's basically impossible in the same way. So you have to approach it
I see what
differently.
you're saying.
Yeah. Anyway.
I see what you're saying. I just respectfully disagree. And I don't mean like any offense by that. I'm just
Okay, but I mean, it's not your opinion. It's not really up to an opinion what the stock market looks like now versus 50 years ago. That's not an opinion.
May I interject just
Yeah, please.
just for a second? I would really like to say that Brenna is more accurate on the historical context, but Colin obviously does have good points. There
Yeah.
are dividend stocks out there that you can still invest in.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. There's different ways of investing to make money off of your money.
Yes.
But let me just bring in a little context here. So when we recently passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, under Trump, the amount of money that was not taxed that was given back to companies was to give to buy back stocks for these huge corporations. The majority of people who own stocks in these corporations were executives, C-suites, rich people, not common people like Brenna's grandma or her or you or me. So the fact that you're trying to compare that, yeah, you can invest some money in some dividend stocks and maybe get a few cents off of it and reinvest it or do whatever you want with it. The system right now is so unfair compared to what it used to be that it is uncomparable to what you currently understand.
Mm-hmm.
So when Jeff Bezos gets paid in majority stock ownership in Amazon, never has to claim income tax, takes loans out against his stock portfolio, only pays interest on the debt that he owes to these banks, and then can use those interest payments as a tax write-off, he effectively pays no taxes. So the fact that you don't understand the wealth disparity versus investment ability, it just, you know what you're talking about, Colin, but just some historical context and some real world meaning behind these numbers and the laws would go miles, because it's not the same as Brenna investing or me investing or my parents or our grandparents investing. It's different.
Yeah.
It's just completely different.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say it like to clarify again, Colin. This is why I was saying like you were not listening to me, because you are not incorrect. I understand. Yes, there are dividend stocks. I know because I own some. But like I'm talking the approach and the results for, especially for just like normal people, right? Normal blue fucking collar people, because my family, like my grandparents, did not have to be wealthy to invest in a stock and like 50, 60 years later be very comfortable, right? And not because it was some biotech stock that went up 400% overnight, like someone fucking said in here, right? Like, not because they invested mainly in Coca-Cola. I love that someone brought up Coca-Cola because that's literally what they mainly invested in, right? And like that grew and compounded and did very well. But if I were to do that today, and by the way, this is part of why I started trading, because I looked at Coca-Cola as an investment, because that's all I got from my grandmother. I got some Coca-Cola stock. And like, I'm fucking revealing my entire financial situation here, but like, and I looked at it historically, and I was like, oh, historically it did great for like decades. But then at a certain, like a couple decades ago, it starts doing, even though it is a very successful company and it has year over year growth and the dividends payout and the dividends compound, when you compare it to even just the basic fucking stock market, the worth of the value of the stock market, like, and an index fund, it actually underperforms, even though you're getting dividends paying out and they're compounding. It underperforms an index fund,
100%.
which is fucked when you think about it. That is fucked up. Like, you really have to conceptualize what that means, right? That means that just the average value of like the biggest, and I'm oversimplifying what like an index fund is, obviously, but like the average value of the biggest stocks, which are now obviously the tech companies, FANG, Facebook, which is now Meta, Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, Google, whatever, Microsoft, Google. They just the value of like the biggest, well, more than that, companies just on average has climbed higher than the value of one of the largest companies, Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is an incredibly big company, very successful, very profitable, and the dividends it has paid out, which is like the profit basically paid out, profit share paid out to its owners, compounded with that then going and being invested, and that in turn paying out dividends and stuff. And like, that's fucking insane. That's insane that it's better to speculate in this stock market than it is to invest. That is what like that means. And I understand speculative investing is a type of investing. Absolutely. And technically, if you really want to get super technical, all investing is speculative because you never know if something's going to be. But I'm talking like dividend versus purely speculative and purely based on the idea that you're going to sell it at a later date because it's going to be worth more at a later date. It is fucked when we get to that place, in my opinion. That is an opinion, but that's how I feel about it. And the long point is, yeah, nothing you were saying was incorrect. Yes, factually, everything you said was correct. And I'm not disagreeing with it. But when you look at as a whole, I think it's fucked. It is fundamentally changed, and we are fucked because of that. Thanks for the donuts, Colorado Shane. Sorry, did everyone go quiet?
I love this conversation.
You love it?
That's fine. Yeah, I guess I thought you were saying like that. I don't know. I was just thinking like I feel like you could still invest as a retirement goal and still do pretty well for your retirement.
Yeah,
like I don't think it's like
I'm not saying you can't. That's not what I'm
like
saying.
I don't really care personally about like how I'm growing a company. I guess I just care like
I understand, but and this is why I'm saying I
goals.
don't think you're listening to. I guess I don't think you're hearing me, but I don't know how else to put it. I'm not disagreeing with you. You can, yes, you can park money, and if my money were parked in Coca-Cola still, it would be doing fine and whatever. It'd be fine. It would be growing year over year.
I will say.
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to say, if Colin is investing as a 22-year-old,
I'm not.
Good. Well,
you should
start, dude.
Yeah.
Like, whether it's like your tax rate as a 22-year-old. Okay, I want to preface that I am a licensed advisor, but I'm not giving you actual advice.
Yeah, I got you.
But if you can invest as early as you can for as much as you can, it would make the greatest impact on your future, because compound interest is your best friend. You can put that in a Roth IRA and just put it in a S&P 500 index, because historically speaking, it's always going to be moving up, like moderately 8% on an annual average. So invest in as much as you can afford the younger you can, and you will be so much better off in the future. It's not about REITs and speculative markets or technologies or this or that, just simple investments, saving, lowering your expenses, not spending beyond your means. You're so smart. You sound extremely smart. So if you can just save some money and put it in some sort of just index fund, it will do you miles when you're 50 years old. I cannot explain that to you more than that. You just would not know.
No, I get what you're saying, but I mean, personally, I have a lot of student loans to pay off first, and that's kind of like my main concern is paying it off before the interest really eats me up.
Yeah, dude, I get that.
I don't really trade. I used to trade when I was like
No, he's not saying
younger,
trade. He's
when I
not
was,
saying
like,
trade.
18.
He's saying park it in an
I mean,
investment. He's saying invest and don't
right,
touch
right.
it.
I was just using it interchangeably, like putting money in the stock market or putting money into something long term. Like I'm just more focused on paying off my debt first.
$5 a month. When you're 22, will be a lot more when you're 60 years old. Just trust me. In priorities with paying down debt and student loans, that is a big priority. And it sounds like sounds like something you gotta handle yourself and not getting much help with. But you're very smart, so lean on that. And yeah, I think you have a great foundation.
They have something called an index fund, which is basically,
That's what you blame the
for all intents and purposes, like a bank account. Timothy was saying, blame it all on the Dems. And I'm like, blame all what on the Dems? I don't know what he was saying.
Yeah, that's what you blame the Dems for? Who's blaming what on the Dems?
Timothy
FF
is blaming something on the Dems, and I can't.
This is a discussion about stuff that starts with the debate and it goes off on tangents.
Okay, well, I never heard.
Buying a single stock is not betting on along the efficient frontier. Is that what he said?
I think so, something like that. Yeah, just buy an index fund. If you're 20, go buy yourself some index funds and just let it. Time in the market beats timing the market.
Absolutely, every time.
Did I do your job?
And
can I ask what kind? I know you don't have to share. Your financial advisor, is it for like individuals and stuff?
No, it's a large corporation.
Oh, cool. So you advise
independent.
You advise the corporation, or you work for the corporation that advises people?
I work for the corporation, but they're not publicly traded.
Okay.
But they're the largest 401k provider in the world.
Nice. I don't have a 401k because I'm a freelancer.
So I mostly specialize in 401ks. Nice. If anybody has questions about those.
Yeah.
Well, folks, it's been entertaining and informative, and I appreciate your time, but I have to go to bed.
Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry. I feel like you didn't get to say much, if anything at all.
I said a few things.
Okay. Good. Well, join us anytime. Have a good one. Good night.
We'll do it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna hop off as well. But thanks for having me on, Brenna.
Yeah, thank you. Come on anytime.
I didn't mean to scare everybody away.
No, I don't think you did. It's 2:30 a.m. here. I have a 401k, do I? Enlightened? Enlighten me. First time you heard
Sorry if I kind of got on your nerves a little bit.
No, you didn't. Sorry, I was just trying to be clear. I'm not, again, it's like I'm not saying that anything you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying there's a different narrative. There's a different way of seeing it when you kind of widen your perspective on it. It's not about like, oh, there are no dividend stocks or oh, there's no this or that. No, it's
Well, the reason, if I could just say, the reason I said that was because I just heard you say, like, oh, well, you look at Google, you look at these companies, and I felt like those are just like stereotypical companies,
it's
but
not
that
stereotypical.
there's
They
other big
literally
companies that are.
it's not about when you're talking about the stock market, it's not about stereotyping. It's about like market share, and it's about like the big companies that kind of define ultimately the direction that everything moves in and whatnot. And I'm using those because they're big companies, right? Like Coca-Cola was one of the biggest, largest companies. I don't want to say the largest because I don't know that for a fact, but one of the largest, publicly traded companies for a long time. Very successful and a fucking, the perfect example of what it meant to invest in large companies, stocks, Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with like online trading and like Robinhood, there's like a lot of interest in like a lot of those companies, like growth stocks, like how can I make money really fast? Because you can just do it online and not through like a broker, where there's more like breaks to get you from doing that, where you'd have to like call and you'd have like trading costs to like place a stock, whereas like now it's on the internet and then you have people on Twitter being like, buy this. And I feel like that's contributed a lot to the culture. But I guess my point was I feel like there's other big companies that aren't tech, which I feel like is a very growth stock industry where there aren't really any dividends that
But they're
you
the
could
largest
still
companies in the stock market.
hypothetically invest in.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with that, but there's a reason that they have an acronym and everything. They very heavily define a lot about the market and stuff. So it's not about just finding.
I mean,
and again, dude, I'm not arguing with you that other stocks don't exist, and this is why I was like getting annoyed and being like, I don't think you're hearing me or listening to me. I'm not saying they don't exist.
I'm trying.
I'm trying to talk about as a whole the larger approach to the market and the larger sort of structure and way that the market moves, and not just way as in like the direction, but fundamentally how the market moves and is treated by. And I'm not talking about retail investors. I'm not talking about people on Robinhood and stuff. I'm talking about larger companies, banks, corporations, whatever, that own the majority of the stock as well. It's
Colin, before you go off, if I may, just want to give you a little anecdote from my original trading experience, all on my own before I got into anything. So, Colorado Shane, I'm from Colorado. Back in 2008 was when we legalized marijuana, and I watched these penny stock marijuana stocks religiously, daily. And I invested $200 in one penny stock and it turned into $14,000. Nice. That's a unicorn. That's a unicorn. That's a unicorn. So when you're thinking about investing in, say, startup companies, or especially if you're talking about technology companies trying to break into the legitimate sphere of, Google, Twitter, Amazon, you name it, that's even harder. So my learning journey was really from failing a whole ton, thinking I would replicate that. And I failed more than I succeeded. And what I've learned through being a banker and an investment advisor was it retrained my thought of how money works and how money is invested and how companies work. So I don't know if that resonates with you at all. But that's just a little tidbit from my journey of, being a 20-year-old kid. Now I'm mid 30s. It's not about finding that unicorn that can turn into a multi-billion-dollar company. That's so hard to find. And if it is, it's most likely a pump and dump. It just is. So invest in something stable, invest in something you believe in, and I think you're really smart enough to, at this point in your life, to try and really test your gut between, it sounds like you've traded you brought up Robinhood. So, your gut's not going to lie to you, but let your brain and your knowledge lead you forward. I hope that helps.
ETF, and that's it. Yeah, VO was good. VOO. Ooh.
I think he left. I appreciate you, Brenna.
I appreciate you, Colorado Shane. Colorado Shane.
Can I ask where you're from?
Me? Like where I live or where am I from? What do you mean by that question?
Either or, whatever you're comfortable with.
I live in New York now, Boston. Not Boston. Sorry, my family's from Boston. I am from Spain. I live in Brooklyn. New York City, Brooklyn. Did I say I was a trader? I used to dabble in trading. Because I'm a freelancer and I'm underemployed.
What kind of trading strategy did you utilize?
I was mostly swing trading, basically.
Yeah.
And it was mostly, for me, once I started studying it, I was really good when I was like just following my instincts. And then once I started studying it, I started like questioning myself and stuff, which kind of drove me a little crazy because what really worked for me was basically like, I know about news and I know about products I like. You know what I mean? So everything I did was like based on that, like hearing news about some, a product or a company that I liked or didn't like and stuff. A couple like Netflix, right? When Netflix was like, oh, we're gonna start, doing all this. I was like, I didn't actually do this at the time, but it's one of the things that convinced me I should be doing it. I was like, now's the time to short Netflix. And then sure enough, it fucking crashed like a couple days later. And I was like, wish I knew how to short, And then once it was down, I was like, okay, cool. Now's the time to buy Netflix. And in fact, I did buy some Netflix. And there's like a couple other things there where it was just like little news things started trickling out. And I was like, okay, now's the time this stock is about to go up or this stock is about to go down. And I was like, a couple of these things I've said it, but I haven't done it. So maybe I should learn how to do it and just like see what happens. And that's kind of how I started doing it. I looked around, I was like, what products do I for long-term investments? I looked around my apartment and I was like, what products do I like? Because if I like them, I know I'm not alone. And then I figured out, what corporations created the products I liked, and I invested in some of those, And for the swing trading stuff, it was mostly like monkeypox vaccine. When stories of monkeypox started coming out, I invested in the company that made that vaccine. That was good. Just stuff like that. It's dumb shit, But it worked. It worked. It helped me pay my rent for a little bit.
Do you involve any technical analysis with your trading,
once I started doing the technical analysis, that's when I started getting like the yips or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I started. Yeah, the more I studied it, the more I started being like, I would second guess myself on some of my instinctive stuff, or I would, be like, well, I would talk myself into something because all the but I feel like I started to realize, like, you know what, the technical analysis is what all the everyone knows and what all the algos know. And I will say, I'll be the first person to say, I got lucky, right? I got super lucky with like the couple of things I did. And I also didn't fucking get rich off of it or anything like that, but it helped me pay my rent, for a little while. But I got lucky, and it was based on stuff that the computers can't necessarily figure out. And the computers can figure out all the technical shit. And by the way, they also will like scan the news and act, based on what's being mentioned in the news and stuff. This as well. So it's not as simple as that, but it was mostly that. It was like, it worked when I was not going off of the, technicals and stuff like that. I did for a while. I did do, God, what's the term for options trading when you, God, see, now I've like lost. It's been a couple years. I think like when you're selling puts or calls, basically, but you're basically banking on the time decay. You're basically making money on theta, I guess. I did that for a little bit, but that was fucking boring. So.
Yeah, option trading is super complicated.
And it's all like priced in, you know what I mean? Like all the strategies that are like, it's all priced into everything. And once you start to realize that, you start to realize like, oh, I don't know. Options trading is pure Las Vegas wild gambling? No, not really. Not necessarily, no.
It's not. No. It's I cannot trade based on my job. So I don't have any holdings other than basic index funds, just full disclosure. But yeah, I mean, it's not about trying to make the ultimate profit. It's about trying to find that middle ground between what the algorithms will allow and not being too greedy.
Yeah.
So
one thing,
not a lot of people understand.
Well, yeah, that, and I will say also setting yourself up. Because one thing I really worked in my favor is I just started using just fucking stop losses, which seems so simple, but it was like something that
that's a big part.
It was so simple. Like when I figured that out, I was like, I don't understand why people aren't doing that. You know what I mean? Like if you buy something on an upswing and then you set yourself a fucking stop loss at the right place, then and also like trailing stop losses, it fucking does it for you. Yeah. But one thing that like I started that was like my first kind of step out where I was like, you know what, the fucking system is rigged. I figured out in the morning when the market opens, and like how everything's basically getting settled and everything
kind of reacts opposite.
Yeah. So I figured out, I was like, oh, I can usually tell. I have a pretty good idea if it's going to go up or down just based on overnight and then an end of day, right? And so I would set up these trades with like stop losses and stuff set up. And the first few days I did it were fucking like butter, right? The stop loss is triggered right where they're supposed to. It was like, barely put any money in, and I'd walk off with like a few $100 with, not investing that, not spending that much every morning. And it was great. And then what started happening was that my stop losses stopped triggering. They just stopped triggering. And I had to call. I ended up being like on the phone with like with a broker basically at my brokerage firm, being like, what's going on? And he didn't have an answer for it, because he was like, there's enough volume, like you set these up, but they just stopped triggering. And it happened like at first it was like working, like the whole strategy, it was like fucking working at the beginning.
Was
and then
it
all
a
of
limit order? Or what kind of order did you put in?
well, it was, yeah, well, I think I would usually, no, I wouldn't even, no, I would buy at market or sell at market, whatever, like as it were. It was usually I would buy at market, because I don't even think I was doing trading at this point. But then, and I would set like a stop loss trigger at a certain, place, or I would set like a trailing stop loss at once it confirmed the direction was what I thought it would go in. But then, and it was working great for a while, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, it didn't trigger, so it just wouldn't fill. And all stop losses are technically like, I mean, stop losses are technically a market order that gets triggered once it hits a certain thing. And I called, and ultimately the only advice the guy could give me after hours of looking at it was like, you're going to have to go to you're just going to have to like trade with like a better fucking brokerage. And this is one of the largest one of the top banks. And it was just like,
well, I mean, sometimes if you set it as like all or nothing or fill or kill,
wasn't even
that could make a big determination. So I don't know if you did that or not. I'm not assuming anything, but
no. It was not, and I'm also talking like,
in market orders, if you set a market order, it could just slip past your order if the market deems something else more worthy. So that's why limit orders are usually the best. I don't know. That's
and no, because
weird.
limit then requires someone to meet because market just means I'll take whatever, I'll buy it at whatever rate someone's selling it, or I'll sell it at whatever rate someone's buying it in that moment. So that was the wild thing. It entirely would skip. It was a market order. Like that's what my stop losses were, market orders. It would trigger once it hit a certain number at a market thing, and it would take several minutes to finally go through. And it would be it would go up and down. It would pass my stop loss like multiple times. And it was like best I could get was like technical. No, it was not trading me. But it was a big one that was not optimized for day trading like that. You know what I mean? So that's why ultimately the broker was like, I mean, you can do it with us, but we're not optimized for like actual like speed day trading and stuff. You would probably be better off going.
Yeah, I don't think that's your fault. You knew what you were doing. They just couldn't operate.
They couldn't. It was frustrating.
Dang, man.
So frustrating. And that was one of the moments where I was like, because also I ended up hanging out on the phone with the guy for hours, having almost like a similar conversation to what we were having earlier, where I was like, we were just talking about how everything is bullshit. And the fact that he was like 1000% there, like this guy whose entire job was to be like a broker. And
did that company recently get bought out by Morgan Stanley?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I know of. I don't think so.
I understand.
But yeah, it was
frustrating.
Yeah, but it was fine. Also, I mean, it was fine.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. It was fun for a while. And then it got boring too. So The helpline you call, they're so
I
helpful.
love that you're investing though. That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I have money invested. Investing. I have money invested. I should just say that. Investing sounds so much more
Not just trading to pay rent. You're obviously doing good.
No, now I actually now I make a lot of money off of TikTok. And professionally, I'm a filmmaker. So I like direct and stuff, but commercials and whatnot.
That's awesome.
Thank you. But the reason I started trading was because the industry has been so slow for years at this point. And so there was definitely like a huge slowdown. Obviously, at the pandemic, everything stopped. But then it took a really long time for stuff to start recuperating after the pandemic. I don't know, part of me still feels like we're always in a pandemic. And then eventually it was like, well, and then the recession fears, because I do commercial stuff, the first thing to go are media buys. So the commercials weren't picking back up. Then the film industry started slowing down. Then there were the strikes, and like basically it's been fucking hell. The film industry's been going through it. So there was like a chunk of time in there where I was like, I need to make money somehow. And
are you a part of Film Actors Guild?
I'm not.
No.
But when the actors aren't working, no one's working.
Yeah.
So.
What kind of work do you do? What kind of film work do you do?
Nice intro. Mostly now I just work in short form stuff, commercials, music videos. Before the pandemic, I was on the path to be making some long form stuff, and then the pandemic, One day I'll be part of that. Yeah, we'll see. Enlightened.
Anything we would recognize?
No.
That's all right.
Yeah. Most of the film industry is made up of people who are working on stuff you would not recognize. It's not as glamorous as all that.
Never is.
Colin says that his phone died. He didn't just dip. His phone died. So while we were talking, so it looked like he just dipped, but he did not do that. He just wants us to know.
How late are you willing to stay up?
Oh, I stay up late. Although I probably shouldn't stay up that late. Actually, I have to give my dog her medication. It's well past. My dog just had surgery on Monday.
What kind of doggy do you got?
She's a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have a Bernese Mountain Dog.
Oh, nice. I bet they look the same. Mine's a tricolor. She looks like a little bit like a Bernese Mountain Dog, but in miniature. Let me see.
Just a little bit bigger.
Just a little bit. That's what you came for? All right, she's asleep, but let me see if she'll let me bring her.
Oh.
This is Rizzo. No, No.
Rizzo. Hi, Rizzo.
She's hopped up on pain meds.
Oh. What a sweet baby. Yeah, that's a
Well,
literal miniature
it makes you
version
feel
of
better,
my
Jill.
Bernice.
I had to wake her anyway to make her take her pain meds because I didn't give them to her when it was time. She is cute, isn't she? Thank you. Oy. Oh,
That's a literal miniature version of my Bernice.
yeah, I thought so. I thought so.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
All right, you want to go back to sleep? You want me to come cuddle with you? Mm. Yeah, I might end up.
I love her.
Yeah, thank you. Poor girl. Oh,
Thank you.
her gums, they seem good. I tried not to be too intrusive. She's like, poor girl.
What surgery did she have?
It was dental surgery. Oh, you want to come up? You do? Oh, okay. So she had
She wants her mama.
she does. It was dental surgery. She's 10, so she's kind of up there in age now. And she had like a little she got into a little scuffle with this thank you, Jill. With this like mini dachshund. We were dog sitting a few weeks ago, and the mini dachshund's like not a puppy but like a teenager, so doesn't pay attention to other like dog body language warning signs, kind of a dick, just running, just wild,
Yeah.
and so they got into a little scuffle, and the Cheebs, basically the dachshund, like was at this right angle. She like nipped at Riz and like ended up basically chomping on like her gum, and like ended up basically like pulling out one of her teeth, loosening a bunch of others,
No.
causing like an abscess and stuff. So, and her teeth were already in rough shape because she's old and she doesn't like hard chews. So, despite all my best efforts, she just like, yeah, they just were in rough shape anyway. So, because of that, they had to like, it was a combination of like, kind of like fixing that and just also just pulling some teeth, some like some routine.
Poor girl.
Stuff. Yeah. So she got a bunch of teeth pulled and like the abscess. I don't know what they did, if they like sewed it up or I don't know. But yeah. It was.
Well, she's doing good.
Yeah. I love you. So only soft.
Love heals all wounds.
Yeah. Even ones. Even teeth ones, huh? Oh, so yesterday, was it yesterday? Today's Tuesday, yeah. So this was yesterday. Yesterday she had her surgery. And so I have a really tall bed. I don't even like tall beds, but she is a guerrera. Yeah.
Did you put upstairs?
So not stairs, but so I had a bench there for the longest time, but just like recently it literally collapsed. Like so recently I haven't even taken it out. It's like sitting by my door. I need help to carry it down. And then I realized yesterday, like she hasn't been able to like get into my bed. I've always had to I have to bring her up into it now. And she jumps off or like asks to be taken down, and it's so tall, like whatever. I realized like, oh my God, firstly, she's gonna have to be able to get into my bed and definitely gonna have to be able to get down without my help. So I like went on Facebook Marketplace yesterday, like while she was in surgery, and I messaged everyone like who had a bench that was like halfway decent, and basically picked it up yesterday. It was like sitting in the middle of when I was waiting for my Uber XL. I was like sitting in the middle of the street on this fucking bench. But now we have it, so now she can climb into bed. I don't know why I'm telling you guys that. It's not that exciting of a story. But
She's good now.
yeah, she's good now. Yeah.
I miss my Bubby. I lost him a couple months ago.
You miss your what, sorry?
My doggy. I lost him a couple months ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What happened?
It's okay.
Was it like expected?
Just old age and you know.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Was it your Bernie's mountain dog?
Her face reminds me of my dog, and I love it.
Aww. See? You're supposed to be here tonight. She the pup. Oh, send good vibes, Riz. Send good vibes. I know you're a little woozy, but you can send good vibes, right? Yeah. What was your dog's name?
Vander.
Vander? That's a good name. Oh, man.
Yeah, he had one ear that was a lot smaller than the other one. So I named him after Evander Holyfield, who got his ear bitten off by Mike Tyson. If that makes sense. Do you understand that?
That's so funny.
So just short name, I called him Vander.
Vander. Oh, that's so good.
He was the love of my life.
Oh. Yeah, I feel that. Rizzo's definitely the love of my life. She's named Rizzo based off of, the musical because of her curly hair. Stockard Channing, I'm sorry, that sucks. How old was he?
How old was he? I'm sorry.
Yeah, how old was he?
About 11 years old.
Oh. That's a good long life.
Bernies don't live super long. Yeah.
I feel like that's a long time for a big dog, right? Don't big dogs usually have even shorter lives?
It was good for the breed, not long enough for my heart.
Yeah, never is. Never gonna be. Hey, at least you got to be there, for his whole life, his whole time.
I wouldn't give it up for anything.
Yeah. I once heard something, God, some quote, I can't remember, but it was something about the reason dogs live so much shorter than us is so that we can be there for their whole life. You know what I mean? Not so that they can be here for our whole life, but so we can be there for theirs. Something like that, which I like. I'm like,
yeah.
You know what? That's better. I would not want. Obviously, it's not always what happens. Of course, sometimes owners pass away, but I'm glad I'll be able to be there for Riz till the end.
Riz got plenty more time.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, she wants to get there. I don't know. It's some quote. I'm so happy with my vet, Jill. Here. Do you want to come back up? No. Okay. She's thinking about it. Yeah, my vet was great. I was honestly so surprised. So they gave me a quote. They're like, this is the low end, this is the high end, and I mean, firstly, they're so kind. It's not all about money, but very sweet, very just understanding. They loved her. one of the vets actually that was there when we like first got her checked out, because I went with Philippe the first day, actually knew Philippe because he's my boyfriend. He filmed like a documentary for 2 years about like the New York, like the Bronx Zoo. And this vet used to work there. And like, she came and he was like, I know you. Like, I filmed your face for 2 years. And so that was kind of cool. But they're very nice. And then in terms of like the cost, I mean, it's expensive. It's expensive as all hell. But they gave me like a quote for the surgery, which was like low end and then high end, depending on how much work they thought they would have to do. But then when they like got in, it was like way more involved than even like their original like sort of like higher expectations of maximum because of the abscess and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so they ended up doing like pulling twice as many teeth, more than twice as many teeth or something. And like it was because of that, whatever, abscess, all this stuff took way longer. But they ended up like not even charging me for it. They just charged me the maximum quote, which I know is like what you're supposed to do. You're only supposed, if you give a max quote, max estimate, that's what you're gonna do. But basically they like shaved off like thousands of dollars for me. So it was only a few thousand total for me, but still it made a difference. It was very nice of them, very kind of them to do all that work. And then, yeah.
Was it a regular vet you went to, or?
Yeah, just like just a normal vet here.
It's very nice. It can be exuberant. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I am in New York City, so everything's like really expensive, but.
Yeah.
Oh. That's a nice thought, enlightened.
Where at New York?
Brooklyn. Pulling an all-nighter.
Nice.
Nah. I should probably hop off soon. How many people does it say that there's in here on TikTok? 83. Oh. It's a lot of people there's not that many people in the chat. It's interesting. It's that many people. Morning.
I'll drop off Brenna if you need some sleep. It's been very nice conversing with you and all that stuff.
Yeah, this is really nice. You have a very calming presence. And thank you for talking about the Federal Reserve. I always like doubt myself when I start talking about it because I'm like, technically everything I learned is from like the internet. So it's nice to have someone here who actually like.
Common misconception. A lot of people have it.
Yeah. Yeah. Mexican folk myth. Oh, nice. When's the next 24-hour debate live? God, I don't know. I don't have pet insurance, no. I was always told it's a scam that like most people, if you basically set aside the amount of money every month for what you would spend on pet insurance, like most people, that will more than cover all this stuff and any emergencies that come up over the lifetime of the thing. So most of the time, that's true. It probably would be true, actually. Like, if I had just set aside all the money monthly for pet insurance over these years, it would have more than covered the surgery, but I didn't. Oh, yeah. I didn't know that, Merkwood. Do I love the city? I'm kind of over the city, to be honest, but it's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. No, enlightened. We don't really do Dia de los Muertos in Spain or anything. That's not really part of my tradition, personally. Yeah, but I think I am gonna get some sleep. Pa Los Angeles. I can't afford rent in Los Angeles. What the fuck am I gonna do in Los Angeles? I guess I'll post on TikTok in Los Angeles. One day soon. I hope, I gotta go. I'm probably gonna go live when there's updates. The TikTok ban bill is having its day in court. Its first day in court on like the 13th. So today's what? Wednesday? Friday? the 11th. It's Wednesday. 12th. Yeah, Friday. Yeah, definitely Jill. She did fucking great. She did so well. I thought. Hi. Yeah, I'll try enlightened. What day is it? Do you know? You do know. What day is it? Oh, thank you for the crown, Colorado Shane. Thank you. I was just gonna look up the TikTok bit. I don't know if we're gonna be able to see the person. I doubt it, but I did read all about how support for the ban is falling. TikTok ban update. Where is the thing? Come on. TikTok ban lawsuit. Oh, never mind. September 16th. Okay. Hi. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Jill. Thanks for checking in on him. All right. I'm going to get to sleep. At least to bed. And I'm going to cuddle my pup. My poor little pup. What time is it? 3. Okay. I got to write down. Done. What do you mean? Lacio? Tan lacio. What do you mean by that? Okay. This was so much fun. Thank you all. Thank you for the gifts, those who donated. Thank you for hanging out, for all the comments and the questions. Thank you, mods, for modding. I'm not sure when we lost God, but God will always be in our hearts. My mod God. God mod. You know what I'm saying. You were napping instead of why? It's okay. It didn't get too wild today. I'm kind of surprised. And there's like fewer. Que shampoo? Done straight. It's not. You're saying my hair is so straight? What the fuck are you talking about? Not really, Nas. I don't know why. Did we scare Mag away? Anyway, I use Giovanni. But I also use like curl cream and a bunch of other products and stuff. But okay, I have to put my cheese away. Se encuentra en Target. No, really shop at Target. Okay. Thank you, Jill. You think so does? I feel like we've gone straight over their heads. Oh man, we should have watched some Fox News tonight. We should have seen what they were saying. That would have been funny. Damn. All right. Enlightened. I will sort out the thing. You know what I'm saying? The box. Because I need sneaks. I'm excited. Yeah, I should probably just give you the address. You're not going to do anything, are you? You're not going to dox me, are you? Ugh. All right. Thank you. That inspires confidence. Okay. But don't tell anyone, because then everyone will want to be knowing my address. All right. Buenas noches, everyone. Sweet dreams of whatever the fuck happened to Trump tonight. That was beautiful. We loved it. With what? No, viste. Go watch it. Go watch it. Or you can watch my TikTok. I kind of talked about the best. Well, but I forgot one of the best moments. I talked about highlights, but whatever. Look up the one about dogs. Look up the thing about dogs. That was fucking redonkulous. God. Amazing. Ah, all right. Buenas noches. It's time for real, okay? Buenas noches. Good night, good night. I love you all. Thank you all.